Chapter 3009. Seal in an ordinary city in the territory around the Golden Mountain sect. This city was quite prosperous. There were many cultivators, and they were all quite powerful. In a tavern, a few cultivators were sitting at a table, chatting leisurely. Have you heard? The territory we're in has been completely sealed off. Sealed off? I've heard about it as well. It's said that all spatial passageways have stopped operating. The territory of more than 1,000 cities around us has been completely sealed off by a layer of the array, and the cultivators within the array are only allowed to enter and not exit. It's indeed completely sealed off. Array? A few days ago, I sensed a golden light suffusing out from the void. Could it be that golden light? Yes, it's that golden light. I heard that it was an order personally given by the Magic Note King. All the upper echelons have participated in it. Their goal is to kill an expert. To be precise, it's an important criminal. Even the king has been alarmed? What's the background of that person? The tavern was not noisy, to begin with. Upon hearing the conversation of the four, many people gathered around. Soon, the whole tavern began to talk about this matter. No one noticed that a gold-robed man was sitting quietly by the window at the edge of the tavern, holding a glass of wine. His expression was indifferent, as if he did not fit in with the noise around him. But in his heart, Jian Wushuang felt extremely strange. He has directly sealed off more than 1,000 cities in an area and stopped all the spatial passageways in this area. He wants to completely trap me here and not give me a chance to escape. Jian Wushuang praised in his heart. When he had escaped from the Gold Mountain sect, the first thing he wanted to do was to use the spatial passages to leave this place. He did not expect that all the spatial passages would stop working. He had no choice but to hide in this city for the time being. Then he heard that the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had sealed off this area. It's definitely not enough to seal off this area. If nothing goes wrong, the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom will find a way to thoroughly search this territory and find me at all costs, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Although he knew this, he was not worried at all, because the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom would definitely treat him as a true saint and an immortal saint no matter what. If he was really an immortal saint, it would be easier to find him hiding in this area. However, he was just a divine master. There were thousands of cities in this area. How many divine masters were there? It was an astronomical figure. Even great divine masters were countless. He was only one of the so many people, so it was not easy to find him. Moreover, when he met the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, he had worn a special costume of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That costume had changed his aura. Now that he was not wearing that costume, the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom could not recognize him at all. Even those Golden Mountain sect disciples who had met him before. When Jian Wushuang had fled, he had deliberately controlled his facial muscles to change his appearance. Now, even if those Golden Mountain sect disciples were standing in front of him, they might not be able to recognize him. Under such circumstances, who would recognize him as the important criminal? Although the people of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom cannot find me, it's troublesome to be locked in this area. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. Forget it, they'll find a place to cultivate first. After leaving the tavern, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at a secret room. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang was sitting alone with his legs crossed. His eyes were shining with a strange light. Although I didn't feel too much pressure from being chased this time, after experiencing a chase, I was also somewhat stimulated. I feel that the bottleneck in my body has loosened a little. Let's prepare to take a look first. Jian Wushuang smiled. Soon, he closed his eyes. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, just as Jian Wushuang had expected, the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom searched the cities and territories continuously in order to find him. And now, the search had come to the city where he was. In the void, several figures were floating side by side. These figures all had extremely powerful auras. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom was located in a relatively prosperous place in endless territories. It controlled a total of 36 territories and had many experts. There were more than 100 experts at the true saint level alone, and this person had killed Jian Wushuang. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom had made a big move. Now, there were more than 60 true saints who had rushed to this sealed area. There were many true saints in charge of searching the various cities. For example, the few people that appeared in the sky above this city were all true saints. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Vast soul power spread out from the bodies of these few true saints, covering the entire city below. There are many cultivators in this city, but there isn't a single immortal saint. As for divine master level experts, there are countless of them. However, there are only about 200 people above the divine master level, a purple-robed woman said. Although that person's strength is tyrannical, and his combat strength is close to that of a third-level true saint, his ability to conceal his aura is very impressive. All this time, the divine power and aura he has displayed are only at the divine master level. Therefore, those divine master are within our search range. A tall man over 2 meters tall said coldly. Forget about those ordinary divine master. As long as they are at the divine master level or above, call them over and conduct a divine power inspection one by one. The violet-robed woman nodded. The next moment, all cultivators at the divine master level or above, come over. Anyone who disobeys will die. The violet-robed woman's icy cold voice that carried boundless might reverberated throughout the entire city. The entire city immediately began to stir. As for the cultivators at the divine master level or above in the city, when they sensed this divine might, they trembled in shock and did not dare to disobey it in the slightest. One figure after another rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 cultivators above the divine master level in the city had gathered here. Jin Wushuang was also in the crowd. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman took out a special crystal. That crystal, is it for the divine power test? Jin Wushuang's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized this crystal. It was a special crystal used to test the divine power level of a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, as long as the cultivator's divine power poured into the crystal would have a reaction. Based on the reaction, one could know the specific level of the cultivator. No matter how good the cultivator was at concealing his aura, in front of this divine power test stone, there was no hiding. Chapter 30:10. Underground, the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom are quite smart. They know how to use the divine power test stone to determine my realm and cultivation. If I really used a secret skill to hide my realm, I would definitely be detected by the divine power test stone. Unfortunately, they are doomed to miscalculate. Jin Wushuang smiled secretly. All the higher-ups of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had assumed that he was an immortal saint and had only concealed his aura. However, they had never expected that Jin Wushuang had not concealed his aura at all. His realm and cultivation were that of a genuine divine master. A genuine divine master cultivator would only get one result after using the divine power testing stone to test his cultivation. All of you, come forward and take the test. The purple-clothed woman's voice was cold. The divine masters and great divine masters in front of them did not hesitate and went forward to take the test. The test results were naturally divine masters and great divine masters. Before long, it was Jin Wushuang's turn. Next, the purple-clothed woman said. Her cold eyes looked directly at Jin Wushuang as if she wanted to see through him completely. Jin Wushuang was obviously frightened by the purple-clothed woman's gaze. He did not dare to look directly into her eyes. He walked forward with fear and poured his divine power into the divine power testing stone in front of him. The divine power testing stone immediately burst out with a dazzling light. The light was much more dazzling than the other great divine masters, but the color was still the same silver. A peak great divine master? And the light is so dazzling. I'm afraid that he's an invincible divine master. The purple-clothed woman looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise, but she did not care. They were looking for a super existence who could kill 2 second-level true saints, Tian Mounking and Stone Saint, in one move, not just a great divine master. Next, the purple-clothed woman continued to shout. Jin Wushuang quickly retreated. In less than an hour, more than 200 cultivators above the divine master level in the city had been tested. It seems that the person is not hiding in the city, the purple-clothed woman said. Yes, it should be. The tall man nodded. Let's go to the next city. The tall man, the purple-clothed woman, and the others quickly left, and the city became quiet again. As for Jian Wushuang, he returned to the secret room. It's just as I thought. Even if I stand in front of the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, they won't recognize me. Jian Wushuang smiled and felt completely relieved. Then he continued to cultivate and prepare. In the blink of an eye, the area had been sealed for a year. During this year, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had searched every corner of the area. They had almost turned the area upside down, but they still could not find the important criminal. We have searched all the places, and we used soul power to search carefully. How could we not find him? When Lord Wu heard the result, his face immediately turned gloomy. Lord Wu, our people have indeed searched very carefully, but that person seems to have vanished into thin air. There's no trace of him at all. Could it be that he has already left this territory? A true saint beside him said. Impossible. Lord Wu immediately denied it. The moment I received the news, I immediately ordered my people to close the spatial passage and then used the dragon imprisoning compass to seal off the world in the shortest amount of time. Furthermore, the area sealed off is already extremely vast. Unless this person's comprehension of the laws of space and time has reached an inconceivable level, and he can use teleportation, it's absolutely impossible for him to escape from this region. As for teleportation, many top-notch immortal saints have never mastered it. If he had mastered it, even the king would have been easily killed by him. Why would he need to run for his life? Lord Wu said firmly. He was sure that Jian Wushuang was still hiding in this sealed area, but they had never found him. Then could he be hiding deep underground? The true saint asked again. Underground? Lord Wu's face changed. Underground was the best place to hide. After all, the underground was much wider than the outside world, and it was more difficult to explore. If a cultivator was good at hiding his aura and hiding underground, even a simple scan with soul power might not be able to find him. Only by using soul power to carefully explore every inch could they find him. But if that happened, it would be much more complicated. In the past year, the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had indeed searched the entire sealed area, but they had yet to enter the underground. This was because it would take too much time and effort to search underground. From the looks of it, that person is most likely hiding deep underground, Lord Wu said with a cold expression. If that's the case, then it will be much more difficult for us to find others. The true saint beside him said. That's the case, but even so, we still have to find him. Lord Wu growled. This person has already killed 9 true saints of my Magic Note Divine Kingdom, including Holy Lord Huatsong, Tian Mound King, and Stone Saint, these 3 second-level true saints. The king is already furious, so this person must die. Pass down my orders. From today onward, everyone will dive underground and use their soul power to store and investigate. I will control the dragon imprisoning compass and use the array formation to reduce the range of activity underground to within 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers underground? That true saint's expression sank. My lord, 1,000 kilometers underground is different from 1,000 kilometers in the void. It is too difficult to investigate 1,000 kilometers underground. Can you think of a way to reduce it, for example, within 100 kilometers underground? No. Lord Wu shook his head. I can limit the range of movement of the underground. Although the dragon imprisoning compass can do it, it is not under the control of the ruler personally. I do not have the means of the ruler. Being able to limit it to 1,000 li is already my limit. There's no other way. I can only probe a depth of 1,000 kilometers underground. Of course, such a probe can not only rely on the true saints of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Send the order and summon the 10 great Magic Note armies over. The cultivators of the Magic Note armies are all cultivators above the Divine Master level. There are a total of 200,000 of them. Let them search carefully. Even if they cannot find him in a year or two, I do not believe that they will not be able to find him within 10, 20, or even 100 years. Lord Wu clenched his hands, his eyes cold and determined. Chapter 30:11. Attack. As soon as Lord Wu gave the order, 200,000 soldiers of the Magic Sound Army arrived. These 200,000 soldiers, including the top experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, went directly underground and began to search for Jian Wushuang in a depth of 1,000 miles. However, after a year, 10, 20 years, they still could not find Jian Wushuang. They had no choice. They had been looking in the wrong direction from the beginning, so it was impossible for them to find Jian Wushuang. In a flash, the area had been sealed by the magic array of the Dragon Imprisoning Compass for 30 years, but the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom still did not give up on searching. In the secret chamber in the city where Jian Wushuang was hiding, whoosh! Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly opened, and a strange light flashed in them. After 30 years of preparation, my divine power has accumulated to the limit of a divine master, and my comprehension of the rules and Tao has reached the peak of my level. In terms of absolute arts, the two moves, Night Elephant and Star Dream, are powerful enough. I've reached the limit in all aspects, and because of the previous pursuit, the bottleneck in my body has loosened a little. It's time to try and break through. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered. Naturally, he wanted to break through to become an immortal saint. This step was very difficult. He was not fully confident at the moment. After all, he did not really have the opportunity to make a breakthrough. What he could do now was to be fully prepared and make a breakthrough by force. It would be good if he succeeded, but if he failed, he would not be able to make a second breakthrough for 200 years. However, he was trapped in this territory. If he wanted to find a chance to escape, he could only make a breakthrough by force. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. With a flip of his hand, several divine power fruits appeared in the void in front of him. These divine power fruits were deliberately prepared by Jian Wushuang for the purpose of breaking through. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang swallowed the divine power fruits in one go. In an instant, a vast and pure power began to condense in his body. This power rapidly gathered his own divine power. In the blink of an eye, it formed a torrent. At the same time, the Blood Mountain Sword in Jian Wushuang's hand suddenly appeared. A large amount of the power of space-time rules gathered, and Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Space-time swordsmanship, Star Dream. Boom, boom. While he was performing the swordsmanship, the torrent of divine power that Jian Wushuang had accumulated crazily rushed toward the barrier in his body. It was a forceful attack. After 2 consecutive attacks, the barrier did not budge at all. Again, Jian Wushuang was not discouraged at all. The pure power of the divine power fruit and his divine power had formed 9 torrents, which was equivalent to an attack. Now, he had only attacked twice, and there were 7 more attacks left. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 more fierce attacks. Jian Wushuang also attacked 3 times at the same time, each of which was a move of Star Dream. The barrier trembled slightly for a moment, but it was not damaged. Continue. Jian Wushuang focused his eyes. 4 of the remaining 5 streams of divine power rushed toward him at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. There were 4 more attacks. The barrier in his body shook violently under the impact, but it gradually calmed down after the impact dissipated. All 8 attacks failed. There is only one chance left. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The last attack was the strongest impact of the divine power he had condensed. Although there was only one divine power torrent in this attack, it was more powerful than the previous 4 combined. Most importantly, although the 4 torrents attacked at the same time, they hit the barrier at the same time, so the power was very scattered. This time, the divine power torrents were composed of thousands of powers. This is my last chance. They'll fight. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with unprecedented sharpness. The divine power torrents in his body also surged crazily and hit the barrier in an instant. Rumble. The divine power was like a tidal wave, trying to break the barrier completely. The barrier began to shake crazily as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, crack, a faint sound rang out, but it made Jian Wushuang overjoyed. Jian Wushuang had already seen that there was a crack on the barrier in his body. Although the crack was very weak, the barrier had lost its ancient firmness because of the crack. Boom, The vast divine power surged and broke the barrier. Rumble. The divine power surged into the barrier. The immortal saint had arrived. In a valley near Jian Wushuang City, the three true saint experts of the magic note divine kingdom gathered together. The three true saint experts were also in charge of searching for Jian Wushuang. They were not underground, but still searching in the cities. After all, it was highly possible that Jian Wushuang was hiding underground, but it was also possible that he was hiding in the cities. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom did not want to give Jian Wushuang any chance to escape. But at this moment, buzz! A terrifying divine power suddenly swept out from the nearby cities. What's going on? What's wrong? Judging from this divine power, someone must be making a breakthrough, and judging from the aura alone, it should only be a divine master who has made a breakthrough to become an immortal saint. But isn't this divine power a little too terrifying? It's clearly so far away from us, but it actually filled us with fear. This divine might seems to be stronger than the divine might of a second-level true saint, or even a third-level true saint. How is this possible? The three true saints raised their heads to look at the distant void, all of them extremely shocked. And in the next moment, the three of them made a decision. Let's go and take a look. However, we have to go and see who broke through. The three of them immediately set off. The three of them were still some distance away from the city, but they could still feel such a powerful divine might. In that city, countless cultivators were completely under the pressure of that divine might. Who is it? Who is it? Who is breaking through? Looking at the divine power and aura, there is someone who has broken through to become an immortal saint. However, how could such a powerful divine might be something that an ordinary, undying, immortal saint could possess? This is too terrifying. This divine might is too terrifying. I once had the fortune to see a peak rank 2 true saint erupt with divine might, but it is far from being this terrifying. Who is it? Who is in our city? Countless people screamed in terror. Chapter 30:12. Breakthrough, Immortal Saint. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang was completely surrounded by a sea of divine power. His divine power, bones, and even cells were undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Every breath and second of this transformation was earth-shaking. The Divine Master and the Immortal Saint were two completely different levels. It was the difference between heaven and earth. The Divine Master was very ordinary in the entire beginning divine world. However, the Immortal Saint could still be called an expert in the beginning divine world. In a place like the Endless Territories, an Immortal Saint could occupy a realm and become a realm master at any time if he wanted to. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow world, 8 of them were just ordinary immortal saints. Previously, Jian Wushuang was only a divine master. The reason why he could challenge immortal saints was because of his unique physique, his secret skills, and his comprehension of rules and Tao. To put it bluntly, he was too powerful. For ordinary cultivators, it was almost impossible for a divine master to challenge the immortal saint, because the gap between them was too big. Now, Jian Wushuang had broken through to the immortal saint level. What he was going through was a transformation of his soul and even his essence. This transformation did not last long. It only lasted for a while. Everything gradually calmed down. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again. The moment he opened them, a flash of lightning instantly burst out. Immortal Saint, have I finally become an immortal saint? Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the power in his body that had increased by countless times. He was extremely excited. The immortal saint could be considered an expert in the primordial divine realm. Above the immortal saint was the master of principles, who was already at the peak of the beginning divine world. His goal was to surpass the master of principles and reach, or even surpass the strength of his master Xiani when he was alive. Now, he was one step closer to that goal. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang suppressed the shock in his heart, but his expression became serious. I've reached the immortal saint realm, and my divine power is so strong. I must have attracted many people's attention. I'm afraid that the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom will come here immediately. I can't stay here any longer. They'll leave first. Jian Wushuang was very decisive. He immediately restrained all his aura and quietly flew out of the city. Not long after Jian Wushuang left the city, the three true saints who had been around the city had arrived. After they arrived, they searched carefully for a while, but Jian Wushuang had already left and did not leave any message. They had no choice but to report this news. In this completely sealed area, there was a towering golden temple floating in the vast void. This golden divine palace was where the upper echelons of the magic note divine kingdom gathered. During the past 30 years, Lord Wu had been staying in this divine palace, controlling the dragon imprisoning compass. It's been 30 years. The magic note army has a total of 200,000 troops. There are also many immortal saints and some great divine masters from the surrounding realms. So many people have searched this region for a full 30 years, but they still haven't found that person. Lord Wu's voice was ice cold. His expression was extremely ugly. Lord Wu, in these 30 years, our people have almost searched the entire 1,000-kilometer area deep underground, but they still haven't found that person. Could it be that that person isn't hiding underground at all, but is hiding in those cities? The true saint beside him said, "Cities? Haven't we searched those cities several times, but we haven't found a single thing?" Lord Wu said, "My lord, although our people carried divine power testing stones with them when they searched, under normal circumstances, we would only allow some cultivators above the deity realm to participate in the testing. However, that person's methods of hiding his aura are so amazing. If he deliberately hid his aura, for example, by disguising himself as an ordinary divine master or earth divine master, or even by disguising himself as a strong realm expert and hiding within the cities, then our search would naturally not be able to find him." The true saint said, "Hiding his aura and disguising himself as an ordinary divine master or a..." Lord Wu was stunned, but he immediately shook his head. Impossible. No matter how one conceals one's aura, there will always be a limit. If a powerful immortal saint was in front of a group of divine masters, he could indeed disguise himself very well. He could even disguise himself as an ordinary person without revealing any flaws. However, the experts that we have sent to search the various cities are all true saints. Those true saints of my magic note divine kingdom are not fools. His soul power is also extremely powerful. No matter how impressive that person's means of concealing his aura are, being able to disguise as a great divine master is already his limit. If he wants to disguise himself as an ordinary divine master or a divine devil realm expert in front of a group of true saints, he will definitely not be able to do so." Lord Wu's words were very decisive. Indeed, under normal circumstances, unless the other party's strength was much higher than his own, no matter how formidable his concealment techniques were, they would more or less reveal some flaws. It was practically impossible for a cultivator to perfectly conceal his aura under the same cultivation level and disguise himself as a weak divine master or ordinary person. Then could we have been wrong from the start? For example, that person didn't conceal his aura at all, and he himself is only a divine master? That true saint suddenly said. Hearing this, Lord Wu swept a glance at this true saint, as if he was looking at a fool. This true saint seemed to have realized that he was being a little crazy, and he could not help but smile awkwardly. "Humph, divine master?" Lord Wu snorted coldly and said, "To be able to kill Sky Mound King and Stone Saint in one move, his battle strength can even match a third-level true saint. Would he be a divine master? You really dare to think about it." There are many talented experts in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but as far as I know, even the supreme three palaces of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, even the most terrifying of the three palaces, the primal chaos palace that abounds in monsters, absolutely no one can kill a second-level true saint with just the divine master realm. Not to mention the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, even in the entire beginning divine realm, no one can do it. Lord Wu made a solemn vow, and he firmly believed this in his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly received a message. "Lord Wu, someone in Blood Dipper City has just broken through from a divine master to an immortal saint, and it's just a breakthrough, but the commotion is shocking. Especially that divine might. It's much stronger than the divine might of many rank 3 true saints." Chapter 30:13. Changes, he just broke through to become an immortal saint, and his divine might is actually much stronger than a third-level true saint? Lord Wu, who had been extremely confident just a moment ago that the person they were chasing was definitely not just a supreme god, was immediately stunned when he received this news. How is that possible? Are you sure that your senses aren't wrong? Lord Wu immediately replied and asked, No, this is still because we are quite far away from the place where this person broke through. If we were closer, the divine might we would have sensed would have been even more intense. And now, we have also asked the cultivators in Blood Dipper City. We can confirm that there is indeed a person who has just broken through to become an immortal saint, but he should have already left by now, the true saint in Blood Dipper City replied. Lord Wu's expression became strange when he received an affirmative answer. One had to know that divine might and divine power aura were different. Divine power aura only reflected a cultivator's true realm. Divine might was determined by the strength of divine power. If a cultivator's divine might was comparable to a rank 3 true saint, then his divine power was also comparable to a rank 3 true saint. But now, this cultivator who had just broken through to become an undying saint was much stronger than a rank 3 true saint. This meant that his divine power was stronger than many rank 3 true saints. But how is this possible? How could an immortal saint who had just broken through have such incredible divine power? Lord Wu, we suspect that the immortal saint who has just broken through might be the criminal we've been searching for. The true saint from Blood Dipper City sent another message. Hearing this, Lord Wu's determination had already wavered. Could it be that the person who killed Tian Mound King and Stone Saint in a single move is really just a divine master? Lord Wu muttered. If he had thought of this before, he would definitely think that he was crazy. But now, he did not dare to make such a conclusion, because the scene that had happened now was completely beyond his imagination. An immortal saint who had just broken through was much stronger than a rank 3 true saint. Did that not mean that when he was at the supreme being level, his divine power was not weaker than a rank 2 true saint? Go find him. Whether this person is the person we're looking for or not, we have to find him first. Since he was still in Blood Dipper City just now, he must be in the territory near Blood Dipper City now. Inform the Magic Note Army and the experts nearby to gather there as quickly as possible. That person has already broken through, and he is a genuine immortal saint. He is far more eye-catching than the previous divine master level. It should be much easier to find him. Lord Wu immediately gave the order. The true saint experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, including the sergeants of the Magic Note Army, immediately took action upon receiving Lord Wu's order. Countless experts crazily gathered in the area around the Blood Dipper City. Jin Wushuang, who had just come out of the Blood Dipper City, flew for 4 hours in a valley not far from the Blood Dipper City. In the void in the center of the valley, Jin Wushuang stood there with a cold and arrogant figure. He was feeling the changes in himself. It was a huge transformation from a divine master to an immortal saint. Moreover, Jin Wushuang had long mastered the immortal body and had a strong foundation. He had become an immortal saint from a divine master. He skipped the false saint realm and directly became a rank 1 true saint. It was a huge leap from divine master to rank 1 true saint. He had improved a lot in all aspects of his body. However, he did not have the time to feel the changes in his body because he had made too much noise in Blood Dipper City. But now, he could feel it. First, the most basic aspects were divine power and the divine body. My divine power is as vast as the sea. It's hundreds or thousands of times more than that of cultivators of the same level. Even though I'm only a divine master, my divine power is much more vast than that of many true saints. Now that I've broken through to true saint, my divine power hasn't increased much, but in terms of the strength of my divine power, Jin Wushuang suddenly shook his hand. A burst of explosive power immediately gathered in his hand. He even felt that the space in his hand was about to explode. How much stronger is this power compared to my previous strength? Jin Wushuang frowned slightly. He could feel that his divine power was at least 100 times stronger than before, or even more. However, because the strength of his divine power had increased so much, he could not accurately judge the power of his divine power. Although I don't know how much, It's at least stronger than an ordinary rank 3 true saint, Jian Wushuang thought. It was Jian Wushuang's most basic judgment to be stronger than a rank 3 true saint. However, he did not know how much stronger it was until he fought with a rank 3 true saint. In terms of the divine body, the immortal saint's divine body was also much stronger than that of a divine master. In addition, his soul, bones, blood essence, and even cells had undergone earth-shaking changes, which Jian Wushuang could sense. Most importantly, there was another big change after he broke through to become an immortal saint. That was, he could sense more and more rules of heaven and earth from his surroundings. He realized that he could comprehend the principles of heaven and earth at a speed more than 10 times faster than a divine master. It was not only the principles of heaven and earth, but also his comprehension of Tao. As expected, the immortal saint and the divine master are two completely different concepts. After becoming an immortal saint, it's easier and easier to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth in the Tao than it is at the divine master realm. Because of this, it's easier for the immortal saints to create their own unique skills. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. When a cultivator reached a certain level, they would see a new world. That was the truth. I used to comprehend the rules much faster with the help of 3 heaven-sealing scrolls. But now, even without the help of the heaven-sealing scroll, I can comprehend the rules faster than before. Jian Wushuang laughed to himself. Phew. Jian Wushuang exhaled heavily. He had a certain understanding of the changes in himself and knew that he had improved in all aspects. Naturally, his strength had also increased by many times. However, his strength had not only improved after he broke through to become an immortal saint. After all, once he became an immortal saint, the secret skills he cultivated could also be improved. Chapter 30:14 Secret Technique Upgrade. When I broke through in Blood Dipper City, it caused quite a commotion. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom will definitely notice it. They might even guess that I'm the person they're looking for. After that, they'll definitely send a large number of experts to search around Blood Dipper City. Although I have made a breakthrough to become an immortal saint and my strength has greatly increased, I haven't improved my secret skill and my battle strength hasn't reached its peak yet. It's still not a good time to face them head-on. I still have to hide for a while. Jian Wushuang thought quickly. I have no choice but to go underground. After making up his mind, Jian Wushuang directly rushed into the depths of the underground. Now that he had reached the immortal saint realm, he was much more eye-catching than before. If he wanted to hide, he could only do so underground. He had 500 miles underground and tried his best to hide his aura. I deliberately hid my aura. If the Magic Note Divine Kingdom sends a large number of experts to search for me, they will still find me, but it will take time. During this time, my secret skills should have been improved. Jian Wushuang smiled. Deep underground, he had begun to improve his secret skills. He had cultivated several powerful secret skills. Among them, 7-star secret skills, Divine Punishment, 9 Luminaries Star Armor, Exquisite Pagoda, and the Archean Void Body all had room for improvement. The first thing Jian Wushuang needed to improve was 7-star secret skills. There were 3 volumes of the 7-star secret skill. He had cultivated the second volume, but the effect of the second volume was greatly reduced after reaching the immortal saint realm. Now, he needed to comprehend the third volume of the 7-star secret skill. The third volume was much more complicated than the second volume. If Jian Wushuang had not broken through to the immortal saint realm, he would have had to spend a little effort to comprehend this volume. However, now that he had reached the immortal saint realm, his comprehension speed had also increased a lot. It only took him half a month to completely comprehend and cultivate the third volume. Let's try it first. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. He exerted the star power in his body, which was much more vast than before, with all his strength. Once he exerted it, the divine power aura in his body instantly surged. The divine power aura, which was originally an ordinary first-rank true saint, was now rising at an alarming speed. Soon, it reached the peak of the first-rank true saint realm. Moreover, the divine power aura did not stop but continued to surge. Finally, it reached the limit of the first-rank true saint. It gradually calmed down when it was about to reach the threshold of the second-rank true Saint. At the same time, the strength of Jian Wushuang's divine power suddenly rose to a whole new level. It suddenly rose from the first-rank true Saint to the limit of the first-rank true Saint. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, even the third volume can only rise by half a level after becoming the immortal saint. The 7-star secret skill was one of the 5 most powerful secret skills in the 7-star mysterious sect. It was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful the secret skill was, it would still be limited. When he was a divine master, the limit was still very small. He could rely on this secret skill to increase his cultivation by 1 level. However, when he reached the level of an immortal saint, it was almost impossible for him to increase his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels. Even if he only increased his cultivation by half a realm, it was already very terrifying. The 7-star secret skill could allow an immortal saint to increase his cultivation by half a realm. Do not underestimate this half a realm. When he reached the immortal saint realm, even if he only increased his cultivation by half a realm, it was enough to greatly increase his strength. Before, I felt that my divine power was already much stronger than that of a rank 3 true saint. Now that I've used the 7-star secret skill, my divine power has increased again. I wonder if I can be on par with a rank 4 true saint now? Jian Wushuang thought. The improvement of the 7-star secret skill was just the beginning. Then, Jian Wushuang began to improve the 2 secret skills, the Punishment Divine Realm and the 9 Luminary Star Armor. He had long reached the 3rd level of the Punishment Divine Realm, condensing a 30,000-meter tall Golden Emperor Phantom. However, after reaching 30,000 meters, the Golden Emperor Phantom seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It did not improve for a long time and remained at 30,000 meters. But now, it took Jian Wushuang 10 days. The 30,000-meter tall Golden Emperor Phantom had increased by 3 times. It was originally only 10,000 meters, but now it was 30,000 meters. Naturally, its power had increased dramatically. As for the 9 Luminary Star Armor, the 9 Luminary Star Armor of the Treasured Armor chapter could increase his attack power by 6 times. But now, as he broke through to the Immortal Saint realm, he could cultivate the Heavenly Armor chapter. The armor of the Heavenly Armor chapter was black gold in color, but it increased Jian Wushuang's attack power by 9 times. It took Jian Wushuang 2 months to complete the Heavenly Armor chapter. Finally, the Exquisite Pagoda and the Archean Void Celestial Body also improved Jian Wushuang greatly after a period of time. In just 4 months, Jian Wushuang's many secret skills had reached their limits. His battle strength had truly reached its peak. In the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, countless experts were still frantically searching for Jian Wushuang. Before they found him and killed him, the area had been sealed by the Dragon Trapping Compass. In this area, one could only enter, but not leave. There were only 2 passageways to enter this area, and many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were guarding them. In front of one of the passageways, there were a total of 10 figures from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom guarding it. These 10 figures were all immortal saints, and there were even 3 true saints. So, a figure suddenly streaked over from the distant void and quickly appeared in front of the passageway. It was a blood-haired, blood-robed man. After he arrived, he frowned as he looked at the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. What's going on? Why is this territory completely sealed? The blood-haired, blood-robed man had a puzzled look on his face. As for the 10 experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, they all locked their gazes on the blood-haired, blood-robed man. They could tell from the aura emitted by the blood-haired, blood-robed man that he was a peak false saint. Who are you? What are you doing in this territory? One of the true saints asked coldly. My name is Shuedong. I came to this territory alone to look for a junior of mine. Furthermore, I came here 1,000 years ago. At that time, this place was not sealed. The blood-haired man said, Shuedong. The 10 experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. However, the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had too many territories. There were many immortal saints, and it was normal for some lesser-known false saints to remain unknown. Chapter 30:15. It was time for him to reveal himself. The 10 experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom did not doubt the blood-haired man's identity. However, out of duty, the true saint asked, "What is the name of that junior of yours? Where is he now?" "He is called Schwelling. He is an Earth Divine Master. He is currently in Heavenly Star City," the blood-haired man said directly. The true saint from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom raised his brows. Earth Divine Master. There were countless Earth Divine Master in the area they had sealed off. It was naturally impossible for him to know which one the blood-haired man was referring to. "Forget it. You can enter, but before you do so, I have to remind you that this area has been completely sealed off by my Magic Note Divine Kingdom. You are only allowed to enter, and you are not allowed to leave. Once you enter, it's impossible for you to leave for a short period of time," the true saint said. "Oh." The blood-haired man frowned. "Then how long will this place be sealed off for?" "It shouldn't be too long. A few years at best, a few hundred years at most," said the true saint. "A few hundred years? That's still fine." The blood-haired man nodded slightly. Immediately, he followed the passageway and entered the sealed area. The 10 experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom did not suspect a thing from the beginning. After the blood-haired man entered the area, he continued forward. However, the place he was heading to was not Heavenly Star City. Instead, he had arrived at a Grand Canyon that was a certain distance away from Heavenly Star City. Upon arriving, the blood-haired man took out a token. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, I have arrived at the place you mentioned." The blood-haired man sent a message. "Wait a moment." Another message came from the token. The blood-haired man waited in the void of the valley for only a moment. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from underground and appeared in front of the blood-haired man in the blink of an eye. "Haha, Shuedong King." Seeing the blood-haired man, Jin Wushuang immediately smiled. Yes, it was Shuedong King, who had a good relationship with Jin Wushuang. "Brother Heavenly Marquis." Shuedong King also smiled. The moment he saw Jin Wushuang, he immediately sensed his aura. Immortal saint? And judging from his aura, he seems to be a true saint? Shuedong King was stunned. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, have you made a breakthrough?" "Yes, I just made a breakthrough," Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Shuedong King took a deep breath. He knew very well that Jin Wushuang could fight a rank 2 true saint before he made a breakthrough. Now that he had made a breakthrough and become an immortal saint, and he had directly crossed the false saint realm to become a rank 1 true saint, how strong was he? "Brother Heavenly Marquis, I rushed here as soon as I received your message. I didn't waste any time. I think I can still make it, right?" Shuedong King looked at Jin Wushuang with a faint smile. "Yes, of course." Jin Wushuang smiled. "Shuedong King, have you brought everything I asked you to bring me?" "Yes." Shuedong King nodded and took out an interspatial ring. "There are 100 drops of the god-burning poison in this interspatial ring. I heard that you lost your special outfit, so I asked for one for you." Jin Wushuang took the interspatial ring and scanned it with his consciousness. The smile on his face grew wider. "Shuedong King, I asked you to get as much of the divine immolation venom as you could. I didn't expect you to bring so much. It's quite valuable," Jin Wushuang said. "Of course it's not cheap." The corner of Shuedong King's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "I have the authority of an Earth rank member to exchange for the god-burning poison, but I need a total of 400,000 sacred elixirs to exchange for 1 drop. These 100 drops of god-burning poison cost me a total of 40 million sacred elixirs." 40 million? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He was a heaven-level member, so when he exchanged for the god-burning venom from Lord Amasa, he only needed 300,000 sacred elixirs to exchange for 1 drop. He had exchanged for 50 drops before, which was only 15 million sacred elixirs. But the same treasure, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Earth-level members and Heaven-level members to exchange, is originally 2 different prices. You can afford 40 million sacred elixirs? Jin Wushuang looked at Shuedong King with interest. "Of course I can't afford it." Shuedong King shook his head. "But you also know that I've been in the Barbarian King team. You've taken care of our team before, and we've benefited a lot. When our team found out that you needed the god-burning poison, We gathered together 40 million sacred elixirs so that I could bring you 100 drops of God-burning poison. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood and immediately said, Shui Dong King, thank you for this time and Barbarian King team. They'll give you the 40 million sacred elixirs after we leave the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. You're welcome. Shui Dong King waved his hand. By the way, Brother Heavenly Marquis, why do you need so much God-burning poison? And the area where you are now is completely sealed off. I didn't see many experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom on my way here. It seems that they are frantically searching for something. Those experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom have deliberately sealed off an area. Could it be you? What do you think? Jian Wushuang looked at Shui Dong King with a smile. It's really you? Oh my God. It was the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Although I've never been here before, I've read the information before. The king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom is a rank 4 true saint, and there are many experts in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. There are hundreds of true saint experts. Brother Heavenly Marquis, what did you do to make the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom chase after you? Shui Dong King exclaimed. Well, I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, it's true that many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom want to kill me. Jian Wushuang smiled, but there was no fear in his words. Shui Dong King. Jian Wushuang looked at Shui Dong King again. Anyway, this area has been completely sealed, so you can't leave in a short time. Why don't you stay and watch a good show? A good show? What good show? Shui Dong King asked. You don't have to ask. You'll know when the time comes. You don't have to do anything. You just need to open your eyes wide and watch carefully, Jian Wushuang said with a mysterious smile. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Shui Dong King became a little expectant. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and changed into a gray robe and a gray mask that were unique to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. His aura also became cold and dark. The corners of his mouth curled up with a cold smile. Those experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom must be tired after searching for me for so long. Now, it's time for me to show my face. Chapter 30:16. It was him. The vast world was covered in a layer of faint gold due to the existence of the dragon imprisoning compass array. In the void for figures sped past. These 4 people were not fast. At the same time, they had released all of their soul power, clearly searching for something. The 4 of them were the 4 experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. 2 of them were true saints, while the other 2 were false saints. The 4 of them were chatting as they searched. As they conversed, there were some complaints. We have been searching like this for decades, but we haven't found a single strand of hair on that person. From what I see, that person should have escaped from this region long ago. I think so too. However, this is such a large territory, and so many people have been searching carefully. Even the 200,000 Magic Note army has been dispatched. We've been searching for decades, but we still haven't found him. That person is definitely not here. Hee. I heard that not long ago, someone in Blood Dipper City saw someone who had broken through to the level of an immortal saint. Moreover, because of the huge commotion and the divine might he emitted, they thought that the immortal saint who had just broken through was the person we've been looking for all this time? How is that possible? We are looking for an existence with tyrannical strength that can match a 3rd-level true saint. How could he have just broken through to the level of an immortal saint? It's fine if these people can't be found, but why are they looking for excuses? Who says so? Sigh, we don't know when the search will end like this. The few of them chatted casually, and they were clearly dissatisfied in their hearts. All right, all of you shut up. A low shout suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was a cold and arrogant middle-aged man who was walking at the front. This cold and arrogant middle-aged man was a rank 1 peak stage true saint. He was the strongest among the 4, so his status was naturally the highest. Seal off this area and order us to search every corner. It's Lord Wu. Furthermore, he believes that the immortal saint who has just broken through is the person we are looking for. It's also Lord Wu. Do you have the guts to question Lord Wu's orders? The cold and arrogant middle-aged man glanced at the 3 people behind him. The 3 of them jumped in fright and did not dare to say another word. In the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, other than the king, only the gold and silver kings would dare to ignore Lord Wu. Only the others held great respect for Lord Wu, and the few of them were no exception. After berating him, the cold and arrogant middle-aged man's voice softened. Speak less. Actually, compared to the Magic Note Army and those who have been searching underground, the four of us are already considered rather lucky. Be content. Hearing this, the three people behind nodded in unison. Indeed, although they had been searching for decades, they were still searching above the ground. So it was easy and fast for them to use their soul power to search. But searching underground was different. They needed to use their soul power to store and search, and they needed to maintain their soul concentration. It was fine for a short period of time, but for decades, it was torture. Compared to those people who were investigating underground, they were indeed lucky. At this moment, the cold and arrogant middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and looked forward. There is someone in front, and judging from his aura, it seems to be an immortal saint? Immortal saint? The three people behind were startled and immediately spread their soul power over. He is indeed an immortal saint. Moreover, his aura is quite unfamiliar. Who could it be? The four of them were puzzled as they continued to fly forward. Soon, they saw an ice-cold figure at the end of their line of sight. He was wearing a black robe and a gray mask. He stood coldly in the air. The aura that he emitted was dark and extremely cold. This person, when they saw the gray-robed figure in their line of sight, the four immortal saints of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, including the cold and arrogant middle-aged man, were shocked. Gray robe, gray mask. This was the unique attire of the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In this completely sealed area, there was a person who emitted the aura of a true saint, wore a gray robe, and wore a gray mask. Without a doubt, this person before them was the person they had been trying so hard to find for decades. It's him. He's the one we're looking for. The expressions of the cold and arrogant middle-aged man and the other two became exceptionally interesting. Quickly send a message to Lord Wu. Tell him that we've found him. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man shouted. The true saint behind him did not hesitate at all and immediately took out a token to send a message. In just a moment, the message had been sent out. Is the message finished? A cold voice suddenly sounded. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man and the other two men were shocked. They looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. How is it possible? He was at the end of our line of sight just a moment ago. How could he be in front of us in just a moment? The cold and arrogant middle-aged man's body was shaking crazily. How fast is he? Let me ask you, has the message been sent out? Jian Wushuang's cold voice sounded again. Yes, it has been sent out, the arrogant middle-aged man said subconsciously. Very good. Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled. His smile was very sincere because the arrogant middle-aged man and the others had already helped him do what he wanted to do. Since the message has been sent out, then you guys are useless. Die, Jian Wushuang said faintly. His body swayed strangely, and immediately, streaks of silver light burst out. The arrogant middle-aged man and the other three were still standing there, unable to react in time. Chi, 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 chi. For sounds rang out at the same time. The protective armor on their bodies had been cut open, and the blade had entered their divine bodies. The two false saints among the four were the first to die. As for the two true saints, although they had mastered the immortal body, Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword was coated with the god-burning poison. After consuming only 5 drops of the god-burning poison, the two true saints died instantly. In the void, Jian Wushuang put the treasures left by the four into his interspatial ring with a flip of his hand, but he did not leave directly. Instead, he stood there and waited quietly. Since the four of them have already spread the news, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom will come here as soon as possible. They'll wait for them here. Jian Wushuang smiled, but under the mask, there was a hint of expectation. In order to break through, he had to flee and hide in the face of so many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. But now, with his breakthrough to the Immortal Saint realm and the increase in his strength, he was looking forward to meeting the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. I hope they won't disappoint me. Chapter 30:17. All the strong forces have arrived inside the towering shrine. Have you found him? Lord Wu, who was sitting upright on his chair, suddenly sat up. His eyes shone with a bright light. With a wave of his hand, a star map immediately appeared in front of him. He's here. Lord Wu pointed at a location on the star map. That location was not far from Blood Dipper City. It seems that my guess was right. He's the immortal saint who just broke through in Blood Dipper City. Lord Wu's eyes turned cold. He picked up the token and tried to contact the person who had sent the message. However, after he sent the message, there was no response for a while. He's dead. He must have been killed by that person. Lord Wu's voice was cold. Then he immediately sent Jian Wushuang's location to all the experts in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. He ordered the surrounding experts to move toward that position as quickly as possible. Remember, all you have to do is make sure that he is in sight. Don't let him escape again, but don't rush up to fight him. This man is very strong. Without the battle strength of a rank 3 true saint, it's suicide to fight him. Let's go. Let's go. In just a moment, more than 10 figures rushed out of the towering temple and rushed toward Jian Wushuang's position at the fastest speed. In the void, these 10 people were led by Lord Wu, and they were all very fast. Lord Wu was holding a few communication tokens in his hands and receiving messages from all sides. Lord, we have arrived at the position you gave us and have seen that man. A false saint sent a message. You've seen him? He didn't escape? He didn't hide again? Lord Wu asked. No, he just stood there quietly in the void. It seems like he's waiting for us to arrive, the false saint said. He's waiting for us? How is that possible? Are you sure that it's his true body and not the corpse puppet like last time? Lord Wu said with a frown. I can't be sure, but the aura he gives off is indeed that of a first-rank true saint, the false saint said. That should be true. You stay close and keep a close eye on him. We'll be there soon, Lord Wu said, and then cut off the communication. After the communication was cut off, Lord Wu's expression became a bit strange. He knows we've gone over, but he didn't run away. Instead, he deliberately waited for us. Is he courting death? He really could not think of any reason why Jian Wushuang did not run away. Was it because he had become an immortal saint that he did not need to fear them? What a joke. Even if his strength would increase greatly after he upgraded from a divine master and became a rank 1 true saint, his battle strength was already very close to that of a rank 3 true saint. Even if he made a breakthrough now, he would at most have the true battle strength of a rank 3 true saint. A mere 3rd rank true saint battle strength was not enough to contend with them. Who cares? Since he wants to die, we'll grant him his wish. Lord Wu's gaze turned cold as he looked at a person beside him. This was a middle-aged man who wore a short shirt and had short golden hair. This middle-aged man was tall and sturdy, but his aura was extremely cold. Your Highness, with our speed, we will be able to reach that person's position in less than an hour, and our people have also sent news that that person is staying where he is and has not fled or hidden. Hence, we will have to trouble your Highness to personally make a move later. Lord Wu had a high and mighty attitude when he faced the others. However, when faced with this middle-aged man with short golden hair, they did not dare to put on any airs. Gold King was one of the arms that had followed the Magic Note King to conquer the world back then. In the heart of the Magic Note King, Gold King's status was much higher than his. Furthermore, Gold King's strength was obvious. In the entire Magic Note Divine Kingdom, other than the Magic Note King, the strongest was the Gold King. They'll make a move later. Gold King looked indifferent and did not even look at Lord Wu. Lord Wu just smiled awkwardly. They were very fast. In less than an hour, they had arrived at Jian Wushuang's position. He's really there. From a distance, Lord Wu could see a figure wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large number of figures stopped in the void less than 500 meters away from Jian Wushuang. At the same time, many experts who had already arrived nearby also gathered. In total, there were more than 50 immortal saints gathered here, including more than 30 experts of the true saint realm. More than 30 true saints, and there are nearly 20 false saints left. This lineup is really impatient. Jian Wushuang still stood in the void calmly, looking at the experts gathered in front of him. However, a faint smile appeared under his mask. A trace of excitement and expectation rose in the depths of his heart. Sir, we have finally found you. Lord Wu stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. From what you mean, it seems that you have been looking for me for a long time? Jian Wushuang smiled wickedly, and his voice was also quite wicked. Of course. In order to find you, I've mobilized 200,000 soldiers of the Magic Note Army and many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. I've searched this territory for more than 30 years and searched it many times, Lord Wu said. That's because you're too stupid. I didn't deliberately hide it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was telling the truth. He really did not deliberately hide. He had been openly staying in the Blood Dipper City and cultivating in seclusion. When someone came to the Blood Dipper City and asked him to accept the test of divine power, he accepted it. But no one found him. This time, if he did not show himself, it would probably take some time for the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom to find him. Humph. Anyway, now that we have found you, it's enough. You killed 7 true saint experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, including Divine Master Huatsong, and then killed Tian Mounking and Stone Saint. Just now, our people found you and passed the information to me. There was no news from you. You must have killed them, right? Lord Wu said coldly. That's right. The 4 people who found me are all dead, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. You killed so many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. No matter what background you have, even if you are a genius disciple of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, you will die today. Lord Wu's killing intense sword. Your Highness, let's do it. Chapter 3018. Gold King, Your Highness Gold King. Let's do it. As soon as Lord Wu finished speaking, Gold King, the middle-aged man with short golden hair, took a step forward. Gold King looked at Jian Wushuang with his sharp eyes like a fierce beast. First-rank true saint? Third-rank true saint? Jian Wushuang also looked at Gold King. And he seems to be very powerful among the third-rank true saints. I don't have any grudges with you, but since you've angered the king, then you deserve to die. Gold King said emotionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Gold King moved. A golden stream of light flashed across the void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a golden spear appeared in Gold King's hand. He held the golden spear in one hand and rotated it. Immediately, a golden airwave swept out. The golden spear was like a golden flood dragon in his hand. The spear pierced through the air, producing a piercing sound. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. After I became an immortal saint, the strength of my divine power has increased too much. I don't know how much it has reached, but I still feel that I'm stronger than a rank 3 true saint. Now that I have the chance to fight with a real rank 3 true saint, I'll give it a try. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. He only used 50% of his divine power. However, even if it was only 50% of his strength, it was still very powerful. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang waved his right hand, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand slashed down like a bolt of blood-red lightning. Clang! The blood-red lightning instantly collided with the golden flood dragon. As soon as they came into contact, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a strange spiral force coming from the Gold King's spear, accompanied by an astonishing explosive force. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang retreated backward in a sorry state. After a long while, he stopped again. Humph! I heard that you killed both Tian Mounking and Stone Saint in one move, and your battle strength was close to that of a rank 3 true saint. But now, it seems that you are just OSO. Gold King snorted. Haha, I was too arrogant. Jian Wushuang laughed self-deprecatingly. He had only used 50% of his divine power, but now it seemed that 50% was not enough. Let's try again. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he rushed forward and raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Whoosh! It was still the same brutal blood-red lightning. However, this time, Jian Wushuang used 70% of his divine power. It seemed that 70% and 50% were only 20% more, but 20% was enough to raise Jian Wushuang's strength to a whole new level. Gold King struck again. Buzz. A dazzling golden light lit up. The golden light was invincible and collided with the blood-red lightning again. However, this time, the golden light dimmed and even Gold King's body trembled slightly. What? Gold King was a little surprised. In the next moment, he and Jian Wushuang both retreated. This time, they were evenly matched. His divine power has increased, and it has improved a lot. He is not inferior to me at all? Gold King stood firm and looked at Jian Wushuang again with a serious expression. He was also very shocked. After all, Jian Wushuang was only a rank 1 true saint, and it seemed that he had just made a breakthrough. But in terms of divine power, he was on par with him. After all, he was a true saint expert who was infinitely close to the peak of rank 3. Your name is Gold King, right? How is my power? Do you want to try again? Jian Wushuang looked at Gold King with interest. Although I don't know how a rank 1 true saint like you can have such powerful divine power, a person's strength is not determined solely by the power of divine power. Gold King sneered. Suddenly whoosh! A strange golden light flashed and disappeared. Gold King's figure disappeared completely. In its place, the golden light moved through the void at a terrifying speed. Speed! Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he burst into laughter. Do you think I'm afraid of you when it comes to speed? Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. He turned into a streak of silver light and burst out in an instant. His comprehension of the space-time rule had completely burst out. At the same time, he also used the silver light movement technique to its fullest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Silver light flashed crazily in the void, which was obviously faster than the golden light formed by Gold King. Both of them reached their maximum speed, and in the blink of an eye, they fought again in the void. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. In less than a breath's time, the sound of metal colliding rang out nearly 100 times. In just a breath's time, the two had exchanged close to 100 head-on blows. Fast. Both of them were too fast. It was so fast that many of the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom who were watching the battle were confused, because they could not catch the figure of Jian Wushuang and Gold King. Finally, Chi. With a slight sound, the golden light shot out and went back into Gold King. However, Gold King was clearly in a sorry state at the moment. There was a white mark on the shoulder of the divine armor on his body. The white mark was left by Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. However, it was just a scratch, not a direct attack. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as leaving a white mark. However, the appearance of the white mark meant that Gold King was at a disadvantage in the fight just now. Haha, Gold King, you have comprehended the principles of gold. How stupid you are to compete with me, who has comprehended the principles of space-time. Jian Wushuang sneered. In terms of speed, he was indeed superior to the Gold King. In fact, in terms of comprehending the principles of space-time, he had reached the limit of the second stage. Gold King's comprehension of the principles of gold was also the limit of the second stage. However, the principles of gold were strong. It was good at strength and power, while the principles of space-time were best at speed. Jian Wushuang, who had comprehended the principles of space-time, was naturally faster than Gold King, who had comprehended the principles of gold. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had the help of movement skills. Gold King was furious that he had suffered a small loss in front of so many people. How fast is my speed? I have been a rank 3 true saint for many years. I don't believe that I can't compete with you, a true saint who has just broken through. In terms of the skills I have created, Gold King said in a low voice. The next moment, he attacked again. Chapter 30:19. No pressure arg. Gold King's angry roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The golden spear in his hand had been thrust straight out. With this thrust, a huge golden sun appeared between them in an instant. This golden sun was extremely dazzling. It released billions of golden rays of light that illuminated the surroundings, making the surrounding experts unable to open their eyes. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the golden sun and felt a majestic and extreme power. This power was much stronger than the spear technique that Gold King had used before. A rank 3 absolute art, at least an advanced rank 3 absolute art. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a fierce light, and his fighting spirit instantly soared. Buzz, buzz, a large amount of divine power surged crazily. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had unleashed all the power of his divine power. 100% divine power. Jian Wushuang burst out with all his strength. He held the Blood Mountain sword with one hand, holding the endless power in his hand, and suddenly slashed out. A dazzling sword light suddenly lit up. The sword light was also silent, but the moment it lit up, it roared. A roar of a fierce beast echoed in the world. It was a sword light, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge and ferocious beast head. Space-time swordsmanship, Shixiang. The two strongest swordsmanships that were created by Jian Wushuang. The first move of Star Dream was a rank 3 absolute art, and it had already formed the embryonic form of swordsmanship. As for Shixiang, it was only a rank 2 absolute art, and it was not perfect, so it could not form the embryonic form of swordsmanship. But the power of Shixiang was heavy. The power of Star Dream was heavy tearing and cutting. Now it was a head-on collision between the two, so of course, Jian Wushuang used the move of Shixiang. The huge and ferocious head of the exotic beast collided with the golden sun, which carried a shocking power in the blink of an eye. It was a collision between a rank 3 and a rank 2 secret skill, so Gold King should have been able to crush Jian Wushuang. But in the end, bang! After a loud sound, Jian Wushuang and Gold King were both sent flying, but Jian Wushuang was sent farther away. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang regained his balance and looked up at Gold King, feeling extremely excited. As expected of an expert who has comprehended the principles of gold, he is strong and powerful, and he used an advanced third-level skill, which is much stronger than my Shixiang move. My divine power is much stronger than his, but am still at a disadvantage in a head-on collision, Jian Wushuang thought. Gold King was also very surprised. How can this be? He's clearly only using a rank 2 ultimate art. How can he only be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash with me? Gold King found it hard to accept. However, he quickly understood. It's divine power. His divine power's power hasn't been fully unleashed before. I estimate that he's only used 70 to 80% of it. He's just a rank 1 true saint. He's only using 70 to 80% of his divine power's power, but he's actually able to fight me to a draw? Now that he's using his full strength, even if his absolute art can't be compared to mine, his divine power is not much weaker than mine. This guy, Gold King's face was a bit ugly. I don't believe it. With a low shout, Gold King attacked again. Jian Wushuang was fearless and directly went up to meet him. In the void, the two exchanged blows again and again. Each time they exchanged blows, they directly displayed their ultimate skills. Naturally, Jian Wushuang displayed the move of Shixiang, while Gold King also displayed the Golden Sun. Without any particular technique, Jian Wushuang did not even bother to display his speed advantage. He directly confronted him head-on. Clang, 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 clang. A low sound of collision was heard in the world. Each time they collided, their divine power formed a terrifying shock wave, which swept out in all directions. Under the shock wave, the gale in the world raged, and the entire void roared crazily. The head-on collision only lasted for a moment, and Jian Wushuang pulled away from Gold King again. Boy, why are you running? Are you afraid? Gold King shouted when he saw Jian Wushuang retreat. Afraid? Jian Wushuang smiled and said, I'm sorry. I just feel that your strength is weaker than I expected, and you can't put too much pressure on me, so I don't want to continue fighting with you. What did you say? Gold King was furious. He was a rank 3 true saint, and he was almost at the peak of rank 3. He was fighting with a rank 1 true saint, but his opponent said that he was weak and did not pose much of a threat to him. This was a slap to his face, and he was fighting in front of so many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? However, he did not know that Jian Wushuang was not deliberately provoking him. He said this because he had such a feeling when he fought with Gold King. Gold King is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that even if he uses his strongest spear to fight me, he is only slightly in the upper hand. He can't even suppress me. I haven't even used my speed advantage. Jian Wushuang laughed in his heart. With his current strength, he did not need to use any secret skills. He only needed to use his speed and silver light movement skills. He was confident that he could suppress Gold King. In such a situation, how could Gold King give him any pressure? I won't waste time with him. They'll just attack and defeat him. Jian Wushuang's expression became serious, and his eyes flashed. Rumble. A large amount of golden divine power began to gather behind Jian Wushuang. The divine power was as vast as the sea, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge golden emperor phantom behind Jian Wushuang. The golden emperor phantom was 30,000 feet tall, wearing golden armor and shining with golden light. Its pair of golden eyes had a sense of arrogance that was above all things in the world. It looked down and intimidated everything below. In the surrounding void, there were many experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom gathered there. At this moment, they saw the existence of the 300,000-foot tall Golden Emperor Phantom. At the same time, they also sensed the golden eyes of the Golden Emperor Phantom. The golden eyes seemed to contain a special demonic power as they swept across the surrounding void. With this sweep, everyone present was stunned. It was as though they were being stared at by an ancient emperor. They could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even the Gold King's pupils shrank when he saw the 30,000 feet tall Golden Emperor Phantom. Chapter 30:20 Swarmed Forward Divine Punishment. Control Heaven and Earth Punishment. The Golden Emperor's shadow formed by this secret skill had a great deterrent effect, which would make people fearful. And as Jian Wushuang's control of this secret skill increased, the deterrent effect would become more and more powerful. Now, when the 30,000-meter-tall Divine Punishment Realm expert appeared, the weaker Rank 1 and Rank 2 True Saints did not dare to look at him. Only cultivators above Rank 3 True Saints could remain calm in front of the Divine Punishment Realm expert. However, they would still be somewhat intimidated. However, this secret skill would not only intimidate the other experts, but also increase their own strength. The Divine Punishment, who was only 30,000 feet tall before, didn't improve my divine power that much. But now, it's 30,000 feet tall. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the power of his divine power under the Divine Punishment. The power of his divine power had increased dramatically. He could feel that the power of his divine power had almost doubled at this moment. Yes, almost doubled. However, when his divine power was fully unleashed, it was much stronger than that of Gold King, who was close to the peak of Rank 3. To put it bluntly, his own divine power was comparable to that of a peak Rank 3 True Saint. Now that his divine power had almost doubled, although it was not comparable to that of a Rank 4 True Saint, it had completely surpassed that of a Rank 3 True Saint. Gold King, come and take another strike from me. Jian Wushuang's cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was full of divine power, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was slowly raised. Gold King's face was extremely solemn. He could see that Jian Wushuang's secret skill was extraordinary, so he did not dare to underestimate Jian Wushuang's next strike. Buzz! Jian Wushuang made his move. He struck out with his sword again, and the dazzling sword light appeared again. Jian Wushuang used the same move, Shixiang. The sword skill did not improve at all, but what was improved was the power of Jian Wushuang's divine power. Humph! Gold King's eyes turned cold, and vast divine power and a large number of gold principles gathered in his hand at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, Gold King thrust his spear. Whoosh! The huge golden sun burst out again. However, this time, the golden sun was obviously a little bigger than the golden sun that Gold King had previously displayed, and the light was even more dazzling. Rumble! The void trembled, and the two terrifying attacks finally came into direct contact. But at this moment, get down! Jian Wushuang suddenly let out a roar, and the power of the sword light suddenly soared. The 30,000-meter-tall Golden Emperor Phantom behind him suddenly waved its sword. The golden sword light directly struck the golden sun like a golden thunderbolt. The dazzling golden sun instantly dimmed. Gold King only felt his hands sink, and then a wave of intense pain spread out, and the bones in his two arms seemed as if they were about to explode. Subsequently, a terrifying oppressive force acted on his body, and in front of this oppressive force, Gold King actually did not have the slightest bit of leeway to resist. Bang! Gold King's figure was like a meteorite that instantly smashed down from a height of several hundred meters. With a loud bang, a huge hole was created in the ground. At the same time, a large number of sword beams rushed out, splitting the ground into pieces, leaving behind huge gullies. As for Gold King, he had completely sunk into the bottom of the hole, losing all signs of life for a short period of time. Silence. The vast world had completely fallen silent, dead silent. In the surrounding void, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom who were watching the battle were very confident in Gold King. After all, Gold King was a super expert in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom whose strength was second only to the Magic Note King. He was close to the level of a peak rank 3 true saint. It was a waste for such an expert to kill a rank 1 true saint. However, when they saw Gold King and Jian Wushuang fight, Gold King did not gain much of an advantage in a short period of time. Later, when Gold King went all out and only gained a slight advantage, they were already very shocked. And now, they saw Gold King being hacked into the ground from hundreds of meters high by Jian Wushuang. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They were all stunned. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Even Lord Wu widened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came from the hole in the ground, and then a golden figure rushed up again. It was naturally Gold King, but his hair was messy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked very miserable. He appeared in the void. His narrow eyes were burning with anger as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He was furious. In front of so many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, he was struck underground by a rank 1 true saint. This was an unprecedented humiliation for him, so he was furious. However, other than anger, he was more shocked. He was shocked by Jian Wushuang's strength. He had never thought that a rank 1 true saint could be so powerful. I didn't believe it when they said that he could easily kill a rank 2 true saint at the level of a divine master. But now, I believe it, Gold King muttered. He had no choice but to believe it. He's a complete monster. While Gold King was in shock, the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had also reacted. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lord Wu, from the looks of it, even His Highness the Gold King himself can't do anything to him. What should we do now? A true saint asked. What should we do? Lord Wu's eyes turned cold, but he growled. His Highness the Gold King can't kill him alone, so we will all charge forward. I don't believe that he alone can survive the encirclement of so many true saints. Hearing Lord Wu's words, the surrounding experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were stunned. Encirclement. Furthermore, there were dozens of true saints. Not only were there first-rank true saints, there were also many second-rank true saints, and even third-rank true saints. So many people were going to encircle and kill one person? Most importantly, it was only a first-rank true saint that was being encircled and killed? These experts looked at each other with extremely complicated feelings. Why? Do all of you still treat him as a first-rank true saint? Lord Wu swept his gaze across the surroundings. Chapter 30:21. Slaughter. Hearing Lord Wu's words, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were all jolted awake. Indeed, the other party could easily kill a rank 2 true saint, and even slash His Highness the Gold King from hundreds of meters above the ground. Such terrifying combat strength was not something an ordinary rank 1 true saint could compare to. Let's attack together. With so many of us attacking together, he must die. Kill him. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom reached an agreement. In the next moment, dozens of figures moved at the same time. There were 32 people who attacked at the same time. All 32 of them were true saint experts. As for the false saints, they did not attack. After all, their strength had reached Jian Wushuang's level. An ordinary false saint could not interfere at all. Moreover, a false saint did not have an immortal body. If they really rushed forward, they would be courting death. But even without these false saints, the 32 true saints alone were already very terrifying. Among the 32 true saints, there were 3 rank 3 true saints, including Gold Mountain Realm Master, River True Master, and Lord Wu. There were 8 rank 2 true saints. Together with Gold King, an expert close to the peak of rank 3 true saint, this lineup was enough to scare people to death. But at this moment, all of them attacked, and all of them were aimed at Jian Wushuang. They all attacked? Jian Wushuang stood in the void, and the 30,000-meter-tall Golden Emperor Phantom behind him also looked down at everything in the world with a rich golden light in its eyes. Humph, you want to kill me? I want to see who will kill who. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and moved instantly. The moment he moved, a large amount of the power of space-time rules swept up, and Jian Wushuang's figure reached its peak in an instant. He is very fast, and his movement is very strange. Everyone, be careful. Gold King warned in a low voice. He had fought with Jian Wushuang before, and he had personally experienced Jian Wushuang's speed. Naturally, he knew how amazing Jian Wushuang's speed and his movement were. However, although he had reminded them that Jian Wushuang was fast enough and that the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were on their guard, they were still shocked when Jian Wushuang's speed and movement technique burst out. Swish, 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 swish. One after another, silver light flashed in the void. The speed of the silver light was so fast that the true saints could barely see a silver shadow, but they could not see where Jian Wushuang was. His speed. How can he be so fast? Where is he? Where is he? The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom immediately exclaimed. Gold King's pupils constricted. His speed is even faster than when he fought with me? Gold King did not know that Jian Wushuang had been holding back his strength during the fight, not only in terms of divine power and power, but also in terms of speed and movement skills. However, even though he had held back, his speed was still much faster than Gold King's. And now, his speed and movement skills were completely revealed. Whoosh! Silver light flashed and appeared in front of a rank 2 true saint in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom without any warning. The rank 2 true saint had just raised his head when he saw an ice-cold and gorgeous sword shadow suddenly lighting up. Space-time swordsmanship, Star Dream. Chi. The sword shadow directly passed through the neck of the rank 2 true saint and then flew out from the other end. No! The rank 2 true saint let out a shrill cry. He felt that his divine body had collapsed, and his divine power was being crazily eroded by a terrifying power, which was the God-burning poison. Under the erosion of the God-burning poison, his divine power had no room to resist at all. In a moment, it was completely eroded, and he died on the spot. But that was not what was truly terrifying. After Jian Wushuang's Star Dream move swept past the neck of the rank 2 true saint, the power of the sword shadow did not weaken. Instead, it continued to fly toward the other 2 rank 1 true saints. Chi. Chi. The same scene happened. The 2 rank 1 true saints died on the spot. They did not even have time to scream. Swish. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and disappeared again. With a flash of silver light, he appeared on the other side. Swish. 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 The sound of swords entering one's body rang out one after another. The silver light flashed in the void, and sword shadows crisscrossed among the heavy experts. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were like fools. They stood there in a daze as if they were at the mercy of their opponents. In fact, it was not because they were stupid, but because Jian Wushuang was too fast and his movements were too strange. They had no idea where he was. Naturally, they could only be swept by the sword shadows one by one. Oh no! Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lord Wu had already reacted in time and shouted at the first moment. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom reacted quickly. The moment they heard Lord Wu shout, they immediately retreated at their fastest speed. In just an instant, these experts had already left the battlefield and returned to the place where they had previously watched the battle. However, when they returned here, they discovered that there had originally been a total of 32 true saints. Including Gold King, There had been a total of 33 true saints who had charged out at the same time. However, in just an instant, the entire process had taken less than 2 breaths. Now, there were only 16 of them. Yes, 16. Half of them were gone, and that half of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang in that instant. How could this be? Monster. He's a monster. It's too terrifying. His speed is too terrifying. We couldn't react in time. In just an instant, in just a single exchange, we didn't even have time to react. He actually slaughtered all 16 of us true saints? If it wasn't for Lord Wu telling us to retreat in time, wouldn't all of us have been slaughtered by him? The surviving true saints, including the many false saints who had been watching the battle, felt their minds go blank. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. There was nothing they could do. The scene just now was too terrifying. The true saints who were lucky enough to survive had also made a trip to the gates of hell. They could not believe that if they had been a little slower, they would also have been killed by Jian Wushuang's sword. At the front of the experts, Gold King and Lord Wu stood side by side, their faces gloomy to the bottom, gathering 33 true saint experts to surround and kill one person, only to be instantly slaughtered by the other party. No one could accept such an outcome. Chapter 30:22. Arrived. The world had fallen into a dead silence. The experts of the magic note divine kingdom were still standing in front of Jian Wushuang, staring at him. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear. They had been shocked by Jian Wushuang's strength. At the same time, they also understood why Jian Wushuang took the initiative to expose himself and why he dared to stand there and wait for them to come. Obviously, it was because Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence in his strength. He was so confident that he could fight against or even slaughter all of them by himself. Now, there were still dozens of experts standing in front of Jian Wushuang, including experts close to the peak of stage 3 like Gold King. However, with so many experts standing together, they still could not do anything to Jian Wushuang. They were even under great pressure, afraid that Jian Wushuang would take the initiative to kill them. What should we do? Lord Wu was carefully thinking about countermeasures. But any countermeasures were useless in the face of absolute strength. Jian Wushuang's strength was there, so it was useless for them to kill him together. Your Highness Gold King, if you and Silver King join hands, can you kill him? Lord Wu could not help asking. Gold King and Silver King of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were equally strong and had fought together many times. Once they joined hands, an ordinary true saint at the peak of rank 3 would have to retreat. This time, only Gold King came to kill Jian Wushuang. As for Silver King, he did not show up. After hearing Lord Wu's question, Gold King shook his head slightly. No, this man's strength is comparable to a peak rank 3 true saint, and he is good at speed and movement. Even if Silver King joined hands with me, he could barely suppress him, but it's impossible to kill him or suppress him. His soul defense is also very strong. I just used my soul attack, but it didn't affect him much. It's impossible to kill him directly with my soul, an old voice said. It was Soul Master, who was the best at soul attacks among the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Soul Master was also a rank 2 true saint, so his soul attack could have a great effect on ordinary rank 2 true saints. Unfortunately, although Jian Wushuang was only a rank 1 true saint, his soul was extremely tough. Most importantly, he had the protection of the exquisite pagoda, so his soul attack could not even shake the exquisite pagoda. Naturally, it had no effect on Jian Wushuang's soul. There's nothing we can do. Unless the king comes personally, no one in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom can do anything to him, Gold King said in a low voice. Lord Wu and the surrounding experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom looked at each other in dismay and secretly gritted their teeth. Although they did not want to admit it, it was the truth. A group of rank 1, rank 2, and even rank 3 true saints could do nothing to the rank 1 true saint in front of them. In the void, Jian Wushuang was still standing there coldly and arrogantly. He held the Blood Mountain sword in one hand and stared at the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He was indeed disappointed. He had thought that with so many true saint experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom working together, they would be able to give him some pressure. However, that was not the case. He still had not fully displayed his strength and had only revealed a part of it. However, with his speed and agility, the Star Dream move and the God-burning poison, he could easily slaughter the experts in front of him. So many people had been searching for me and had even sealed off this territory. Now that I have taken the initiative to appear in front of you, you only have this much ability. I'm very disappointed. Jin Wushuang sighed. Forget it. I've already achieved my true purpose in this mission. I'm too lazy to bother you anymore. After saying that, Jin Wushuang put away his blood mountain sword and turned to leave. But at this moment, a black cloud suddenly appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The black cloud contained a large amount of black divine power. The black divine power gathered crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it slowly condensed into a human figure. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was thin, but he was extremely tall and strong. The middle-aged man had a profound look in his eyes. His eyes were as vast as heaven and earth. There was also a strange black light flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he saw the black-robed middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. In the void not far away, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom also raised their heads and looked at the man. When they saw the face of the man, Lord Wu and Gold King were immediately overjoyed. Monarch! Monarch! Lord Wu and Gold King shouted in unison. Upon hearing this address, the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were instantly in an uproar. Although they were all experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, they rarely had the chance to see the true face of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom's monarch. But now, they had finally seen him. Greetings, monarch. We pay our respects to the king. Many figures immediately bowed down, their voices filled with worship and reverence reverberating through the world. The gazes of the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom turned fiery. The Magic Note King had used his great means to create a great divine kingdom. He was a famous peak existence in the endless territories. Such an expert was naturally awe-inspiring. This was especially so for the experts within the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Many of them had grown up listening to the legend of the Magic Note King. Some of them had even followed the Magic Note King to expand his territory and had personally witnessed the Magic Note King's rapid rise. Hence, they had a blind admiration for the Magic Note Divine King. And now, the Magic Note King had personally descended and appeared in front of them. The king has actually personally descended? That's great. The king has personally arrived. This time, that person won't be able to act arrogantly. I admit that this masked man's strength is terrifying, but no matter how powerful he is nothing in front of the king. The king is a 4th-level true saint, and he became a 4th-level true saint a long time ago. Let's see how the king will kill the masked man. He is dead. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were discussing in whispers. They had no doubt about the strength of the king. Although Jin Wushuang had shown great strength in this battle, and even Gold King was no match for him, they did not think that Jin Wushuang could escape from the king, because it was impossible. Chapter 3023. Magic Note King. The black-robed middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in the void looked at Jin Wushuang calmly with a cold expression. Although he did not speak or show any signs of wanting to attack, just standing there still gave Jin Wushuang great pressure. Such great pressure. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, Jin Wushuang murmured. He knew very well that in the entire Magic Note Divine Kingdom, only the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom could give him such great pressure. I didn't expect that the great king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom would personally come here. Jin Wushuang frowned slightly. In his opinion, although he had caused a great disturbance in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom would personally ask about it. However, he would only ask about it. He would not personally come out or make a move. But now, the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had come out personally. Jin Wushuang did not know that the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom did not intend to make a move. However, although he did not make a move, he could see what had happened through the dragon imprisoning compass. When he saw the battle between Jin Wushuang and Gold King, he was already shocked when he defeated Gold King. Then, When he saw Jian Wushuang slaughter 16 true saints in an instant while being surrounded by experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, the Magic Note King could not sit still. The dragon trapping compass was a treasure he refined. He directly controlled the dragon trapping compass to open a space passage so that his original body could arrive here as soon as possible. After a long silence, the black-robed middle-aged man in the void, the Magic Note King, finally spoke. "Tell me your name." "Heavenly Sword Marquis," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Heavenly Sword Marquis?" The Magic Note King's expression changed slightly, but he clearly did not remember this name. "You were able to defeat Gold King as a rank 1 true saint, and even left dozens of true saint experts in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom helpless. You are definitely not an unknown person. If I'm not wrong, you must be from the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and not the Heaven and Earth Palace. You are most likely from the Primal Palace." Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces? Many experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were stunned. They were all experts above the Immortal Saint realm and knew of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. At the same time, there were also people who had heard of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. They knew that it was where many geniuses of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces cultivated. Now that they heard what the Magic Note King said, these experts immediately understood. That's right. It must be the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. Only those genius monsters in the 3 palaces have such terrifying strength. A rank 1 true saint has the battle strength of a peak rank 3 true saint. Only the 3 palaces of Heaven-Cleaving have such a monster. The level of the Heaven and Earth Palace is the lowest in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The skills displayed by this person have indeed exceeded the level of the geniuses of the Heaven and Earth Palace. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom began to discuss. They all thought that Jian Wushuang came from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, and it was very likely that he came from the Primal Palace. After all, there were strong and weak geniuses. The geniuses of the Heaven and Earth Palace could also cross ranks to challenge others, but it was not too outrageous. For example, Jian Wushuang had met 3 geniuses of the Heaven and Earth Palace, Qian Shun, Long Yun, and Shui Yu. Among the 3, Qian Shun had fought with him face to face. Qian Shun was clearly a peak false saint, and he had just broken through, but his battle strength was enough to rival a rank 2 true saint. Although Long Yun had never fought with Shui Yu, he had heard from Long Yun that Shui Yu was only a rank 1 true saint, but his battle strength was enough to rival a rank 3 true saint. It could be said that the geniuses of the Heaven and Earth Palace could challenge those of a higher rank. A rank 1 true saint like Shui Yu, who could rival a rank 3 true saint, was considered a powerful figure in the Heaven and Earth Palace. Jian Wushuang was also only a rank 1 true saint, but the strength he displayed now was already comparable to a peak 3rd-level true saint. Obviously, he was much more powerful than Shui Yu. Naturally, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom all thought that Jian Wushuang was at least a genius from the Primal Palace. Hearing their words, Jian Wushuang felt a little amused. "I'm not from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces," Jian Wushuang said directly. "How is that possible? The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance should have found out about such a peerless genius like you long ago, and they must have sent an invitation to you," the Magic Note King said. "Yes. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance did send me an invitation to join the 3 palaces. They invited me twice, but unfortunately, I rejected both times," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Rejected?" The Magic Note King was stunned. "You rejected the invitation of the 3 palaces?" The Magic Note King was a little surprised. He had heard about the authority of the genius disciples of the 3 palaces. It was a place that countless geniuses in the divine beginning world yearned for. Many geniuses at the monster level would fight to enter the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, but this Heavenly Sword Marquis had received an invitation, but he had rejected it? Magic Note King, whether I am a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces has nothing to do with you, right? Jian Wushuang asked in a clear voice. Of course it does. Magic Note King's voice became cold again. If you were a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, I might not dare to kill you because of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I would at most give you a punishment. But now that I have asked you, and you have denied that you are a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, and I have recorded all of this with the mirror token. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will have nothing to say even if I kill you now. Even if you really are a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, as long as you have denied it, I can kill you. So that's the reason? Jian Wushuang understood, but then he smiled and said, Magic Note King, aren't you a little troublesome? As the king of the Divine Kingdom, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Do you have to worry so much? Jian Wushuang's words were obviously sarcastic, but the Magic Note King was not angry at all. What a joke. Heavenly Sword Marquis was obviously from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and was so talented. It was reasonable for him to have some misgivings. Even if it spread, no one would laugh at him. On the contrary, if he knew that Jian Wushuang was so talented, if he did not have any misgivings, people would laugh at him and say that he was stupid. It had been many years since the founding of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, and he had experienced countless hardships. However, he was able to survive, and the Magic Note Divine Kingdom was able to survive. In addition to his own tyrannical strength, the most important thing was that he knew what to do and who not to provoke. If Jian Wushuang was really a disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, he would never dare to kill him. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Chapter 3024. Rank 4 True Saint, Heavenly Sword Marquis. You have massacred wantonly within my Magic Note Divine Kingdom. At this point, just the number of true saint experts that have died at your hands has already exceeded 20. If I do not kill you today, how can I intimidate this great divine kingdom? Even if word gets out, others will probably think that my Magic Note Divine Kingdom is easy to bully. So, go to hell. The voice of the Magic Note King was cold and emotionless. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. As soon as he raised his hand, a strong rule power gathered and formed a pitch-black light beam in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black light beam did not seem to have any power at first glance. However, as the Magic Note King pointed out, the moment the pitch-black light beam burst out, a strong sound of air being compressed and completely penetrated resounded through the void. This is the power of the dark principles? Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted. He naturally did not dare to underestimate the Magic Note King, who was a rank for true saint. Now, the Magic Note King had used the power of the dark principles perfectly. The pitch-black light beam burst out from his finger contained extremely terrifying power. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang surged his divine power. The 30,000-meter-tall Golden Emperor Phantom behind him, with its golden eyes, emitted a terrifying golden light. Jian Wushuang raised his right hand. In an instant, the Blood Mountain Sword suddenly fell down with boundless divine power. The Blood Mountain Sword was blood-red in color. When it fell, it was like a swift and fierce blood-red thunderbolt that fiercely smashed into the black light beam. However, as soon as the two collided, Jian Wushuang was shocked by the terrifying impact force contained in the black beam of light. Then, his divine body shook, and his body flew backward like a cannonball. He kept rolling, and it took him a long time to get rid of the impact force. In the void, Jian Wushuang regained his balance, but it was obvious that he was in a sorry state. What a terrifying power! This power is too strong, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He had just released all of his divine power. After the battle with Gold King, he knew that his divine power had reached the level of a true saint at the peak of rank 3. With the divine punishment god, his divine power had almost tripled. It should have been above a rank 3 true saint. However, he had been defeated by the Magic Note King in an instant. As expected of a rank 4 true saint, even a casual finger of the principle is extremely terrifying, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Your divine body didn't collapse after taking my finger head-on. It seems that not only your combat strength is good, but your body protection ability is also excellent. The Magic Note King continued to stare at Jian Wushuang. If a genius like you grows up in the future, you will be terrifying. Unfortunately, although your skills are good, you are trapped in my dragon imprisoning compass formation and have no chance to escape. No matter how strong your body protection ability is, you can only block 1 or 2 or 3 of my attacks. If you attack too many times, you will definitely not be able to block them. In the end, you will still die. Dead for sure? Jian Wushuang laughed, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Not long ago, your men said that I would die today, but what happened? They did, and so did you. As for escaping, you think too much. Since I showed up, I have never thought of escaping. Your men are not qualified to let me escape, and neither are you. Jian Wushuang's cold voice slowly echoed in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the star power in his body. 7-star secret skill, Volume 3. As soon as he activated it, the divine power aura on Jian Wushuang's body began to increase at a terrifying speed. He was only an ordinary first-rank true saint, and it was obvious that he had just made a breakthrough. However, in the blink of an eye, his divine power had reached the peak of a first-rank true saint, and in the end, it had even reached the limit of a first-rank true saint. His divine power aura soared, and the strength of his divine power reached a whole new level. In addition, a layer of dark gold armor appeared on his body. He had also used the 9 luminaries star armor. After using the divine punishment, my divine power has reached the limit of a rank 3 true saint. I'm almost at the threshold of a rank 4 true saint. After using the 7-star secret skill, my divine power will definitely reach the threshold of a rank 4 true saint. I'm not weak among rank 4 true saints. Finally, they'll use the 9 luminaries star armor. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Although the 9 luminaries star armor heavenly armor would not increase the strength of his divine power, this secret skill would directly increase the power of his attack. Moreover, it would increase the power of his attack by 9 times. This also meant that his divine power would increase by 9 times. This secret skill was too terrifying. When these secret skills are combined, my current attack power is far stronger than that of an ordinary rank 4 true saint. I might even reach the peak of a rank 4 true saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. It's true that the Magic Note King is a rank 4 true saint, but he hasn't reached the peak of a rank 4 true saint yet. I'm afraid that his power is weaker than mine. Come on, let me see how powerful a rank 4 true saint is. Jian Wushuang let out a fierce shout, but his body instantly rushed out. At the same time, a terrifying aura completely pressed down on the Magic Note King. You're courting death. The Magic Note King was also shocked and angry. With a cold voice, he waved his hand and a black hammer appeared. The black hammer was surrounded by a large amount of dark rule power. As he took a step forward, the black hammer instantly smashed out. Boom! It was like a black meteor streaking across the sky. Jian Wushuang also waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. With a swing of his sword, a sword light suddenly lit up. The sword light was also silent, but the moment it lit up, it roared. A faint roar of a fierce beast echoed in the world. It was a sword light, but in the blink of an eye, the sword light turned into a huge and ferocious beast head. Space-time sword art, Shixiang. The same Shixiang sword art, but with Jian Wushuang using several secret skills at the same time. The power of the sword had increased by many times. In the blink of an eye, the sword light collided with the black meteor. Clang! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang's body shook violently, and then he was smashed down. Obviously, Jian Wushuang was still completely crushed by this collision. Chapter 3025. Something was not right, so powerful. Jian Wushuang's figure rose up again, but his heart was still full of shock. From the collision just now, he could feel that the Magic Note King was indeed not as powerful as him in terms of strength and power, but the Magic Note King was much more powerful than him in terms of rule comprehension and the absolute arts he created. For example, although the sword skill Shixiang was an absolute art that focused on power, it was only at the 2nd level. The Magic Note King was a genuine rank 4 true saint, and the absolute arts he had created were all at the 4th level. There was a gap of 2 levels in absolute arts. Even though the Magic Note King's divine power was inferior to his, he could still crush him in a real fight. If Jian Wushuang was merely shocked by the strength of the Magic Note King, who was a rank 4 true saint, then the Magic Note King was extremely shocked at this moment. I only used divine power and the power of the rule of darkness to attack him. It's normal that I was unable to defeat his divine body. However, I used my own magic weapon and absolute art to attack him. Although I was able to defeat him, I was still unable to defeat his divine body. The Magic Note King's face darkened. It seems like he'll have to spend some effort to destroy his god body. As soon as he finished speaking, Magic Note King flipped his other hand, and a black hammer appeared. Two black hammers were held in Magic Note King's hands, each of them giving off a terrifying aura. Dark meteor fall. The Magic Note King's eyes turned cold, and the endless power of the rule of darkness surged from his body. Rumble. The world was completely dark, as if it had fallen into darkness. In the endless darkness, the two meteors slid down in an instant. With an invincible momentum, they smashed toward Jian Wushuang. Heaven and earth shook. In terms of power, either of the two meteors was much more powerful than the sledgehammer that the Magic Note King had just swung. This move was the strongest move that the Magic Note King had created over a long period of time. If it was at the general level, this move was an advanced level rank 4 secret skill. It was personally executed by the Magic Note King, so the power of this move could only be described as terrifying. This hammer, Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. He could feel the shocking power of the two meteors. In an instant, a supreme sword essence burst out from his body. This sword essence came from the supreme sword essence of the Blood Mountain Sword. The sword essence soared into the sky and swept out. Jian Wushuang himself transformed into the master of sword principle. With the support of this sword essence, his overall battle strength rose to another level. Shixiang. Without pausing for a moment, Jian Wushuang directly performed the first move of Shixiang. The sword light swung out and collided directly with the two streams of light. However, when the two collided, Jian Wushuang already felt a huge force coming at him. This force suppressed his Blood Mountain Sword and made his arms bend. Then the stream of light crushed the Blood Mountain Sword and continued to hit his divine body. Bang! Jian Wushuang groaned. He licked his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine body began to tremble crazily. His internal organs trembled, causing great damage. However, the damage was quickly repaired by his divine power. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang was sent flying again. Your divine body is really amazing. As expected, in addition to the high-level protective armor you're wearing, you must have cultivated a very powerful body-refining secret skill. Otherwise, your divine body would not collapse under my attack. The Magic Note King stood high in the sky. He looked down at Jian Wushuang. However, although your divine body did not collapse directly, you suffered a serious injury under my hammer. Although you've recovered now, it must have consumed a lot of divine power to repair such a serious injury. You might be able to withstand such a scene once or twice, but if you do it a few more times, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, who were watching the battle, nodded in agreement. They could tell that Jian Wushuang had been severely injured, but he had fully recovered with his immortal body and divine power. However, it would take a lot of divine power to recover from such a serious injury, and it would take a lot of divine power to recover after a few more rounds. When his divine power was exhausted, he would definitely die. Magic Note Kingdom, you talk too much nonsense. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and his voice was extremely cold. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After saying that, Jian Wushuang rushed out again. Without any intention of retreating, he rushed toward Magic Note King. Even though he knew that he was no match for Magic Note King, he did not hesitate to wield his long sword and perform the Shixiang move. He wanted to fight head-on with the Magic Note King and determine the outcome of the battle. You're courting death. The Magic Note King laughed disdainfully when he saw this scene. The two black sledgehammers in his hands smashed out again. The same scene happened again. Jian Wushuang was still sent flying, and his divine body was seriously injured again. However, after he regained his balance, Jian Wushuang did not back down at all. Instead, he continued to charge forward ferociously. Bang! 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 The two collided repeatedly. Each time, Jian Wushuang was completely crushed and his divine body was heavily injured. However, he did not seem to care at all, and continued to charge forward after repairing it with divine power. Just like that, they collided again and again. At first, the Magic Note King thought that Jian Wushuang was reckless. However, after the repeated collisions, the Magic Note King vaguely sensed that something was amiss. No, Jian Wushuang is so talented and can become an immortal saint. He is not a fool. He knows that he is not as strong as me, but he still insists on fighting me head-on. It's too strange to compete with my strength. Magic Note King frowned. It was indeed strange. He had long seen that Jian Wushuang was comprehending the space-time principles. The space-time principles focused on speed, but it was not very good at strength and power. Jian Wushuang's speed and movement skills were so amazing that he should have made full use of his advantage in speed and movement skills. But what was the result? Jian Wushuang had only used his swordsmanship to fight against him blindly, and every time he collided with his divine body, he was seriously injured, but he did not stop at all. This was certainly suspicious. This kid must be planning something. There must be something that I haven't noticed yet. The Magic Note King narrowed his eyes. Chapter 3026. Upgrade. This kid must be planning something. There must be something that I haven't noticed yet. The Magic Note King narrowed his eyes and began to observe carefully. Bang! Another head-on collision. Jian Wushuang was sent flying as usual and his divine body was seriously injured again. However, after this collision, the Magic Note King's expression suddenly changed. No, the power is not right. It's the same swordsmanship, but the power of his sword seems to be a little better than the first one? Yes, it is a little better. The Magic Note King finally noticed it. Jian Wushuang seemed to be sent flying and trampled by the Magic Note King. But the power of Jian Wushuang's sword was also increasing. It was indeed increasing. It's not his divine power that is getting stronger, but his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is getting stronger. The Magic Note King suddenly raised his head, a rare look of surprise on his face. He finally understood why Jian Wushuang was acting like a fool, blindly clashing with him again and again. He is using me to improve his swordsmanship. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Magic Note King. Do you feel it? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Yes, just as the Magic Note King had guessed, he was improving his swordsmanship. He had meditated in seclusion for 120 years and created two great swordsmanships. One of them, Star Dream, was already in its embryonic form. It was also a third-level absolute art. It was fast, had amazing cutting and tearing abilities, and could kill at close range. This move was of great help to Jian Wushuang. He had relied on this move to kill so many true saints in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. However, Star Dream was not suitable for a confrontation of power. The move, Shixiang, was a move that truly valued power. Unfortunately, although Jian Wushuang had created this move, it was still a distance away from the embryonic form of the sword technique. In other words, this sword technique had not been truly completed and was still in the stage where it could be reconstructed and perfected. However, in order to perfect this move, he needed to constantly fight with others, and it was best to fight head-on. Therefore, when he fought with Gold King previously, he initially tried to use the Shixiang swordsmanship to fight Gold King head-on. However, Gold King's strength was too weak and could not give him much pressure. Therefore, when he fought Gold King head-on, his swordsmanship could not be improved much. But it was completely different when he fought with the Magic Note King. The Magic Note King was a rank 4 true saint. The most powerful skill he created was an advanced rank 4 skill, which also focused on strength and power. In a head-on fight with such an expert, even if Jian Wushuang used all of his secret skill cards and used the Shixiang move, he was still completely crushed. This gave Jian Wushuang an opportunity. That was why he kept fighting head-on with the Magic Note King in a seemingly silly manner. While fighting, he was constantly pondering the shortcomings of the move Shixiang. During the process of the collision, he was constantly improving this sword skill. Until now, after dozens of collisions, he had really improved this sword skill a lot. Unsurprisingly, the move of Shixiang had reached the level of the peak of Stage 2 and was still improving. Haha, awesome, awesome. Magic Note King, let's try again. Jian Wushuang's hearty laughter echoed in the heaven and earth, and he rushed toward Magic Note King again. Damn it! Magic Note King's face immediately darkened. In the surrounding void, the immortal saints of the Magic Note King gathered together and watched the battle attentively. During this time, they also discussed among themselves. As expected of the king, his strength is too strong. The battle strength that Heavenly Sword Marquis displayed before was already at the peak of rank 3 true Saint Realm. I didn't expect him to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Now that he has used so many tricks, his battle strength is probably close to that of a rank 4 true saint. Even so, he still has no room to resist in front of the king. He is completely crushed by the king. Humph! Humph! This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really cheap. He was completely crushed by the king, and then he was trampled by the king, but he still laughed so happily. That's right. If I were him, I would have thought of a way to escape long ago. If he continues to fight like this, I'm afraid that his divine power will be completely exhausted before long, and then he will definitely die. The immortal saints were chatting and laughing. They all thought that Jin Wushuang was a complete idiot, and also praised the strength of the Magic Note King. But at this moment, shut up! A low shout suddenly sounded. The immortal saints were shocked and immediately looked at Gold King, who was shouting in a low voice. Haven't you noticed that something is wrong? Gold King said in a low voice. Wrong. The immortal saints looked at each other, puzzled. A bunch of idiots. Gold King said in a low voice. Do you think that Heavenly Sword Marquis is really stupid? He knew that he couldn't defeat the king, but he still foolishly kept clashing with him? Ridiculous. Didn't you notice that the power of the sword technique that Heavenly Sword Marquis displayed was steadily increasing after clashing with the king? What? His swordsmanship is increasing? How is this possible? The immortal saints were shocked and looked at the battlefield carefully in the next moment. When they saw this, many people's pupils shrank. They also saw that the head-on collision between Jin Wushuang and the Magic Note King was completely crushing. Jin Wushuang was completely crushed. However, after dozens of collisions, Jin Wushuang was still crushed, but not as easily as before. After several more collisions, the unique skill of the Magic Note King could not even crush Jin Wushuang. A third-level unique skill. The sword skill that Heavenly Sword Marquis used when he fought with me was only a relatively strong second-level unique skill, but now the power of his sword has exceeded the scope of a second-level unique skill. He has already touched the threshold of a third-level unique skill. That is to say, during his confrontation with the king, he raised his sword technique Absolute Art student from a rank 2 Absolute Art to a rank 3 Absolute Art, and he is still improving. When Gold King said this, his body could not help but tremble. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Chapter 30:27. Shi Xiang. Gold King's words stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of the experts from the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. How long had the Heavenly Sword Marquis fought with the Magic Note King? Even if they had clashed head-on, they had only clashed dozens of times. In such a short period of time, had the power of his sword techniques increased? From a rank 2 Absolute Art to a rank 3 Absolute Art? Was this not too terrifying? Monster! A real monster! The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom could not help but exclaim. Even the Magic Note King had an extremely interesting expression on his face. The power from his sword is getting stronger and stronger. Even if I used my strongest move, I wouldn't be able to completely crush him. Furthermore, his sword technique level is still increasing. The Magic Note King's eyes were filled with shock. Moreover, he has collided with me so many times. Previously, his divine body was heavily damaged, and it took a lot of divine power to repair it. However, after dozens of collisions, his divine power is still abundant? What's going on? Even the Magic Note King was baffled. He did not know that Jin Wushuang was immersed in comprehension as he collided with him. No. My swordsmanship has improved a lot after clashing with each other, and has reached the threshold of the third-level Absolute Art. However, I still feel that I'm missing something very important. Jin Wushuang muttered. Now, because of the soaring power of his swordsmanship, he was not as crushed as before when he fought with the Magic Note King. He was only slightly suppressed. At this moment, he was carefully observing the hammering skills of the Magic Note King. The two black hammers wielded by the Magic Note King contained extremely dense dark rules. The power of the two hammers was also extremely powerful and extremely swift. However, Jian Wushuang soon noticed something else amidst the swift and fierce movements. Is this evil energy? Yes, it's the gas. I see. I know what I lack in swordsmanship is this kind of indomitable, invincible hostility. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart suddenly opened up. After all, he was comprehending the principles of time and space, which were very elusive and not as violent as the fire and thunder. However, Jian Wushuang had created the Shi Xiang swordsmanship, which was a move that focused entirely on power. How can there be no hostility? Rage. I'm going to make my swordplay violent. Jian Wushuang's eyes glittered with golden light. The next moment, the sword style in his hand began to change invisibly. That long sword cleaves out. In an instant, shocking power swept. A strong evil spirit swept out. The power of the sword also immediately increased a lot. Bang, 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 bang. The Magic Note King's face became more and more unsightly. His swordsmanship is becoming more and more powerful, and its power is increasing faster and faster. His sword form is also becoming more and more violent. The Magic Note King stared at Jian Wushuang. At first, when he used his most powerful skill, Jian Wushuang could not resist him at all. He was just one strike away from destroying his divine body. Then, even if the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had increased a lot, he could still easily crush him. Just now, although the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had increased to the level of a rank 3 absolute art, it was still inferior to his. He could still suppress it. But now, Jian Wushuang waved the same swordsmanship again. Although it was still a little inferior to his, it was enough to put some pressure on him. The improvement speed was incredible. Most importantly, the improvement speed was still going on. Suddenly, this is the time. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly burst out with a shocking light. The 30,000 feet tall golden emperor phantom behind him also flashed with endless golden light. Roar! A deep, angry roar suddenly came from heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang also slashed out with his sword, but the instant he did so, the sword light directly turned into a complete and huge ancient exotic beast. This ancient exotic beast was extremely ferocious, and it was filled with a fierce aura. With a shocking power, it directly attacked. The Magic Note King seemed to have noticed the increase in power of this sword, and in fear, he also swung her two hammers again. Dark meteor shower. Hong, hong. The world immediately turned dark. Under this boundless darkness, two dark rays of light instantly descended, and in the blink of an eye, they collided head-on with the ancient strange beast. Pong! A loud sound shook the world, and the surrounding void stirred up endless waves. A huge shock wave swept out without restraint. In the middle of the collision, the Magic Note King opened his mouth slightly. He was purely shocked because he had already felt the power coming from his sledgehammer. The power was actually above his. Boom! The void was about to explode, and the Magic Note King staggered back a few steps. As for Jian Wushuang, he was still standing there as if he was not affected at all. He was pushed back. The Magic Note King was pushed back. How is it possible? Impossible. The king was pushed back by a head-on collision? The experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, who were watching the battle, widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the Magic Note King himself was completely stunned. As for Jian Wushuang, he stood in the void with a sword in one hand, looking at the long sword in his hand with great excitement. How can a sword technique that focuses purely on power not be filled with evil energy? Only indomitable evil energy can create an unstoppable attack. Only such a sword technique can be considered complete. Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his fist. After the repeated head-on confrontations and clashes with the Magic Note King, the sword skill Shi Xiang created by him was finally perfected. Since then, besides the Star Dream, Jian Wushuang had created the embryonic form of the second sword skill. This sword move of mine should have reached the level of a peak stage 3 secret skill, but it has an amazing evil aura. It's no longer suitable to be named Shi Xiang. Instead, it should be named Evil Xiang, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Evil Xiang. This sword move had a complete framework and could become the embryonic form of swordsmanship. And just now, he had relied on this sword attack to force the Magic Note King back. This was the first time he had defeated the Magic Note King in a head-on collision. Moreover, this was not the least bit fancy. If there was not the slightest bit of luck, it was purely a victory in terms of strength. Just like the Magic Note King, he was now completely stupefied. Chapter 3028. They Deserve to Die. Peak of Rank 3. His sword skills just now have reached the level of peak of rank 3. The Magic Note King was so shocked that he did not know what to say. At first, it was only a level 2 skill, not even a peak of rank 2 skill, but because of the short fight with him, it directly reached the level of peak of rank 3 skill. Magic Note King, I should thank you. Without you as my sparring partner, it would not be so easy for me to upgrade my sword technique. Jian Wushuang looked at Magic Note King with a faint smile. Magic Note King let out a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you win. Your talent is definitely the most terrifying one I have ever seen. I thought you were a genius of the Primal Palace and the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, but now it seems that you can definitely enter the legendary Chaos Palace, and it's unknown whether you can find a genius like you in the palace. I can't kill you, so you should leave. The Magic Note King had already asked Jian Wushuang to leave. Hearing this, the experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom changed their expressions, but then they felt relieved. Indeed, the Magic Note King had personally made a move, but they all saw that the Magic Note King really could not kill Jian Wushuang. Since he could not kill Jian Wushuang, he naturally had to let him leave. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Lord of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, you know that I have no enmity with your Magic Note Divine Kingdom. I came to the Magic Note Divine Kingdom to complete a mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I accepted a heaven-grade mission to kill 12 true saint experts under the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, but so far, I have only killed 8 of them. Jian Wushuang had already killed 7 people, including Holy Master Huatsong. He had also killed one of the true saints who had surrounded him. However, he still killed 8 people and was 4 short. What do you mean? The Magic Note King stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. My meaning is simple. I haven't completed my task. Of course, I will leave after I complete my task, Jian Wushuang said. You still want to kill 4 true saints in my Magic Note Divine Kingdom? The Magic Note King's voice was filled with anger. That's right. Jian Wushuang looked straight at the Magic Note King without any fear. Seeing this, the Magic Note King could only suppress his anger. He calmly said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you accepted the mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for the reward of the mission. How about I give you double the reward of the mission? Under normal circumstances, the Magic Note King would never bow his head. However, he could do nothing about it. He knew that he could do nothing to Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang was determined to kill the experts under the command of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, he could not stop him. However, the people Jian Wushuang wanted to kill were all experts under his command, and they were all under his protection. Now that there were so many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom around, he naturally wanted to protect them as much as possible, no matter what method he used. Double the reward? Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. If he completed this mission alone, he could get 150 million sacred elixirs, which was already a large number. If he got double the reward, it would be 300 million sacred elixirs. Such a large amount of sacred elixirs. Any rank 3 true saint would feel extremely distressed. Of course, for the Magic Note King, who had created the Great Divine Kingdom and was an ancient 4th-level true saint, 300 million sacred elixirs should be nothing. Magic Note King, the conditions you mentioned have indeed tempted me, but unfortunately, I'm in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I don't accept missions. As long as I accept them, I will do my best to complete them. Moreover, I have to complete the mission this time because those people I want to kill deserve to die. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. What a joke. The reason why Jian Wushuang accepted this mission was firstly that it was extremely difficult and stressed him greatly, so he could seek a breakthrough. Secondly, it was because the people who were to be killed in this mission deserved to die. Holy Master Huatsong, who had burned 1/10 of the cultivators in a realm into ashes to refine his natal magic weapon, was so cruel that heaven and earth would not tolerate him. The other people on his kill list were also extremely evil. How could Jian Wushuang show mercy to such a person? Therefore, not to mention the double reward, even if he was given 10 times the reward, he would not change his mind. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are going too far. The Magic Note King was finally completely furious. He had already lowered himself and was willing to pay the double reward. But the Heavenly Sword Marquis still refused and wanted to kill the true saints under him. How could he not be angry? You're going too far? Humph. So what if I'm going too far? Jian Wushuang's eyes were also cold. Magic Note King, I'm too lazy to talk to you. I must kill the remaining 4 people on the list. If you're sensible, go back to your palace. After killing all 4 of them, they'll leave the Magic Note Divine Kingdom and won't have any dealings with you anymore. But if you are stubborn and try to stop me, do you believe that I will slaughter all the true saint experts in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom? Don't you dare. Magic Note King was furious, and his terrifying divine power suddenly pressed toward Jian Wushuang. Do you think I dare? Jian Wushuang was also surging with divine power. With the support of various secret skills, his divine power was even stronger than Magic Note King's. He was not afraid of the Magic Note King at all. The Magic Note King was so angry that his body was trembling, and he stared at Jian Wushuang with his scarlet eyes. Good. 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 The Magic Note King said 3 good words in a row, and each good was almost gnashing his teeth. Heavenly Sword Marquis, just you wait. I want to see how you kill the person I want to protect. After saying that, Magic Note King turned around and left. As for the dragon imprisoning compass formation that had been sealing the area, it was naturally taken away by Magic Note King. Let's go. Since Magic Note King had left, the immortal saints of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom did not dare to stay any longer. They left as quickly as possible. Jian Wushuang looked at their backs and narrowed his eyes. Magic Note King, I hope you can be smarter. Otherwise... Chapter 3029, Threats. The Magic Note King and the others left directly. Jian Wushuang also left immediately and went to the place where the remaining 4 people on the kill list were. This was an ancient sect, which had existed for a long time. It had existed since the Magic Note Divine Kingdom was founded. There were many experts in the sect, including more than 10 immortal saints. Buzz. Jian Wushuang appeared in the void above the sect and looked down. According to the information given by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, one of the 4 remaining experts is staying in the sect all year round. Jian Wushuang moved and directly entered the sect at the same time. His soul power unscrupulously swept out. Huh. Jian Wushuang frowned when he checked with his soul power. There were more than 10 immortal saints in the sect. Normally, there should be at least 7 or 8 of them staying in the sect. However, in fact, Jian Wushuang only sensed the existence of 5 immortal saints. Only one of them was a true saint and had just made the breakthrough. The other 4 were only false saints. As for the person Jian Wushuang was looking for, he was not in the sect at all. Gone? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Humph! A cold snort, like the wrath of the 9 heavens, suddenly exploded in the sect. Many of the experts and disciples in the sect were instantly shocked. Before long, the few immortal saints appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Who are you? May I know why you are here? A white-haired elder asked with a humble expression. Let me ask you, where is the 3-winged elder of the Dark God sect? Jian Wushuang asked directly. 3-winged elder? The white-haired elder's expression changed, and then he said, Your Excellency, 3-winged elder left the Dark God sect not long ago. As for where he went, we don't know. He left? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. He glanced at the experts of the sect, but he did not get angry. Instead, he turned around and left. Soon, he was going to another territory. According to the information provided by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, He was going to find the second person on the kill list. When he arrived at the residence of the true saint had also left. It's okay for one person to suddenly leave his residence, but both of them left not long ago. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He already understood why this had happened. Magic Note King, it seems that you want to force me. Jian Wushuang thought quickly and made a decision in his heart. In a towering temple, Lord Wu, we just got the news that Heavenly Sword Marquis went to Heaven Lake Forest after leaving the Dark God sect. However, the Heaven Lake Saint had already received our orders and left, so Heavenly Sword Marquis still failed. An enchanting woman said with a wicked smile. Good. Lord Wu also revealed a cold smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis thinks he can do whatever he wants in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom just because he has some strength that the king can't do anything to him. What a joke. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom is our territory. Here, the king is the god. Even if the king can't kill him, as long as the king doesn't agree, he can't kill the remaining 4 people on the kill list. Lord Wu was very confident. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom was a great divine kingdom in endless territories. Not only was it powerful, but its influence was also extraordinary. After knowing that he could not do anything to Jian Wushuang and that Jian Wushuang would continue to kill the other 4 true saints, the Magic Note King activated his influence to investigate the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and easily found out the contents of Jian Wushuang's mission. At the same time, he also knew the people on Jian Wushuang's kill list. Therefore, the Magic Note King immediately ordered the remaining 4 to leave their residence and find a place to hide. If these 4 true saints really wanted to hide, Jian Wushuang would not be able to find them. Let's find them. Let Heavenly Sword Marquis find them by himself. We don't need to care about him. Lord Wu sneered. However, just as Lord Wu was feeling proud, Palace Master, something bad has happened. A message suddenly came. The person who had sent this message was a rank 2 true saint under his command. What's wrong? Lord Wu immediately asked. It's Heavenly Sword Marquis. He's killed his way to the Heaven Magus Palace, the rank 2 true saint said anxiously. What did you say? Lord Wu's expression changed drastically. The Heaven Magus Palace was a large-scale sect under the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. And most importantly, the Palace Master of the Heaven Magus Palace was Lord Wu himself. How could it be? There is no one on his kill list in the Heaven Magus Palace. How could he kill his way to the Heaven Magus Palace? Lord Wu shouted with a trace of fear in his eyes. There were many experts in the Heaven Magus Palace, but these experts would not have any room to fight against Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang wanted to, he could kill all the experts in the Heaven Magus Palace alone. Palace Master, Heavenly Sword Marquis did come and kill us 3 true saints. He also left a message. This is just a lesson. In 3 months, he will kill the last 4 people on the list. If one of them escapes, he will kill 10 more true saints in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. If all 4 escape, he will kill all the immortal saints in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. The rank 2 true saints said with fear. Hearing this, Lord Wu was immediately shocked and angry. However, besides being shocked and angry, there was more fear. He thought that as long as the 4 people hid and Jian Wushuang could not find them, everything would be fine. But now, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was not a good person. He was decisive in the killing. He did not need any reason and did not give you any chance. As long as one of the last 4 people on the list escaped, he would have to use the lives of the 10 true saints of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom to make up for it. If all 4 of them escaped, he would go on a killing spree. Madman, this fellow is a complete madman. Lord Wu growled. Lord, Heavenly Sword Marquis is clearly forcing us to hand over those 4 people. If we hand them over, the majesty of the king will probably be instantly swept away. But if we don't hand them over, Heavenly Sword Marquis doesn't seem to be joking. Furthermore, he does indeed have the strength to slaughter many immortal saints. The enchanting woman said solemnly. I know. Lord Wu nodded slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. After a while, he stood up. There's no rush. We'll go see the king and let him make the decision. Chapter 30:30. Countermeasures inside the palace. which was entirely made of lilac crystals. Lord Wu had reported Jian Wushuang's attack on the Heaven Magus Palace to the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, who was waiting outside the palace. In the middle of the palace, the Magic Note King was sitting on a lofty throne with a gloomy face. In front of him, there was a vague figure floating in the air. This hazy figure was obviously the embodiment of the consciousness of an expert. Senior Martial Brother, that heavenly sword marquis is simply going too far. However, Junior Martial Brother can't do anything to him, so I can only seek your help, Senior Martial Brother, the Magic Note King said solemnly. If others were to hear the Magic Note King's words, they would definitely be shocked. This was because no one in the outside world knew that the Magic Note King had another Senior Martial Brother. After all, he was already a powerful rank 4 true saint, and his senior brother. How powerful was he? Junior Brother, I already know about this matter you mentioned. Unfortunately, I can't help you, the hazy figure said directly. Why? The Magic Note King asked anxiously. It's very simple. That heavenly sword marquis battle strength is no weaker than yours. In a head-on confrontation, even you can't compare to him. Although my strength is slightly stronger than yours, I'm only at the peak of the rank 4. Even if I join hands with you, I can at most suppress him, but I can't kill him. In the end, I can't do anything to him either, the hazy figure said. We can't kill him together, but you have a suppression-type holy treasure. We can suppress him together, the Magic Note King said seriously. He knew his senior brother very well. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a lot of treasures. His senior brother had an extremely rare suppression-type holy treasure, and it was of a high level. As long as they could suppress Jian Wushuang, they did not have to worry about not being able to suppress him. I can suppress him, but I will not help you unless it is a hatred that will not rest until one of us is dead, the hazy figure said. The Magic Note King was stunned. He looked up and asked, Senior Brother, are you worried about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Yes. The hazy figure nodded. Junior Brother, according to what you said, Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a rank 1 true saint, and it is very likely that he has just broken through, but his battle strength is enough to rival a rank 4 true saint. What does this mean? It means that he is a genius, a super monster. Such a super monster, and he is from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. How can he be easily suppressed by you? But he has not admitted that he is a genius of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, said the Magic Note King. If he doesn't admit it himself, doesn't that mean that he isn't? The hazy figure shook his head and smiled. No matter what, I have gone to the 3rd heaven to explore, and I have seen a genius of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. That genius has never admitted to outsiders that he is a member of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces because they want to temper themselves, so they will not easily expose their identity. And the genius I've seen is a 2nd-level true saint, and he's been a 2nd-level true saint for a long time, and his battle strength is only comparable to a rank 4 true saint. Such a genius can have a certain status in the 3 palaces, and this Heavenly Sword Marquis has just broken through to the rank 1 true saint, and he's already able to fight you head-on, and he even has the upper hand in a head-on fight. Such a terrifying talent is dozens of times more outstanding than the Heaven-Cleaving Palace genius I've seen, hundreds of times. Such a super monster is definitely one of the most terrifying geniuses in the Primal Chaos Palace. Such a super monster is not only highly regarded by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but also, to a large extent, the master of the principles of the Alliance has appeared. Those who want to take them as their personal disciples, especially a genius like the Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid that there are more than 1 or 2 who want to take him as their personal disciple. In other words, not only does Heavenly Sword Marquis have the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance behind him, but he also has the master of a principal master. How can we afford to offend such a person? The Magic Note King's expression turned solemn. Of course, he understood what his senior brother had said. He had asked Jian Wushuang in detail whether he came from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces before making his move. If Jian Wushuang really came from the 3 palaces, he would not dare to kill him. Senior brother, this is just your guess. But what if he is not from the 3 palaces? The Magic Note King was still unwilling to give up. Even if he is not, since he can become a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, He must have shown his talent on the way to completing the mission. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance must have noticed him long ago, and such a genius will definitely be noticed by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance from time to time. If we join hands to suppress Heavenly Sword Marquis, there is still more than an 80% chance that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will come to us directly, the shadowy figure said with certainty. In any case, as long as we make a move, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will target us no matter what. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Marquis has only killed a few of your true saints. At most, you will lose some face. It is not a real feud that will not rest until one of us is dead. Why do you have to take such a big risk to deal with him? Junior brother, you have become the king of a region for too long. But you have to remember that after our sect was destroyed and our master died, the two of us became stray dogs. At that time, in order to survive, we used all kinds of methods. How could we still care about our ego? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. The strong are respected. What is face? Only survival is the most important thing. The blurry figure was very open-minded. It was just a little bit of face. If he lost it, he would lose it. How could he risk his life just for a little bit of face? I understand. The Magic Note King nodded slightly. Obviously, he had been persuaded by the blurry figure. It's good that you understand. The hazy figure said, how about this? Don't you want to lose face? Then do your best to minimize the loss of face. On the surface, you can still protect the 4 people under you unyieldingly. On the other hand, tell your most trusted person to meet Heavenly Sword Marquis. Tell him the location of the 4 people and let him kill them. Hearing this, the Magic Note King could not help but glare. On the surface, he pretended to be very tough in protecting his subordinates, but in the dark, he told the Heavenly Sword Marquis where the 4 people were hiding. This method, that Heavenly Sword Marquis only wants to complete his mission, but he has no intention of becoming your enemy. There's no need for you to lose so much face. As long as you tell him the location of the 4 people, he should be able to take this opportunity to step down, said the hazy figure. Got it. Thank you, senior brother. The Magic Note King nodded. He already knew what to do. Chapter 30-31. Submit. The hazy figure quickly disappeared, and a moment later, Lord Wu, who had been waiting outside the palace, walked in. Monarch. Lord Wu stood there respectfully. Do you know where those 4 are hiding? Magic Note King looked down. Of course I do. I personally arranged for them to hide. Lord Wu nodded. That's good. Make a trip to meet Heavenly Sword Marquis and tell him where the 4 of them are hiding. Also, pass a message to me, the Magic Note King said. I'm going to meet Heavenly Sword Marquis? Lord Wu was stunned. He wanted him to meet Heavenly Sword Marquis and tell him where the 4 of them were hiding. Was the Magic Note King going to lower his head and admit defeat? Remember, when you meet the Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't let the 3rd person know, and don't let anyone know that it was I who ordered you to tell the Heavenly Sword Marquis where the 4 of them were hiding. You must remain extremely unyielding to the outside world, and you must swear to protect the 4 of them with your life. Do you understand? The Magic Note King added. When he heard this, Lord Wu instantly understood. He was not stupid. After thinking about it, he naturally knew the intention of the Magic Note King. Go. The Magic Note King waved his hand. Yes. Lord Wu answered respectfully and then left. On a peaceful barren mountain, Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a gray robe and a gray mask, was sitting cross-legged on a giant rock with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was waiting for something. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lord Wu. Are you here? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked at Lord Wu. You knew I would come? Lord Wu said in a low voice as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Of course, unless the Magic Note King is really capable of killing me, he can only send someone to negotiate with me, Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. Lord Wu's expression was uncertain. After a while, he waved his hand and threw a token to Jian Wushuang, saying, My king asked me to give this to you. After saying that, Lord Wu did not care about Jian Wushuang's reaction and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang took the token and scanned it with his consciousness. However, a playful smile appeared on his face. Are you finally willing to give in? Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart, but he was not surprised at all. The Magic Note King was able to create a great divine kingdom. He was not a reckless fool. He was also smart. He should know the consequences of completely falling out with him. The consequences were not a joke. Moreover, it was just 4 true saint subordinates. It was nothing to the Magic Note King. It was just a loss of face and prestige. It was obviously not worth taking such a huge risk just for a little bit of face and prestige. And now, the Magic Note King's methods were rather wise and smart. On the surface, he still pretended to be tough and wanted to protect the 4 of them, putting on an act in front of the experts under him. On the other hand, he sent someone close to him to quietly tell him the location of the 4 of them, asking him to kill them. I killed the 4 people to complete the task, and also because they were extremely evil and worth killing. As for me and the Magic Note King, there is no need to make things too difficult. Since he is willing to submit to me, I will accept his offer. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and then went straight to the place where the 4 people were hiding. They were still in the territory of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. However, it was an extremely quiet place, where almost no one would come and go. It was a desolate forest. There was a swamp in the deepest part of the forest. One of the last 4 people on Jian Wushuang's kill list was hiding in the swamp. The huge swamp was completely covered by a layer of restriction. Inside the restriction, there was a towering and extremely huge palace. Deep in the palace. No. Sir, please spare my life. Spare my life. Shrill and crazy screams echoed throughout the entire palace. Many people were screaming. It was obvious that they were suffering from extreme pain. The screams lasted for more than an hour before they gradually subsided. Clang! A door in the inner hall suddenly opened. Then, a middle-aged man in a golden robe walked out of the door with his chest open and his feet bare. The middle-aged man had a bewitching smile on his face, and there was a trace of blood on the side of his mouth. He stood in front of the door and glanced at the inside of the hall. Go and clean up the inside. Carry the 2 people who were killed out. Yes. Immediately, more than a dozen maidservants in beautiful clothes walked into the inner palace. Looking at these maidservants, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Because he was targeted by Jian Wushuang, he had no choice but to hide in this swamp and did not dare to show his face. However, he was a person who enjoyed himself in peace. Even if he hid here, he brought many maidservants and beauties with him. These maidservants and beauties were all for his enjoyment. Otherwise, it would not be a big deal if he hid here alone for a short period of time. However, if he hid here for a long time, he would probably go crazy. Not long after, the middle-aged man appeared in the main hall. He sat upright on the majestic throne and took out a token to check the information that was transmitted from the token. That heavenly sword marquis actually went to the Heaven Magus Palace? How dare he? The middle-aged man's expression was extremely cold, but at the same time, he felt a hint of worry. This heavenly sword marquis is so decisive in his killing, and the king clearly has no way to deal with him. In the end, the king will not give in to him and hand me over, right? No, definitely not. The king is such a lofty existence. He has always been a man of his word in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, and I am an expert under him. It is impossible for him not to protect me with all his strength. If he really hands me over, then his prestige in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom will be completely swept away. He will definitely not do so. The middle-aged man was constantly consoling himself, and very quickly, he received news that the Magic Note King had personally sent word. His stance was extremely tough, and he even said that he had paid a huge price to invite experts to personally rush to the Magic Note Divine Kingdom to help him. As long as the Heavenly Sword Marquis dared to make a move, he would immediately kill him. Haha, as expected, what sort of character is the king? Why would he submit to the Heavenly Sword Marquis? If the Heavenly Sword Marquis was a little smarter, he could just leave right now. If he doesn't leave, he will definitely die. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He really wished that the Heavenly Sword Marquis could die right away. That way, he would not have to hide here. However, he did not know that the Heavenly Sword Marquis that he longed for had already arrived at his hiding place. Chapter 3032. Mission accomplished. In the void above the swamp, Jian Wushuang looked down at the towering temple with cold eyes. The first person is hiding here? How remote. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. At the same time, his soul power had sensed the presence of a large number of maids and beauties in the temple. He was clearly hiding from the pursuit, but he still brought so many maids and beauties with him for his enjoyment. Humph! He really deserves to die. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang dived down. Boom! The restriction that had always existed in the sky above the swamp was broken by Jian Wushuang in an instant, and he directly charged into the palace. The golden-robed middle-aged man sitting in the main hall also looked up in horror. When he looked up, he found Jian Wushuang, who had entered the palace. He was wearing a gray robe and a gray, cold mask, which was obviously the attire of a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. There was only one person from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who might come to kill him. Heavenly Sword Marquis. It's Heavenly Sword Marquis. The gold-robed middle-aged man turned pale with fright, and his heart turned cold instantly. He immediately began to flee. At the same time, he immediately wanted to send a message to the highest level of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, Lord Wu. How is it possible? My hiding place is so remote. How did Heavenly Sword Marquis find me? Could it be that the maidservants around me, the beauties, leaked the news? The golden-robed middle-aged man kept growling in his heart. At first, he thought that it was the people around him who leaked the news so that Jian Wushuang could find them. But soon, he denied this guess, because he had already set up a special magic array in this swamp, which was the restriction that Jian Wushuang had just broken. The restriction could prevent the handmaidens and beauties from communicating with the outside world. Except for him, no one could communicate with the outside world. The news that he was hiding here could not have been leaked by someone close to him. Since it was not the maids and beauties who leaked the news, then the person who leaked the news. Could it be the king? The golden-robed middle-aged man just thought of this. Buzz. A silver light appeared beside him like a ghost, and at the same time, a cold sword light swept toward him. The golden-robed middle-aged man was only a rank 1 true saint, and his strength was average. Even before Jian Wushuang had broken through to the immortal saint realm, he could easily kill this man's rank 1 true saint. Now that he had broken through to the immortal saint realm, his battle strength was strong enough to rival a rank 4 true saint. Killing such a rank 1 true saint was as easy as killing a chicken or slaughtering a dog. After consuming 2 drops of the god-burning poison, the golden-robed middle-aged man's eyes were wide open, but his consciousness was gradually dissipating. When his consciousness was about to completely dissipate, he had completely figured it out. The Magic Note King's tough attitude toward the outside world was just an act. In fact, the Magic Note King had already submitted to Heavenly Sword Marquis and told him where he was hiding. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to figure it out. Whoosh! A moment later, Jian Wushuang set off again toward the second person's hiding place. The last 4 people on the must-kill list were hiding in 4 different places. However, Jian Wushuang already knew about these 4 places. All he had to do was to find them one by one and kill them. His movements were very fast and neat. The 4 people had not received any news and thought that the Magic Note King would try his best to protect them. In the end, they all died under Jian Wushuang's sword. After killing these 4 people, all 12 people on the must-kill list had died. Naturally, Jian Wushuang had completed the heaven-level task. He did not plan to stay in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom and left directly. However, no one in the outside world knew about their deaths. The experts under the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had not received any news. Most of them thought that the 4 people were still hiding or had left the Magic Note King, but they did not know that they had died at Jian Wushuang's hands. Therefore, the reputation and dignity of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom were barely preserved. In the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, there was a secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the secret lair, Shuedong King was already waiting for him. Shuedong King, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Shuedong King with an apologetic look on his face. Haha, not at all. Besides, it's worth waiting for decades to see the good show between you and the Magic Note King. Shuedong King laughed. Deep down, Shuedong King still had not completely calmed down. He had not left immediately after giving Jian Wushuang the god-burning poison. Instead, he had stayed behind to watch the battle between Jian Wushuang and the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. He had seen it clearly. Jian Wushuang had defeated Gold King at the beginning, then massacred many true saint experts of the Magic Note Divine Fruit, and finally, the king of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom had personally arrived. In the end, he could not do anything to Jian Wushuang. He was even forced back by Jian Wushuang in a head-on confrontation. This scene shocked Shuedong King more than he had ever seen before. At that time, he could not help roaring in his heart, "A rank 1 true saint is fighting against a rank 4 true saint. Does he still want to live?" Shuedong King was more and more impressed with Jian Wushuang, and he could not see through him. "Shuedong King, wait for me. They'll go in hand in the task." Jian Wushuang immediately walked to the counter. At the counter, Jian Wushuang took out his identity token and began to hand in the task. When the purple-robed elder who handed in the task to Jian Wushuang knew Jian Wushuang's identity and the task he had completed, his heart was filled with excitement. The secret lair was located in the Magic Note Divine Land. The person in charge of the lair was well aware of what was happening in the Magic Note Divine Land, so he was naturally amazed. It did not take long for Jian Wushuang's mission to be completed. At the same time, he received a reward of 150 million sacred elixirs. "Shuedong King, this is for you." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and handed an interspatial ring to Shuedong King. Shuedong King took it and took a look. His body suddenly trembled. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, what are you doing? You sent me 100 drops of god-burning poison. It's very expensive, but I haven't given you the sacred elixirs." Jian Wushuang smiled. "But isn't this too much?" Shuedong King said immediately. It was not his fault for being shocked. There were 100 million sacred elixirs in the interspatial ring that Jian Wushuang gave him. 100 million. He had only used 40 million sacred elixirs to buy the 100 drops of god-burning venom, but now Jian Wushuang had given him more than twice that. Chapter 3033. Return to the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, take it. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had a certain friendship with Shuedong King, but it was not very deep. But this time, when he sent a message to Shuedong King asking him to send him some god-burning poison, he told him in detail about his situation, including the fact that the surrounding area was completely sealed and he was only allowed to enter and not leave. In the end, Shuedong King did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. This made Jian Wushuang feel very touched and grateful. A friend like Shuedong King was worth making a deep friendship with. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was not stingy and directly took out 100 million sacred elixirs. The extra 60 million sacred elixirs were his gratitude to Shuedong King for taking the risk for him. Looking at the interspatial ring in his hand, Shuedong King did not hesitate and said, "Okay, I'll take it." Shuedong King had seen Jian Wushuang slaughter many experts of the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Many true saint experts had died at Jian Wushuang's hands, and those true saint experts were all rich. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had gained a lot of wealth. In addition to the reward for this mission, it could be said that he had made a lot of money, so he was not too unreasonable. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, what are your plans next?" Shuedong King looked at Jian Wushuang. "I still have some private matters to deal with," Jian Wushuang said. "In that case, let's split up again. We'll go to the Barbarian King team." "Brother Heavenly Marquis, if you have any problems in the future, like this time, you can look for me at any time," Shuedong King said. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, they separated. Jian Wushuang was already planning his next move. "I've already reached the Immortal Saint realm, and I've just reached the rank 1 true saint realm. Logically speaking, my strength is still rising. As long as I have the opportunity, my strength can be greatly improved in a short time." Opportunity. In the secret realm, I promised the spirit of the secret realm that when I reached the Immortal Saint realm, I would go to the secret realm again to accept the test left by the master of the secret realm. Now that my realm has reached, I should fulfill my promise, Jian Wushuang muttered. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but he had an idea in his heart. Then, he directly set off. The endless territory was vast and boundless. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom occupied a total of 36 territories, which was already an extremely large divine kingdom. However, compared to the entire Endless Territory, it was only a drop in the ocean. The Magic Note Divine Kingdom was also very far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang was now a member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, and he was also a Heaven-level member. His authority was not small, and the secret nests of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance were scattered all over the Divine Beginning world. There was also a secret lair of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance around the territory of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Through the spatial passage, Jian Wushuang appeared directly in the secret lair of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance around the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. After that, Jian Wushuang spent some sacred elixirs and obtained an intelligence report. This intelligence report was about the changes that had occurred in the years since Jian Wushuang left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It had been nearly 300 years since Jian Wushuang left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. These 300 years were a long time for Jian Wushuang in this life. In the vast void, Jian Wushuang flew while carefully reading the piece of information in his hand. As expected, after I left, a large number of mysterious experts arrived, including many principals masters. Looking at the information in his hand, Jian Wushuang secretly praised. In order to get Long Rushuang back from the Supreme Emotion Valley, he had used his last trump card, the life level pressure, and even used the Heaven Cleaving skill to kill several disciples of the Supreme Emotion Valley at the True Saint level. However, because of this, he was targeted by the power of the Will of Heaven. If not for Taoist Xian Shun's help in secret and the teleportation token he had obtained from the secret realm, he would not have been able to escape that day. After he left, a large number of top experts from the Third Heaven arrived. According to the information provided by the Heaven Slaying Alliance, there were many experts who had arrived. They searched wantonly and almost turned the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow upside down, especially the places that Jian Wushuang had been to and the Pill Sun sacred world where he was born. They searched the entire place several times. Moreover, anyone who had a certain connection with Jian Wushuang had been interrogated, but in the end, they still could not find any trace of Jian Wushuang. Not only the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but also a large number of surrounding territories had also been searched by those experts. However, after searching for more than 100 years without any news, those experts still left. By now, the 9 realms of the Golden Crow had calmed down again. Humph, although the information from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance says that all the experts have left, I'm afraid that it's not absolute. If I'm not wrong, although the experts have left on the surface, I'm afraid that there will still be a few experts left in the dark. However, they won't be searching as recklessly as before. Instead, they will go into hiding and wait for me to appear, Jian Wushuang said with a cold snort. He knew very well how terrifying his enemies were: the 3 great Saint Realm experts, the 4 great divine clans, and the 8 directions celestial sect. How terrifying were any of them? Any one of them was enough to shake the entire divine beginning realm. Such a super force had countless experts under their command, and their desire to kill him was even more intense. Even though they had searched for hundreds of years without finding any trace of him, these forces would never give up. They would definitely be willing to let some experts stay here and wait for tens of thousands of years. They would be willing to wait for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, these super forces should not lack experts. As for the will of the heavenly Tao, Jian Wushuang could not help looking up. Although the world seemed calm, Jian Wushuang knew that the power of the will of the heavenly Tao in this territory was much stronger than before. As expected, the will of the heavenly Tao had been keeping an eye on this territory. He had just stepped into this territory, so it was not a big deal. However, once he fought in this territory and revealed his powerful strength or revealed his trump card, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao would immediately be sensed. The experts hiding in this territory would definitely come to kill him at the first moment. Fortunately, my purpose of returning to the 9 realms of the Golden Crow is only for the opportunity in the secret realm. I don't want to have any friction or fight with others. At most, I just want to walk around. As long as I don't make a move, the power of the will of heaven and the experts hiding in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow will never know that I have returned. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, put on a strange smile, Chapter 3034. Entered the secret manual again, the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. A total of 9 realms. The heavenly curve world. Inside a towering hall in the middle of a densely packed group of buildings made up of countless palaces and pavilions. Supervisor Shao, my palace master, said that this conflict is purely caused by the Sword Alliance taking the initiative to stir up trouble. That's why the Heavenly Void Alliance retaliated directly. Even if your people were all killed by the Heavenly Void Alliance, it's their own fault. However, Supervisor Shao, you've now gathered an army at the border of our Heavenly Void world and made an aggressive stance. Why? Don't tell me that the Sword Alliance wants to start a war with our Heavenly Void Palace? A brown-haired elder with a childlike face stood in the hall. His expression was cold and filled with anger, and his words were loud and clear. Beside him were many experts from the Sword Alliance. They looked at the white-haired elder with a childlike face with ice-cold eyes, and some of them even carried killing intent. At the top of the great hall, a woman in purple armor stood there. This woman's appearance was extremely beautiful, but she was extremely cold and arrogant. Her eyes were cold and did not contain the slightest bit of sympathy. There was also an ice-cold and murderous aura between her brows. Yes, it was the murderous aura. This murderous aura was very strong, and everyone in the hall could clearly feel it. However, what was surprising was that the aura on this woman's body was not very strong. She had barely reached the level of a divine master. The people below were all great divine masters and above. However, it was this kind of woman that emitted the murderous aura that caused many great divine master level experts below to not even dare to raise their heads. Starting a war? So what if I want to start a war? The voice of the woman in purple armor was ice cold. It reverberated throughout this palace. Go back and tell the Heavenly Void Palace Lord that I need him to give me an explanation for this matter. Also, I don't have that much patience. 3 months. 3 months later. If he doesn't give me an explanation, the army of experts from my Sword Alliance will directly cross the border and enter the Heavenly Void Palace's territory. Supervisor Shao, aren't you going too far? What kind of status does my palace master have? Why would he give you an explanation? That white-haired elder with a childlike face shouted in a low voice. Your palace master's status? Hee. Back then when my young master was around, your palace master didn't even dare to appear in front of my young master. With just a word from young master, that Heavenly Void Palace master didn't even dare to utter a fart. Now that my young master has left, he immediately jumped up. What a joke. What a joke. Listen carefully. Even if my young master is no longer around, the Sword Alliance is still not something that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can easily bully. At the very least, a mere Heavenly Void Palace master does not have the qualifications to do so. The purple-armored woman shouted in a low voice. You. The white-haired elder pointed at the purple-armored woman. His eyes were burning with anger, but it was not good for him to flare up. Bloodlamp, chase this old thing out. If he dares to say any more nonsense on the way, kill him immediately and send his head back to the Heavenly Void Palace Master. The purple-armored woman shouted. Yes. Divine Master Bloodlamp immediately walked up from the great hall and chased the white-haired elder out. The white-haired elder did not dare to get angry again, afraid that Divine Master Bloodlamp would really kill him. The other experts in the hall reluctantly raised their heads to look at the purple-armored woman, but they quickly lowered their heads. Obviously, they were all in awe of the purple-armored woman. Although the scene just now happened in the hall, it was witnessed by one person from beginning to end. This person was Jian Wushuang. He was in the void not far from the buildings, and his soul power had already covered this place. Exiner, this girl is really good. Jian Wushuang secretly praised her. The purple-armored woman in the hall with great majesty and killing intent was his maid, Xiao Tianxin. He had killed Realm Lord Tianxiu and occupied the Tianxiu world. Then, he moved the Sword Alliance he created to this place. Under his tyrannical methods, the Heaven Curve world completely respected the Sword Alliance. After that, there was a huge change, and he had no choice but to leave the Golden Crow 9 realms. When he left, he also sent a message to Xiao Tianxin, telling him a few things. After that, he did not know what happened. But now, it seemed that Xiao Taixin's methods were extremely powerful. Even without his deterrence, he still managed the Sword Alliance and the entire Heaven Curve world in an orderly manner. The experts in the Heaven Curve world were filled with reverence toward him. The Sword Alliance was even more powerful because of the corpse puppet army that he had left behind. The only thing that it lacked was probably that there was no immortal saint in charge of it. However, the Golden Crow 9 realms had the rules set by Bone Emperor, so no one dared to violate them. It was very difficult for the forces of the other realms to invade the Heaven Curve world. For example, the Heaven Void Palace would be defeated this time. Xiner is probably more skillful than Yin Sewer of the Red Stone Castle, Jian Wushuang thought. He only came here to understand the current situation of the Sword Alliance, but he did not show up and did not send a message to Xiao Tianxin and the others. Xiao Tianxin and the others did not know that he had returned. After all, when those mysterious experts from the third firmament had descended, some of those experts had looked for Xiao Tianxin and the experts under him. If nothing went wrong, Xiao Tianxin and the others must have been soul-searched by someone with powerful means, and all their memories had been read. Only when they were certain that Xiao Tianxin and the others did not know his location could those experts let them off. However, they probably let them go to catch a big fish. If Jian Wushuang's guess was correct, Xiao Tianxin and the Divine Masters under the Sword Alliance who were close to Jian Wushuang must have left a special mark on their bodies. Once Jian Wushuang appeared in front of them, the mark would be triggered. The experts hiding in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow would immediately detect him and come to kill him as soon as possible. Therefore, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang to contact Xiao Tianxin and the others, let alone appear in front of them. After having a certain understanding of the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang returned to the Pill Sun Sacred World. The Pill Sun Sacred World did not change much. Jian Wushuang only took a look at Crimson Rock Castle, and then he went straight to the Secret Realm. The entrance to the Secret Realm was here. It was not Jian Wushuang's first time here, so he was naturally familiar with it. Soon, he opened the passage of the Secret Realm and entered the Secret Realm. Entering the Secret Realm and breaking through the obstacles in front of him, Jian Wushuang arrived at the true core of the Secret Realm in less than 15 minutes. At the same time, he saw the spirit of the Secret Realm again. Chapter 30-35. The probability was low, Elder Gu. Jian Wushuang looked at the plain-clothed elder in front of him with a humble expression. You're here. Elder Gu also looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. You must have just become an immortal saint, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. According to what I said, I came to the Secret Realm as soon as I became an immortal saint. I just don't know if I have a chance to get the opportunity left by the Master of the Secret Realm. The opportunity left by Master can only be obtained by completely passing the test set by him. The minimum threshold of this test is the Immortal Saint. You've just barely met the requirement to accept the test. As for whether you can pass it, I don't know, Elder Gu said. Elder Gu admired Jian Wushuang very much. Back then, Jian Wushuang had shown extraordinary skills and talent in the Secret Realm. Some of his skills even made Elder Gu astonished. For example, Jian Wushuang's soul had been killed 6 or 7 times in a space in order to get the corpse puppet army to accept the test. In the end, he was still alive and well. Elder Gu knew that Jian Wushuang was extraordinary and had great secrets. Therefore, he hoped that Jian Wushuang could pass the test left by his master and inherit his master's legacy. However, whether he could really succeed or not, it depended on Jian Wushuang's ability. How about this? Elder Gu waved his hand. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It was a bald man who was more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a hill. This bald man was lifeless. He was obviously a corpse puppet, but his aura was very impressive. He had reached the level of a 3rd-level true saint. Before you really go to the master's test, you should fight with this corpse puppet. If you can't defeat it, you should cultivate for a while before coming back, said Elder Gu. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and immediately looked at the corpse puppet. Let's do it, Elder Gu said indifferently. As soon as the corpse puppet next to him received his order, it instantly turned into a flowing light and flashed out. A golden axe appeared in the corpse puppet's hand. The corpse puppet held the axe with both hands at the same time. Whoosh! A streak of golden light flashed out, which was extremely majestic and domineering. It whistled and slashed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hands immediately. Without any fancy moves, the blade of the sword directly smashed toward the golden light with astonishing divine power. Clang! A low sound of metal colliding rang out, and the golden light dimmed. Under the pressure of Jian Wushuang's terrifying power, the golden axe in the corpse puppet's hand was directly thrown away, and its entire body was instantly pushed back. In just one exchange, the corpse puppet, which had reached the level of a rank 3 true saint, had been completely defeated. You defeated this corpse puppet cleanly. Elder Gu nodded slightly, but he frowned slightly. Elder Gu, what do you think? Jian Wushuang looked over. Your strength is indeed good, but if I'm not wrong, the reason why you were able to defeat this corpse puppet so easily was because of your divine power, which is much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 3 true saint. In other words, your strength is only strong, but in other aspects, although it's very good, it's not ridiculously strong, Elder Gu said. Jian Wushuang directly admitted this. Indeed, his strength was mainly reflected in his strength and power. Apart from his strength and power, his other aspects were similar to those of the top geniuses in the divine beginning world. It's impossible to pass the test left by Master if you only have strong strength and power, Elder Gu said in a deep voice. The test Master left behind is very special. In the test, no matter how strong your power is, it's useless. Master's test is purely based on your comprehension of the principles and the Tao. Not to mention your power, even if you know many secret arts and special techniques, you won't be able to use them during the test. Therefore, the chances of you succeeding in the test left by Master are very low. What? Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. It was purely a test of comprehension of principles and Tao. Power was useless? After all, he had just reached the immortal saint realm and his strength was still in the explosive stage. His comprehension of principles and Tao could be greatly improved at this level. In other words, his strength had not reached the limit of this level. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very disadvantageous for him to pass the test left by the Master of the Secret Realm. It is indeed very unlikely for you to pass the test left by Master. However, Master has already set a rule that the same cultivator can challenge the test 3 times. Since you are here today, you can try it first. Even if you fail, you will at least have a certain understanding of the test and have a good idea of it. In the future, when you come to challenge me for the second time, you will be more confident, Elder Gu said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. In that case, they'll give it a try today. There was a hint of anticipation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He really wanted to know what kind of test the owner of this secret realm, a principal master who could open a great secret realm, had left behind. Whoosh! A burst of majestic divine power condensed in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a dark tunnel. Enter through this passage, and you'll be in the trial ground. They'll tell you the content of the trial when you get there, Elder Gu said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He took a look at the dark passage in front of him and took a deep breath. Without much hesitation, he stepped into the passage. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Jian Wushuang appeared in a vast world. In the center of this world stood a towering mountain that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. This mountain gave Jian Wushuang a feeling of vastness and even a sense of fear. Little guy, the mountain you see now is called D Mountain. Master once moved to this secret realm by great means. Elder Gus' voice came from the void, and a faint figure appeared there. D Mountain? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the huge mountain in front of him. He had noticed that D Mountain was very different from an ordinary mountain at first glance. Chapter 3036. D Mountain. D Mountain is very special. Elder Gus' leisurely voice came from the void next to him. This D Mountain is completely covered by a special restriction. Cultivators, no matter who steps on the D Mountain, will immediately be restricted by the restriction. The power they can use is at most at the level of an ordinary first-level true saint. even if your realm has already surpassed that of a first-level true saint. Or if you have secret techniques that can increase the power of your divine power or special techniques, once you reach the D mountain, these secret techniques will not be able to be used. On D mountain, the only things you can use are the principles and Tao, as well as the various unique skills you created. D mountain is divided into 3 levels, namely the foot of the mountainside, and the mountaintop. Each level has 3 gatekeepers. What you need to do is to start from the foot of the mountain, then climb to the mountaintop and reach the top. That's enough. After hearing Elder Gus' words, Jian Wushuang moved. There are gatekeepers at the foot of the mountainside, and the top of the mountain. Does this mean that I will experience 3 trials in total? And it seems that these 3 trials will become more difficult as time goes on, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Let's begin. After Elder Gu finished speaking, the rest was left to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and appeared at the foot of the mountain. As soon as he arrived, he saw 3 figures standing quietly at the foot of the mountain. They were a black-clothed woman, a cold-looking elder, and a middle-aged man with red hair. Their expressions were cold and emotionless. Is this my opponent at the foot of the mountain? Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. Challenger, defeat us and you can go to the mountainside, the red-haired middle-aged man said coldly. As soon as he said this, the red-haired middle-aged man immediately moved. He rushed toward Jian Wushuang like a ball of hot flame. The red-haired middle-aged man wore a pair of red fists and his body was full of murderous aura. This murderous aura immediately swept toward Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the black-clothed woman and the cold-faced elder also made corresponding movements. The black-clothed woman directly merged into the surrounding void and completely disappeared. As for the cold-faced elder, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world in front of Jian Wushuang completely changed. He was originally taking the test at the foot of D Mountain, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a dark void. No, it was not a dark void. To be more precise, it was a dark prison. The dark prison had completely imprisoned him. There were even huge chains that completely bound him, making him unable to move. There were people around him who held knives and swords and wanted to cut his flesh. Illusion? Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Break. His body only shook for a moment, and a terrifying willpower burst out. The surrounding dark space immediately collapsed. You actually broke my illusion in an instant? The cold elder looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, and then snorted coldly. He pointed his right hand from afar, and 6 sharp dark spikes turned into 6 pitch-black beams of light, piercing through the void and shooting toward Jian Wushuang's head. Each of the 6 dark spikes contained a strong impact power. Before the 6 dark spikes appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, the red-haired middle-aged man's fist had already arrived. His fist was hot and violent, like a raging flame, directly covering Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and suddenly brandished his blood mountain sword. His divine power exploded the moment he brandished it, but at the same time, his face darkened. As expected, no matter how much I use my divine power, the power I can release is only at the level of a rank 1 true saint. I can't use any means to amplify the power. Even the boundless sword tree, which is 6,600 meters tall, can't amplify the power of my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang frowned. However, he could not use all his strength. The 3 people guarding at the foot of the mountain could only activate the power of a rank 1 true saint. Under the same power, Jian Wushuang was not afraid of them at all. Die! Jian Wushuang suddenly let out a low shout, and a terrible evil aura suddenly burst out. Space-time sword art, Evil Xiang. It was the most terrifying move that Jian Wushuang had created. Roar! A deep, angry roar suddenly came from the heaven and earth. The shocking sword light that Jian Wushuang waved turned into a complete and huge ancient exotic beast in the blink of an eye, and fiercely smashed into the red-haired middle-aged man's fist. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. The red-haired middle-aged man let out a shrill scream, and his body was sent flying heavily. Suddenly, a cold black light appeared behind Jian Wushuang without any warning. The black light was cold, dazzling, and full of killing intent. However, Jian Wushuang only slightly moved his body, and silver light burst out. Swish! The dark dagger cut through the void, but it did not have the time to cut through the corner of Jian Wushuang's clothes. Jian Wushuang had already appeared beside the black-clothed woman. A sword light was extremely fast and directly slashed at the black-clothed woman. It was much faster and more violent than when the black-clothed woman stabbed out with the dagger. Whoosh! The sword light directly passed through the divine body of the black-clothed woman. Then, Jian Wushuang's body burst forth again. He easily dodged the 6 dark spikes and chopped off the cold elder's head. In just a moment, 2 of the 3 people who surrounded Jian Wushuang were killed and 1 was injured. Jian Wushuang naturally passed the test at the foot of the mountain. After passing the test, Jian Wushuang immediately went to the mountainside. As for the black-clothed woman and the cold-faced elder, their divine bodies had recovered. In the void not far from D Mountain, the elder of the secret realm, Spirit Valley, had been standing there quietly watching. He had witnessed everything that had happened at the foot of the mountain. When he saw that Jian Wushuang had easily defeated the 3 people at the foot of the mountain, he could not help nodding slightly. His comprehension of the space-time principle is not bad. He has reached the limit of the 2nd stage, which is considered good among rank 3 true saints. The swordsmanship he created is at the peak of rank 3. This kind of comprehension, it should not be difficult to pass the tests at the foot of the mountain or at the mountainside. What is difficult is the mountaintop. Elder Gu knew very well that the 3 tests of D Mountain were more and more difficult, especially the trial on the mountain top, which was the most difficult of the 3 trials. In the primordial divine world, ordinary geniuses could not pass the trial on the mountain top. Only the top super geniuses could. As for Jian Wushuang, Elder Gu did not think that Jian Wushuang could pass the trial on the mountain top. Chapter 3037. The Mountaintop D Mountain, on the mountainside. There were also 3 gatekeepers on the mountainside, just like at the foot of the mountain. One of them was good at close combat, and their attacks were tyrannical. The other was good at speed, and good at sneak attacks and assassinations. The last person knew how to use soul attacks, and his soul techniques were incomparably powerful. The difference was that the 3 gatekeepers on the mountainside were much more powerful than the 3 at the foot of the mountain. Get lost. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He slashed out his blood mountain sword and performed the evil Xiang move. The terrifying sword light collided with the sledgehammer wielded by a strong young man. Although he had the upper hand, the strong young man was not defeated by him. He was not completely crushed. Next to him, an evil-looking young man slashed at Jian Wushuang's head again and again. The last gatekeeper, who was not far away, used his soul attack to affect Jian Wushuang. The 3 of them worked well together, which put a lot of pressure on Jian Wushuang. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang finally burst out. His silver light movement suddenly burst out, and his speed completely surpassed the fastest of the 3. He directly appeared in front of the gatekeeper who had used soul attack. Then he used Star Dream, which was so fast, the gatekeeper did not have time to react and was killed on the spot. After one of the 3 was killed, the other 2 obviously could not defeat Jian Wushuang. So they were soon defeated by Jian Wushuang one by one. They passed the mountainside. Finally, Jian Wushuang arrived at the top of D Mountain. There were also 3 gatekeepers on the mountaintop. They were a stocky elder and 2 women, 1 black and 1 white. Master left D Mountain behind and set 3 tests. You passed the 2 tests at the foot and the mountainside. This proves that your talent is not weak. Even in the vast divine beginning world, you can be considered a first-class genius. But that's it, the stocky elder said. You'll never pass the test of the 3 of us, the white-robed woman also said. How would I know if I don't try? Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. Soon, he fought with the 3 gatekeepers. After the real battle, Jian Wushuang understood why Elder Gu had said that the probability of him passing the test was very low. It was because the test on the mountaintop was too difficult. Although the 3 gatekeepers on the mountaintop had also displayed the power of a rank 1 true saint, each of them had reached the peak of a rank 3 true saint in terms of their comprehension of the rules and Tao. Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time principles and sword principle was only at the peak of a rank 3 true saint. Any one of the three could fight him head-on, and it was hard to predict who would win. But now it was a 3-on-1 fight. The three of them were working well together. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for them? Jian Wushuang held on for a while, but he was defeated in the end. As soon as he was defeated, Jian Wushuang was immediately sent out of D Mountain. I failed. Jian Wushuang returned to the hall with a sigh. Little guy, how do you feel? Elder Gu looked at him with interest. Too weak. Any one of the three gatekeepers on the top of the mountain is equal to me. If the three of them work together, I'm no match for them, Jian Wushuang said. I've already said that it's very unlikely for you to pass the test left by Master. It's true, but don't take it too seriously. I can see that you've just reached the Immortal Saint level, and your strength is still in an explosive stage. You still have a lot of room to improve your strength at the level of a rank 1 true saint. Judging from your fight with the three gatekeepers on the top of D Mountain, you are not too far away from passing the test. As long as you can make great progress in the future, you should be able to pass it. Elder Gu smiled and said, Indeed. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. It was true that he could not pass D Mountain's test, but he was not too far away from passing the test. He was close to passing it. With such a small gap, as long as he made some progress in his strength, he should be able to pass it. Now, under the situation where I can't fully utilize my strength, I can't deal with the joint attack of the three gatekeepers. If I want to defeat the three of them, I can only make a big breakthrough in the rules or sword principle. Among the rules and sword principle, his comprehension of reincarnation principles was even lower than the space-time principles. Even if he improved to the same level as the space-time principles, the increase in his battle strength was minimal. He was afraid that he would still be unable to pass the test on the top of the mountain. As for the sword principle, although his immeasurable sword tree was already 6,600 feet tall, his understanding of the sword principle was not very high. However, it was very difficult to improve the sword principle. In a short time, Jian Wushuang could not make great progress in his sword principle. The only thing he could improve now was the space-time principle. Space-time principle, right? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he flipped his hand and took out a golden stone the size of an infant's fist. Looking at the golden stone, Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a strange light. This golden stone was the strange stone that contained the space-time divine principle. Jian Wushuang had stepped into the space-time temple from this golden stone and learned the heaven-designated skill. However, the heaven-designated skill was only one of the first moves of the space-time divine principle. Jian Wushuang knew that there were two moves of the space-time divine principle contained in this golden stone alone. However, because his comprehension of the space-time principles was too low, he was not qualified to learn the second move. Now, his comprehension of the space-time rules had greatly improved. Reaching the limit of the second stage, he could try to learn the second move of the space-time divine skill. Most importantly, when Jian Wushuang was comprehending the first move of the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill, his comprehension of the space-time principle had also greatly improved. Now, his comprehension of the space-time principle had reached the limit of the second stage. He could use the second move of the space-time divine skill to improve his comprehension of the space-time principles so that his comprehension of the space-time principles could reach the third stage. Once his comprehension of the space-time principles reached the third stage, he would have the confidence to pass the test on the top of D Mountain. Thinking of this, the light in his eyes grew brighter. Chapter 3038. One Finger Oblivion. Elder Gu, I want a place where I can cultivate and comprehend in peace, Jian Wushuang said. Sure, this secret realm is very big, and there is no other cultivator besides you. I can arrange a place for you to ensure that no one will disturb you, Elder Gu said. But I have to remind you that any cultivator only has 3 chances to enter D Mountain. You've already used it once before, and there are only 2 chances left. You must seize these 2 chances. You must be at least 70 to 80% sure that you can go again. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, Elder Gu arranged a separate dark void for Jian Wushuang. The dark void was boundless. Jian Wushuang sat alone with his legs crossed. In front of him was a golden stone the size of a baby's fist. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang sank his consciousness into the golden stone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scene immediately began to change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of terrifying space-time storms filled every corner of the world. The killing power contained in these space-time storms was ridiculously strong. Jian Wushuang even suspected that even a principal's master would be torn into pieces by this space-time storm, let alone a true saint. He reckoned that he would be torn into pieces by this space-time storm. In many places in the space-time storm, space-time seemed to have completely frozen and stopped. Pieces of space continued to break and regenerate. In the center of this space-time storm, there was an extremely tall golden palace door. This palace door was magnificent and majestic, but the inside of the palace door was mysterious. What he could sense was still the vast and boundless power of space-time. It was as if it led to another space-time. Jian Wushuang was standing under the golden palace gate. Here I am again. Seeing the space-time palace gate in front of him, Jian Wushuang's heart was still filled with many waves. The words that he had heard before were still echoing in his ears. Cross the space-time gate, enter my space-time palace, and be a member of my divine palace. Jian Wushuang had stepped through the time-space palace gate before he was able to comprehend the first move of the time-space divine skill, the heaven-designated skill. But now, taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang stepped into the palace gate again without any hesitation. As soon as he entered the palace gate, he came to a vast and boundless void. In the void, a tall figure stood there. The tall figure was 3 meters tall and wore a simple but clean white robe. His figure was obscure and his face could not be seen. He stood in the middle of the void with his hands behind his back. It's him again. Jian Wushuang, you are not unfamiliar with this tall figure. When he was comprehending the heaven-designated skill, he saw the tall figure personally use the heaven-designated skill to imprison many experts, causing them to be stuck in time and space for a long time and unable to recover. If Jian Wushuang was right, the tall figure was probably the creator of the time and space divine skill, the temporal temple master. Now, Jian Wushuang saw the tall figure again, standing in front of a star. It was a huge star that was much larger than the magic note divine kingdom. Such a star was simply a colossus. Jian Wushuang also sensed the aura of countless cultivators in the star. They were all very powerful, including many immortal saints. Jian Wushuang even faintly sensed the aura of the principal's master. What is he going to do? As a bystander, Jian Wushuang stared at the tall figure quietly. Finally, the tall figure moved. He still did not move much. He just slowly extended his right hand and pointed in the direction of the giant star. Yes, it was the simplest finger. It was exactly the same as when he used the heaven-designated skill. However, under this finger, an obscure power of space-time rules suddenly swept out. In front of them, on the giant star, a terrifying space-time storm appeared out of thin air. The space-time storm completely covered the entire star, and a large number of space-time blades crazily rampaged and strangled everything. Then, the giant star, including the countless cultivators on the star, began to be annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was annihilated, completely annihilated. Whether it was the giant star, the cultivators in the star, or the few hidden principles masters that Jian Wushuang sensed, there was no room for struggle. In the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated. The giant star completely disappeared, and the world returned to peace as if nothing had happened. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. After a while, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. The second move of the space-time divine art, one-finger void annihilation. One-finger void annihilation. Space-time annihilation. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void, but his body was faintly trembling. It was too terrifying. The scene just now was too terrifying. It should be known that the giant star was much larger than a magic note divine kingdom. Such a huge star, the tall figure only needed one finger to completely annihilate it. Such a terrifying method was simply unbelievable. Space-time annihilation? Yes, the tall figure just used the space-time annihilation, which can be used in the third stage of the space-time principles. Jian Wushuang was still recalling the scene just now. The space-time storm appeared and annihilated everything in the world, and the method was obviously space-time annihilation. According to Jian Wushuang's understanding of the space-time principles, each level of the space-time principles had a new ability. The first level of the space-time principles could condense a space-time illusion body. The second level could control the space-time blade. The third level allowed one to perform the space-time annihilation. The fourth level allowed one to perform teleportation. Jian Wushuang had not yet reached the third level of the space-time annihilation, but he had clearly used the space-time annihilation with his finger earlier. He had used the space-time annihilation in a special way to its fullest and most perfect effect. This move was terrifying in terms of its destructive power alone. It's just right that my space-time principles has advanced one step further, which is to control the space-time annihilation move, and the one-finger void annihilation move is to perfectly utilize the space-time annihilation move. I can completely comprehend this move while controlling the space-time annihilation, and I can easily step into the third level of the space-time principles. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. Chapter 3039. The third stage of the space-time principles in the dark void. Jian Wushuang was very excited. With the gold-splitting secret manual in hand, I have already dissected the first 3 stages of the space-time principles in great detail. It's still very helpful to me. With the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls in hand, I can improve my comprehension speed by many times. Now, I can comprehend the space-time annihilation from the space-time annihilation skill of one finger. With so many cultivation resources, it won't take an ordinary person long to make a breakthrough. As for me, let's see how long it will take. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then he began to meditate carefully. Time began to pass slowly. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. After only 1 year, Jian Wushuang's eyes were still open in the dark void. He stared at the void in front of him. With a move of his consciousness, the power of the space-time rule suddenly burst out. Whoosh, a large amount of the power of the space-time principles condensed in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed countless space-time blades. Each of these space-time blades was extremely powerful and contained an astonishing killing power. However, under Jian Wushuang's control, the space-time blades immediately began to evolve. Boom! A space-time storm rose. The space-time storm cut through the void like a blade, and then it began to destroy. In the blink of an eye, all the matter in that small piece of void had been completely destroyed, leaving no trace. The third stage of the space-time principles, space-time destruction, is done? Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Just as he had expected, he had the golden splitting secret manual which perfectly dissected the first 3 stages of the space-time principles. And he also had 3 heaven-sealing scrolls which could speed up his comprehension of the space-time principle. Finally, there was the space-time annihilation finger skill which could be used as a reference. With these 3 great opportunities in front of him, it provided him with the fastest way. His comprehension of the space-time principle had already reached the limit of the second stage and was only 1 step away from the third stage. But now, this 1 step was directly crossed in the short span of a year. In the third stage of the space-time principles, the space-time annihilation had been controlled, which meant that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rule had completely entered a new level. Especially in the use of the space-time principles, it would be much stronger than before. Let's try it first. Jian Wushuang stood up and looked at the endless dark void in front of him. In the next moment, his body suddenly moved. Whoosh! His body instantly burst out, but he had already appeared at the end of the dark void and then returned to his original place. This process had been completed in a flash. My speed is so much faster than before? Jian Wushuang muttered. After his comprehension of the space-time principle was greatly improved, he could control the power of the space-time principle more easily. The space-time around him had less influence on him, so his speed naturally increased. Just now, Jian Wushuang had just made a simple move, but his speed was definitely several times faster than before he broke through. I haven't used my movement skill just now. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and then his body moved again. This time, he directly used the silver light movement skill. Swish, 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 swish. One after another, silver phantoms shuttled back and forth in the dark void. Their figures were so ghostly that no one could catch a trace of them, let alone an ordinary person. Even a genuine rank 3 true saint would not be able to catch a trace of Jian Wushuang here. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch a glimpse of Jian Wushuang's actual figure. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure once again returned to the distance. When I use the silver light movement technique, my speed should be about 6 times faster than before, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Only 6 times? Jian Wushuang frowned. With a simple sweep, he found that his speed had not only increased by 6 times, but should have increased by 7 times, or even 8 times. But now, when he used the movement technique, his speed had only increased by 6 times. This meant, my movement technique is not perfect enough. There is still a lot of room for improvement, Jian Wushuang said. Movement technique was different from an absolute art. An absolute art was created by combining the rule and sword principle. But movement technique relied purely on the rule. When Jian Wushuang created the silver light movement technique, his comprehension of the space-time principle was only at the limit of the second stage. But now, his comprehension of the space-time principles had reached the third stage and reached a new level. At this time, he was looking at the silver light movement technique, which had many shortcomings and could be improved. No rush, let's test the power of the sword skill first. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and then took out his blood mountain sword. In the dark void, Jian Wushuang began to display his sword skill. First, he simply used the power of space-time principles to display his swordsmanship, feeling the changes in the speed and power of his swordsmanship. Then, he displayed the 2 ultimate skills, Evil Xiang and Star Dream, one by one. The result was obvious. As he improved the space-time principles, his swordsmanship improved greatly in both speed and power. For example, in terms of power, his Evil Xiang should be 3 times more powerful than before. Do not underestimate the power of 3 times, because it was just an absolute art. If Jian Wushuang used all his divine power and all kinds of techniques at the same time, his overall strength would be greatly improved. As for Star Dream, it did not focus on power, so it would not be much stronger. However, its speed was greatly increased, becoming faster and faster at the same time. The tearing and cutting ability of the sword edge had also increased by a large margin. In general, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had also improved to a new level. In addition, after he had reached the third stage of comprehending the space-time principles and had mastered the space-time annihilation, he could barely perform the second move of the space-time divine skill, the one-finger void annihilation skill. I wonder how powerful the one-finger void annihilation skill will be? Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. He took a deep breath, looked at the void in front of him, and then slowly raised his right hand. Just like the tall figure in the golden stone, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the void in front of him. This finger seemed ordinary, but the moment it was pointed out, the power of space-time principles burst out. Rumble, a majestic space-time storm appeared out of thin air. Chapter 3040. Another challenge at D Mountain. Walhalla, the space-time storm destroyed everything. Although the space-time storm was not as big as the giant figure in the golden stone picture, it still existed in a vast void, and all the materials in that void were destroyed. All the matter in that void had been annihilated. So powerful. Looking at the completely annihilated void in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. He could feel that the power of his finger space annihilating skill should be more than 100 times stronger than the space-time annihilation he controlled. In other words, he could control the space-time annihilation only after he had comprehended the space-time rules to the third stage. But after the special application of the space-time divine skill, it was 100 times more powerful. It was too terrifying. I can feel that even if I use my divine power to perform this move, I can easily crush a rank 3 true saint and completely annihilate him. Even his immortal body is useless. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The annihilation of time and space was to completely annihilate an area of time and space. All matter was completely annihilated, including divine power. For an expert of the true saint realm, even if his divine body was destroyed, his divine power could still be regenerated when scattered around. However, This finger annihilation of space could completely annihilate the divine power of this area of time and space. Naturally, it could destroy this true saint directly. This is only the strength of my divine power. If I use many secret skills, the power of my divine power will soar again. Even a rank for true saint would not be able to resist this move, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The void annihilation technique was too powerful. Jian Wushuang was also shocked. He had only grasped the first step of this technique, and his comprehension of the space-time principles had just reached the third stage. In the future, his comprehension of the space-time principles could continue to improve. He would become more and more familiar with this technique, and when he used it, it would be more powerful. Space-time divine skill, one-finger heaven-designated skill, and now one-finger void annihilation technique. I wonder what kind of supreme existence the space-time temple master who created this divine skill is. Jian Wushuang secretly praised. With the space-annihilating finger skill, he had another trump card in his hand, or even a killer move. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang gradually calmed down. Now, my comprehension of the space-time principles has improved so much that it has greatly improved my speed and swordsmanship. As for the space-annihilating finger skill, although it is not useful when I go to D Mountain, even without the space-annihilating finger skill, I should have an 80% chance of passing through D Mountain now. If I slightly improve the silver light movement skill that I created so that it can perfectly combine with my speed, then I have a 90% chance of passing through it. Jian Wushuang was quite excited. Immediately, in this dark space, Jian Wushuang began to comprehend and improve his movement skill again. In the dark space, streaks of silver light constantly flickered. This was Jian Wushuang constantly trying to perform his movement skill. While performing it, he constantly discovered his shortcomings and then improved them. With his talent and comprehension of the space-time principles, it was very easy for him to improve his movement technique. It only took him 10 days. After 10 days, Jian Wushuang's silver light movement technique had been improved. Of course, this improvement was only from Jian Wushuang's current point of view. But if his comprehension of the space-time principles improved to a new level in the future, his view of his movement technique would be different. My movement skills have improved. I'm 90% sure that I can pass the D Mountain. I can go now. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and immediately shouted, Elder Gu. A moment later, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of Elder Gu. Elder Gu, I want to challenge the D Mountain again, Jian Wushuang said directly. Challenge again? It's only been a year? Elder Gu frowned slightly. He had warned Jian Wushuang that anyone who tried to challenge D Mountain would only have 3 chances. Jian Wushuang had already used it once, so there were only 2 chances left. For this reason, Elder Gu had specifically reminded Jian Wushuang to be as cautious as possible in the next 2 chances and to try again when he was sure. But now, it had only been a year since he first tried to challenge D Mountain. He came here after a year? Could it be that he had made great progress in this 1 year? Little guy, how confident are you? Elder Gu tried to ask. 70 to 80%, Jian Wushuang said. He was being humble. Although he was 90% confident, he only said 70 to 80%. 70 to 80%, I can try. A smile appeared on Elder Gu's face again. Then he waved his hand, and the tunnel leading to D Mountain appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. Go in, Elder Gu said. Jian Wushuang also stepped into the tunnel. D Mountain was tall and majestic, which was extremely shocking. Although Jian Wushuang had reached the top of the mountain last time, he still had to start from the foot of the mountain this time. Chi, Chi, Chi. The 3 gatekeepers at the foot of the mountain could not hinder Jian Wushuang at all. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang had reached the top of D Mountain again. On the top of the mountain, the burly elder and the 2 women, one black and one white, were still standing there, looking at Jian Wushuang calmly. You're here again, the black-clothed woman said. It's only been a year since you came here last time. Although Master gave you 3 chances, you didn't take this test seriously. How much progress can you make in just a year? How can you overcome the obstacles of the 3 people? We'll know if we can. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Oh, you're very confident? Then the 3 of us will crush your confidence now. The stocky elder said in a deep voice. Do it. Whoosh. The stocky elder and the black-clothed woman moved at the same time. As for the white-robed woman, a warm white light emerged from her body and shone toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's consciousness was also affected by the warm white light, but he quickly came back to his senses. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw the black-robed woman appear behind him. At the same time, a cold blood-red saber light cut toward Jian Wushuang's head from behind. The angle was tricky, and the speed was also very fast. If Jian Wushuang had not broken through the comprehension of the space-time principle before, he would have been a little embarrassed in the face of this saber light. But now, Chapter 3041, Passed under swish. Jian Wushuang's figure had disappeared into thin air. In its place was a strange silver stream of light, followed by a sword light. It was incredibly fast. When the sword light lit up, the black-clothed woman's eyes shrank, and a trace of horror flashed across her face. The sword was so fast that the black-clothed woman did not react at all. Chi. The sword light flashed and the black-clothed woman's head flew away. In just one move, the black-clothed woman among the three gatekeepers had been killed. Humph! With an angry snort, the stocky elder had already arrived in front of Jian Wushuang. He held a big hammer in each of his hands, and his body was covered with a large number of black thunderbolts. It was as if the thunder god had come to the world, and he suddenly attacked Jian Wushuang. Good timing. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and threw out his sword with his right hand. At the moment he threw out his sword, a shocking sword essence suddenly burst out. Space-time sword art. Xixiang. Bang. A low collision sound was heard. The stocky elder's body suddenly trembled, and he immediately retreated in a sorry state. Before Jian Wushuang's comprehension of space-time principles had reached a breakthrough, he had used all of his strength to use Xixiang to clash with the stocky elder. He had barely gained the upper hand. But now, his comprehension of space-time principles had reached the third stage. The power of Jian Wushuang's Xixiang move had increased by 3 times. When the two fought again, it was naturally a crushing blow. Die! Jian Wushuang's body flashed, and he attacked the last white-robed woman. The white-robed woman used her soul attack and controlled the strange spears to flash toward Jian Wushuang one after another. However, Jian Wushuang easily dodged them. Then, the sword light flashed past the white-robed woman and she was killed. In just a moment, 2 of the 3 gatekeepers were killed, and the burly elder was completely crushed. The result was naturally out. Boy, congratulations on reaching the top of D Mountain. The burly elder stood aside and watched Jian Wushuang. The divine bodies of the black-robed woman and the white-robed woman, who had been killed by Jian Wushuang, were restored. They looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in their eyes. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. At this moment, a figure condensed on the top of D Mountain. It was Elder Gu, who had been watching the battle from the side. Congratulations, little guy. Elder Gu looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of joy on his face as he said, "It has been a long time since Master left this secret realm. Now, someone can finally pass the test left by Master. Little guy, come with me." Elder Gu waved his hand, and a space passage appeared in the void around D Mountain. Elder Gu led Jian Wushuang directly into the space passage. They were still in the secret realm, but it was still the core and the most important area of the secret realm. They were still in a palace, but the palace was 30,000 feet tall and vast. As soon as Jian Wushuang stepped into the palace, he looked through the void and saw a figure sitting on a lofty throne at the end of the palace. It was a slender, 3-meter-tall, handsome young man. The young man's skin was fair, tender, and even better than many beautiful women. He wore a snow-white velvet coat with golden edges, and his long brown hair fell to his shoulders. He looked lazy, but he had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to contain billions of stars. Above those deep eyes were 2 sword-shaped eyebrows. These 2 sword-shaped eyebrows were like 2 peerless divine swords in a scabbard. As long as they were slightly bunched up, a terrifying sword essence would burst out. The young man sat on the throne lazily. There was no aura emanating from his body, making him look extremely ordinary. However, even though the young man was sitting at the end of the palace, He was still far away from Jian Wushuang. The young man did not even raise his head to look at him. He just sat there. It still made Jian Wushuang feel a trace of respect. Yes, it was respect. It was an instinctive respect for experts. Little guy, come with me to see Master, Elder Gu said. Master? Is that the master of the secret realm? Jian Wushuang was quite excited. He followed Elder Gu and slowly walked toward the palace. After a while, they finally arrived at the center of the palace and in front of the towering throne. As they walked here, the reverence in Jian Wushuang's heart grew stronger and stronger. Master, Elder Gu said. His voice was gentle, but it was absolutely respectful. On the towering throne, the 3-meter-tall handsome man moved slightly. Then he slowly raised his eyelids. His pitch-black, emotionless eyes looked directly at Elder Gu and Jian Wushuang. The moment Jian Wushuang sensed the handsome man's eyes, his heart turned cold, as if he had completely fallen into an ice cellar. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had lived for 2 lifetimes and had experienced many storms. In his last life, he had even seen countless top experts. Although those experts were restricted by Heaven and Earth and could not unleash their true strength and power, however, Jian Wushuang had seen some incredible methods. Therefore, although Jian Wushuang was full of awe in front of this handsome man, he did not lose his composure too much. Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings, Senior, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. He could see that the handsome man in front of him had died a long time ago, leaving behind only a consciousness incarnation. Heavenly Sword Marquis? An ancient and deep voice slowly came out of the handsome man's mouth. Did you pass the D mountain test that I left behind? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Master, this little guy is extremely talented and has an extraordinary background, Elder Gu said. I know. The handsome man nodded. He had created the secret realm himself. Although Elder Gu was in charge of many things in the secret realm, as the master of the secret realm, he knew all the things that had happened in the secret realm. For example, when Jian Wushuang had tried to get the corpse puppet army, the handsome man had seen that his soul had been killed 6 or 7 times in order to survive the test. Once his soul is destroyed, he will definitely die. This is a common thing of the heavenly axiom, but this little guy completely goes against the common knowledge of the heavenly axiom. He is a special anomaly in the heaven and earth, and the heavenly axiom does not allow him to exist. The handsome man glanced at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes. In any case, since you have passed the D mountain test that I left behind, what I left in the secret realm will naturally belong to you. The handsome man's voice rang out slowly. Chapter 3042. Shui Bei. In any case, since you have passed the D mountain test I left behind, what I left behind in this secret realm will naturally belong to you. Hearing the handsome man's words, Jian Wushuang was also delighted. This handsome man was a genuine principles master, and he was also a principles master who had opened a secret realm. As far as Jian Wushuang knew, principles masters were superior, but there were differences in strength. Most principles masters who were weaker could not open a secret realm of heaven and earth. Those who could open a secret realm of heaven and earth were definitely the best among principles masters. Moreover, on the way to the depths of the secret realm, he saw a lot of sarcophagi. In addition to many top-notch and invincible immortal saints, there were 2 principles master sarcophagi. The handsome man had also killed the 2 principles masters. To be able to kill principles masters and 2 principles masters at that, one could imagine the strength of the handsome man. Jian Wushuang was naturally eager to get the things left in the secret realm by such a super existence. Before you get what I left, you must remember my name. My name is Shui Bei and I come from the divine ancestor Taoist sect, the bloodline of the blood ancestor. The handsome man's voice sounded again. Divine ancestor Taoist sect? The bloodline of the blood ancestor? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had never heard of the divine ancestor Taoist sect or the bloodline of the blood ancestor. He had only heard of the blood clan, which was one of the 4 great divine clans of the divine beginning world. However, the blood clan and the bloodline of the blood ancestor were clearly 2 different things. Seeing the confusion on Jian Wushuang's face, Shui Bei asked, Heavenly Sword Marquis, You haven't left the endless territory, have you? Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. He had been born in the endless territory. Although he was full of longing and yearning for the vast third heaven, he had never been there before because he was not strong enough. That's right. Born in the endless territory, you haven't really explored the third heaven, so your horizons are limited. It's normal that you haven't heard of the divine ancestor Taoist sect. Shui said, although you haven't heard of the divine ancestor Taoist sect, you can still come into contact with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance with your strength. I know about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I'm now a Heaven-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Jin Wushuang said. Heaven-level? Shui glanced at Jin Wushuang and nodded slightly. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is recognized as the most powerful freedom alliance in the divine beginning world. However, there are many powerful freedom alliances in the divine beginning world. There are 3 of them, and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is only one of them. 3 freedom alliances? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is only one of the 3 freedom alliances? Then the other 2 freedom alliances are, the remaining 2 freedom alliances are the Space-Time Temple and the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, Shui said. Jin Wushuang was stunned. He knew about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the 3 freedom alliances. He also knew about the Space-Time Temple, and it must be related. After all, the 2 space-time divine skills he had obtained from the Golden Stone came from the Space-Time Temple. According to the information in the Golden Stone, he had already entered the Space-Time Gate, so he was a member of the Space-Time Temple. The Space-Time Temple is one of the 3 strongest freedom alliances in the divine beginning world. Jin Wushuang was a little shocked. He had guessed that the Space-Time Temple must be extremely powerful, and that the temple master who created it must be unfathomable. Now it seemed that it was true. One of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning world was on par with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was ranked first and recognized as the strongest, the fact that the Space-Time Temple was on par with it was enough to show how terrifying the Space-Time Temple was. This was the case for the Temporal Temple, as well as for the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Of the 3 great freedom alliances, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is the strongest and has the largest number of branches. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has spread to every corner of the divine beginning world. However, the Temporal Temple is different from the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. The Temporal Temple is the most mysterious, and its methods are also very impressive. Most of the powerful warriors within the temple have comprehended the principles of time and space. And these powerful warriors who are proficient in the principles of time and space have used their most powerful methods to create a special patch of time and space, making it difficult for others to find them. Especially the mysterious temple master of the Space-Time Temple. His comprehension of the principles of space-time is widely recognized as the number 1 person in the divine beginning world. His ability to use space-time is unparalleled, and he is definitely one of the best among the countless cultivators in the entire divine beginning world. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang was shocked, but he was not surprised. The temple master of the Space-Time Temple had created the space-time divine skill himself. Jin Wushuang had already experienced how powerful the space-time divine skill was. Finally, it's the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. The Divine Ancestor Taoist sect is not as extensive. Most of its power is concentrated in the third heaven. Although the Divine Ancestor is the leader of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, it has many factions under its command. My Blood Ancestor faction is one of them, Shui said. Senior, with your strength, you should be at the top of the Blood Ancestor faction, right? Jin Wushuang could not help asking. Shui was a powerful principles master who could open a secret realm of heaven and earth. Such a rule master was a peak expert in the entire divine beginning world. Among the factions under the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, he should be ranked among the top. You can say that. Shui nodded slightly. I belong to the Blood Ancestors lineage. There are more than 10 masters of principles, but there are only 2 who can match my strength. Back then, I was a great general in the Blood Ancestors lineage. As Shui spoke, his gaze became misty. It was as if he had recalled everything he had experienced over the long years. I once fought my way into a sect alone, killed 4 rule masters, and left unhurriedly. I was lucky enough to accept the invitation to participate in the Heaven Lake banquet where the top experts gathered. I once participated in the world-ending war with the experts of the Blood Ancestors bloodline. I was even lucky enough to go to the universe battlefield with the Blood Ancestor. Shui Bai's voice was rather ethereal. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang's expression was very strange. The Heaven Lake Feast? The world-ending war from countless years ago? The universe battlefield? Jian Wushuang murmured. He was very unfamiliar with these things. However, he also knew that he was only an immortal saint and had stayed in the endless territories. He had not been to the third heaven, the core of the divine beginning world. It was normal that he did not know many things. However, Shui Bai's words still made Jian Wushuang's blood boil and his heart filled with yearning. After a long time, Shui Bai seemed to calm down. Forget it. It's all in the past. His voice also became low. Chapter 3043. 4 opportunities, first half, Shui Bai's expression was obviously a bit desolate. Right? No matter how brilliant and arrogant he used to be, he still died in the end. What was left now was only a trace of consciousness. Heavenly Sword Marquis. If you can pass the test I set, then the opportunities in this secret realm will be handed to you. I left 4 opportunities in this secret realm, Shui Bai said. 4. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up and his heart was full of expectation. First is the first opportunity. Shui Bai waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the interspatial ring in confusion. This is all the resources and treasures that I have collected in my life. They are all in this interspatial ring, Shui Bai said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes couldn't help reddening. The treasures and resources that Shui Bai had collected in his life? Wasn't this all of Shui Bai's wealth? This was an extremely powerful principles master. All of his wealth? How many resources and treasures did he have? Jian Wushuang could not imagine. Don't be happy too early. This interspatial ring is not meant for you. Just as Jian Wushuang was excited, Shui Bai poured cold water on him. Jian Wushuang could not help but be stunned. Shui Bai had just said that he would give him an opportunity, and then he took out this interspatial ring. In the end, it was not for him? It's true that this interspatial ring is what I've collected all my life, but I intend to leave these things to the blood ancestor lineage. After all, there is competition among all the factions in the divine ancestor Taoist sect. This competition is very fierce, and the blood ancestor lineage also desperately needs the resources that I've left behind. The reason why I'm taking it out now is that I hope you can give it to the blood ancestor lineage in the future. Of course, I've already set a special restriction on the interspatial ring. Only the unique means of the blood ancestor bloodline can unlock it. Otherwise, even a principles master cannot open it, Shui Bai said. Jian Wushuang's expression became even more strange. Shui Bai glanced at Jian Wushuang. He said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, although you didn't take me as your master, you passed my test and can inherit my legacy. You can barely be considered half a disciple of me, so you can be considered a member of the blood ancestors bloodline. It's not too much for me to ask you to give this interspatial ring to the blood ancestors bloodline. It's not too much. Of course it's not too much. Jian Wushuang just smiled awkwardly. You don't have to be too disappointed. Although I won't give you this interspatial ring that I've collected all my life, I've also chosen 3 special treasures for you. These 3 treasures are my first opportunity for you, Shui Bai said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang looked forward to it again. First is the first treasure. Shui Bai waved his hand, and a 1-meter-long jade ruler appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The jade ruler had a unique shape, and its body was carved with extremely complicated secret patterns. These secret patterns covered the entire body of the jade ruler. Moreover, the jade ruler was surrounded by 2 completely different powers, ice and fire. Seeing the jade ruler in front of him, Jian Wushuang's expression could not help but change. From the first glance at the jade ruler, he could already tell that it was extraordinary. This aura is extraordinary and superior. What level is this treasure? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He had seen many treasures, and the most amazing one was naturally the mountain river map. However, because the level of the map was too high, Jin Wushuang could not see the specific level of the map. Other than the map, the other treasures Jin Wushuang had seen were probably far inferior to the Jade Ruler. This is the Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler. It's a domain-type supreme treasure that I obtained by chance a long time ago, Shuebei said. Supreme treasure? Jin Wushuang's pupils constricted. In the divine beginning world, there were all kinds of treasures, from earth treasures to heavenly treasures to holy treasures. Holy treasures were only used by the immortal saint, but the principal's masters, whose strength far surpassed that of the immortal saint, used supreme treasures. The supreme treasure of heaven and earth was extremely powerful. Jin Wushuang finally understood why the Jade Ruler's aura was so extraordinary and superior. It turned out to be a supreme treasure, and it was a domain-type supreme treasure. Among all kinds of treasures in the world, attack weapons and body protection armors were the most common, while domain-type, suppression-type, and soul-type treasures were very rare. Such a rare treasure was much more valuable than 10 attack weapons of the same level. A domain-type supreme treasure was naturally comparable to more than 10 attack weapons of the same level. If a cultivator wants to go further, he first has to survive in all kinds of dangers or environments. Only by living longer will he be able to walk a longer path in the future. That's why I left you this Ice and Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, so that you can control your domain. With the help of your domain, as long as you don't encounter too strong an enemy, you can leave whenever you want, stay whenever you want, and seize the opportunity. You'll need this Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler in the future, Shuebei said. Yes, of course. Jin Wushuang was very excited. Of course, he needed a domain-type supreme treasure. After all, he was good at domains. Previously, he had relied on the combination of the 9 Bins Bloodlight River, Star Armor Domain, and Prison of Punishment to suppress cultivators of the same level. However, because of his great increase in strength, this domain technique gradually weakened. There was nothing he could do. The 9 Bins Bloody Light River was only a 3rd-grade holy treasure. It was still very effective against some false saints or ordinary 1st-grade true saints, but at the 2nd and 3rd-grade true saints level, the suppression effect of the 9 Bins Bloody Light River was negligible. As for the Prison of Punishment, it was just one of the methods of the secret skill Divine Punishment. This method was just the most basic method. It formed a golden domain to trap the opponent and at the same time, produce a certain domain suppression effect. However, as Jin Wushuang had cultivated the Divine Punishment God to 30,000 feet high, this method was rarely used, because the effect was just OS. The only domain that had a good effect was the Star Armor domain. After the 9 Luminaries Star Armor reached the Heavenly Armor chapter, the Star Armor domain it used still had a certain oppressive effect. Now, if he got the Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler and used the power of this domain-type supreme treasure, he did not need to use too much. Even if he only used 10% of it, it would be enough to greatly increase his battle strength. With the Star Armor domain, it would be even better. The effect would be even better. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang waved his hand and took the Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler. Shuebei did not stop him. Chapter 3044. 4 Chances, Second Part. Next is the second treasure, Shuebei said again. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shining, and his heart was full of expectation. The first treasure Shuebei left for him was a domain-type supreme treasure, so he would not be able to find the second treasure. Under Jin Wushuang's expectation, Shuebei suddenly flipped his palm and a golden seal appeared in his hand. This is... Jin Wushuang looked at the golden seal and felt an extremely powerful aura from it. This is the ruler seal. Before I became a principal's master, I specially hired someone to refine it so that I could better kill the immortal saint. Although this ruler seal is not a supreme treasure, its value is not inferior to a supreme treasure, Shuebei immediately began to explain. The ruler seal contains a special magic formation. Once it's used, it can seal a large territory as fast as possible. It can control time and space. The person holding the seal knows what's happening in the territory sealed by the magic formation. The magic formation can be big or small. It's all under your control. If you're in a fight and you're worried that your opponent will escape, you can use the ruler seal to seal the territory. Unless your divine power is 2 levels stronger than yours, no one can escape from the magic formation. Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was shocked because the sight of the ruler's seal reminded him of the dragon imprisoning compass of the magic note Divine Kingdom. The dragon imprisoning compass could also seal a huge territory in a short period of time. At that time, the experts of the demonic sound kingdom had sealed off his territory so that he would not have a chance to escape. Its function was obviously similar to that of the master seal. No, although the dragon imprisoning compass is very powerful, it came from the magic note king. Even if a rank for true saint spent a lot of money to refine this treasure, its level would not be much higher. If I'm not wrong, the dragon imprisoning compass must have a great limit, Jin Wushuang thought. This was indeed the case. Although the power of the dragon imprisoning compass was extraordinary, it had already taken shape. The power of the array within the dragon imprisoning compass had a limit. In the hands of the magic note Divine King, it could unleash its full power. The array could seal space and time, making it difficult for even a rank for true saint to escape in a short period of time. However, even if the magic note king's strength broke through to a rank 5 true saint, the power of the ball cage array would still not increase. It could only trap cultivators below rank 4. The ruler seal was completely different. The ruler seal directly controlled space and time, and the power of the magic array was automatically activated by the cultivator. The stronger the divine power of the owner of the ruler seal, the more powerful the magic array would be. To break the magic array, the strength of the magic array must be 2 levels higher than the owner's divine power. For example, if Jin Wushuang used all his secret skills, his divine power would definitely be at rank 4 true saint level or even one of the best. At this time, he could use the ruler seal magic array to seal an area, then this array. Only the 6th level true saint and above the strong can be broken. Even a rank 5 true saint, a level stronger than Jin Wushuang's divine power, could not escape from this magic array. The seal of mastery awesome. Jin Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Before the ice and fire dragon ruler is the domain class treasure, can let his life-saving ability greatly enhance. Now, the ruler seal could increase his ability to chase after his enemies. With the ruler seal in his hand, Jin Wushuang was not afraid that his enemies would escape. Even if his enemies had an immortal body, as long as they were trapped in the formation of the ruler seal and could not escape, Jin Wushuang could kill them slowly. The last treasure is this. Shui Bei flipped his palm again and took out several purple crystals. These purple crystals were very pure in color and would definitely be dazzling in the sunlight. Senior, what is this? Jin Wushuang asked. It's a universe crystal. I brought it back when I was adventuring in the universe battlefield, Shui Bei said. Universe crystal? What's the use of this? Jin Wushuang asked. Its use is very broad, but it's not useful to you now. After all, if you want to use this universe crystal, you have to be at least a principal's master, Shui Bei said. Only the rule master can use it? Jin Wushuang was stunned. Senior, since I don't need it now, why do you leave it to me? It's simple. Although you don't need it, it represents great wealth, Shui Bei said with a smile. Didn't you say that you're a heaven-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? I know about the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You can exchange these universe crystals for sacred elixirs in the treasure pavilion. If nothing unexpected happens, 1 universe crystal can be exchanged for 5 billion sacred elixirs. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. 1 universe crystal could be exchanged for 5 billion sacred elixirs. But Shui Bei had taken out 10 universe crystals. 10 universe crystals? Wasn't that 50 billion sacred elixirs? Take it. Although I didn't give you the interspatial ring, you are the inheritor of my legacy, so you can't be too shabby. These 10 universe crystals are for you, so you should spend them sparingly, Shui Bei said. Thank you, senior. Jin Wushuang was very excited. He waved his hand and put all 10 universe crystals into the interspatial ring. After taking them, he was still very excited. The 3 treasures that Shui Bei had prepared for him, Ice and Fire Dragon Ruler, Ruler Seal, and 10 universe crystals, all of which were extremely valuable and useful to him. But the three treasures added together were only the first opportunity that Shui Bei wanted to give him. Shui Bei had just said that there were 4 opportunities left for him in this secret realm. If the first one was like this, then the other 3 opportunities. The second opportunity one want to give you is a secret skill. Shui Bei said again. A secret skill? Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. This secret skill is very special. It's called Emperor's Order, Shui Bei said slowly. The Emperor's Order skill is also a life-saving secret skill. It was obtained by the leader of the Blood Ancestor's bloodline, the Blood Ancestor, by chance when he was adventuring in the universe battlefield. After that, he only passed this secret skill to 2 people. One was his personal disciple, and the other was me. Now, I will pass this secret skill to you. With that, Shui Bei slowly raised his palm and pointed his right index finger at Jian Wushuang's glabella. Chapter 3045. 4 Opportunities, Third Part. Shui Bai's index finger touched Jian Wushuang's glabella, and instantly, a vast amount of information surged toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was also rapidly receiving this information in his mind. After he had completely received this information, he finally had some understanding of the Emperor's Order skill. This is the Emperor's Order skill. Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. There was nothing he could do because the Emperor's Order skill was indeed shocking. This secret skill required a special method to create a clone. Of course, this clone was not a clone that could be used for fighting, but a pure energy clone. Yes, it was a pure energy clone. It only had a huge amount of divine power, but it did not have the ability to fight and kill people. Do not underestimate this kind of energy clone. According to the message that Shui Bei had just sent him, the Emperor's Order technique was to condense such an energy clone and carry it around with him. The divine power of this kind of energy clone was equivalent to the original body. Once the original body went through a big battle, the divine power would be exhausted. He could immediately replenish it through the energy clone. If he was willing, he could instantly replenish his divine power. After all, when a cultivator reached the immortal saint realm and controlled the immortal body, as long as his divine power was not completely exhausted, he could constantly refill it. The importance of this divine power was obvious. Thus, in the divine beginning realm, many immortal saints carried a large number of pellets to recover their divine power. They were prepared for emergencies. Some of the best pellets could recover 20 to 30% of the immortal saint's divine power in a short time. To those immortal saints, they were like precious treasures that would attract countless people to fight for them. Because such a medicinal elixir, at a critical moment, could possibly give the immortal saints an extra life. Just that medicinal elixir alone was enough. And how important was an Emperor's life clone that could provide the same divine power as the original body? Moreover, when the Emperor's Order skill was cultivated to an extremely high level, it could not only form 1 Emperor's life clone, but also 9. 9 Emperor's life clones, that was 9 lives. What an incredible secret skill. Senior, this Emperor's life skill. Jian Wushuang was so shocked that he could not speak. Why are you shocked? Shui Bei smiled. When the Blood Ancestor taught this secret skill to me, I was as shocked as you. This secret skill is indeed incredible, but it's from the universe battlefield, so it's normal for it to be so amazing. However, the Emperor's Order skill is very powerful, but it can't guarantee that you won't die. For example, I condensed 5 Emperor's Order avatars at my peak, but in that battle, I wanted to escape, but in the end, I used up all my divine power, but in the end, I still died. If I hadn't reacted quickly and split my consciousness when I was about to die, carrying my secret realm and my interspatial ring directly into the space-time crack, you wouldn't have had the chance to see me. Jian Wushuang was shocked and then nodded secretly. You can barely cultivate the Emperor's Order skill with your current strength. However, to cultivate this secret skill, you need a well-preserved divine body. Such a divine body can only be relied on by other cultivators. If you want the divine power of the Emperor's Order avatar to be equal to the original body, the divine body that carries the Emperor's Order avatar should be at the same level as the original body. For example, I hope to collect the corpses of many experts for the Emperor's Order skill. Shuebei said. Senior, you said before that you broke into a sect and killed 4 principals masters in one go. But there are only 2 principals masters' corpses in this secret realm. If I'm not wrong, you used the other principals masters' corpses to refine the Emperor's Order doppelganger, right? Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Shuebei nodded. Senior, I have a favor to ask of you, Jian Wushuang said. Speak, Shuebei said. My physique is very special and my divine power is very vast. Although I'm only a rank 1 true saint now, if I cultivate the Emperor's Order skill, the corpse of the expert who carries the Emperor's Order doppelganger cannot be done by a cultivator of the same level. Even the corpse of a rank 4, 5, or even rank 6 true saint who is stronger than me may not be able to do it. Therefore, I want to take a few corpses from this secret realm. I don't know if it's possible, Jian Wushuang said. How many corpses? Shuebei raised his eyebrows. These corpses were prepared for the cultivation of the art of Emperor's Order. Since you want to use them, of course, you can, but you have to be able to take them with you. Will I encounter any trouble when I take these corpses? Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course. Shuebei smiled. The corpses of the experts in my secret realm were all well known in the divine beginning world. Even the weakest among them was almost invincible among the immortal saints. Even if such experts are dead, there will still remains on their corpses. If you want to refine these corpses into tools to carry the Emperor's avatar, of course there will one agree. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Let's try it later. Jian Wushuang had received the inheritance of the Emperor's Order skill, so he knew how powerful this secret skill was. He definitely wanted to cultivate this secret skill. However, to cultivate this secret skill, it was necessary to carry the equipment of the Emperor's Order doppelganger, which was the corpse of an expert. Next is the third opportunity, Shuebei said again. Jian Wushuang looked at him expectantly. Shuebei flipped his hand and took out a token. This is the third opportunity for you. Shuebei threw the token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and scanned it with his consciousness, but his expression became strange, because he could not see any information or content from the token. To be exact, there was something inside the token, but there was a layer of restriction inside the token, which prevented his consciousness from exploring. Senior, what is inside the token? Jian Wushuang asked. A star map, Shuebei said. Star map? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Just a star map was the third opportunity left for him? Jian Wushuang immediately understood that this star map was not a trivial matter. I told you before that I went to the universe battlefield and this star map came from the universe battlefield. To be exact, when I went to the universe battlefield, I entered a special space-time by chance. However, I was too weak and could not move in that special space-time. I had no choice but to leave. However, I used this star map to record the location of that special space-time, Shuebei said. Chapter 3046, Bodhi World, Another Universe Battlefield? Jian Wushuang's expression was strange. Senior, what is this universe battlefield? The universe battlefield, I don't know exactly what it is or where it came from, but I know that there are countless opportunities. As long as you have the strength and good luck, you can get unexpected things from it, Shuebei said. His expression was obviously a little excited, but soon, he became serious. Little guy, your strength is still weak, but you can pass my test, and you have a big secret on you. The space for you to grow in the future will be huge. In the future, as long as you grow carefully, it shouldn't be difficult to become a top-tier warrior. And if one day you can break through to become a principal's master, when your strength reaches or surpasses mine, you can break this restriction and get the star map hidden in the token. Through the star map, you can go to the universe battlefield and find the special space-time that I found. I have a feeling that there is a great opportunity hidden in that special space-time. I didn't have the strength and courage to go there, but you did. If your strength is limited in the future and you can't break through to become a principal's master, you can give this token and the interspatial ring that I gave you to the blood ancestor, the leader of the blood ancestor's bloodline. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and then carefully put the token into the interspatial ring. He understood that the star map hidden in the token was related to a great opportunity in the universe battlefield, and its value was immeasurable. Shui Bei gave the star map to him in the hope that when he grew to a certain level, he would go to the space-time where the star map was located and find the opportunities inside. 3 of the 4 opportunities had been given to him, and there was only one left. Little guy, the last opportunity one left you is a good fortune, Shui Bei said directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Good fortune? 3 opportunities. The first opportunity was 3 priceless treasures. The second opportunity was the incredible Emperor's order skill. The third opportunity was related to a star map of a great opportunity in the universe battlefield. The fourth opportunity was finally a good fortune. This good fortune also comes from the universe battlefield. Shui Bei smiled. Then he flipped his hand and took out a stone. Yes, it was an ordinary-looking stone. At first glance, the stone seemed to have been picked up on the ground. However, Jian Wushuang's perception was extremely sharp. When he carefully examined the stone with his soul power, his pupils secretly shrank. Life. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. He actually felt a vigorous vitality from the ordinary stone in front of him. It seemed that this stone was a complete life. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at Shui Bei curiously. Shui Bei smiled and said, I just told you that I found that special space-time when I was adventuring in the universe battlefield. Although I only stayed in that special space-time for a short while, I also obtained a treasure, which is the stone in my hand. A flower, a tree, and a Bodhi. This seemingly ordinary stone contains a complete Bodhi world. A Bodhi world? Jian Wushuang was stunned. It's okay if you don't understand. When you're ready, I'll let you enter the Bodhi world. You can stay there for a full 100 years. In 100 years, the Bodhi world will directly collapse, and the stone in my hand will also shatter. You will also come out of the Bodhi world. As for how much you can gain in these 100 years, it's up to you, Shui Bei said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he did not know what kind of fortune was contained in the Bodhi world, the stone alone gave him an extraordinary feeling. Moreover, since Shui Bei treated this as his last opportunity, it was certainly not bad. Little guy, you can prepare yourself first, Shui Bei said. There's no need to prepare. I'm already at the peak of my condition, Jian Wushuang said. Well, let's go in. Shui Bei clenched his hand, and the stone in his hand immediately burst out with a dazzling light. The dazzling light shone on Jian Wushuang, and his body began to shrink involuntarily. Then he slowly floated up like a piece of paper and finally completely disappeared into the stone. Inside the stone, in the Bodhi world, when Jian Wushuang appeared, he found that he had arrived at an otherworldly paradise. Here, the birds sang and the flowers were fragrant, and the land was full of vitality. There were lush trees, all kinds of flowers all over the mountains and plains, and much green grass under the ground. It was a scene of prosperity. In the middle of the land, there was a cottage. The cottage was small but exquisite. In front of the cottage, there was a clear river, and in the middle of the river, there was a wooden bridge. At first glance, it looked like a secluded place for an unworldly expert. Is this the Bodhi world? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Is there anything different about this world except that it's full of vitality? With a heart full of doubts, Jian Wushuang began to carefully explore the surroundings. At first, Jian Wushuang did not find anything different. He even searched the entire world, but he did not see anything different. However, when his consciousness simply swept past the woodpecker on a big tree, his expression suddenly changed. That bird, Jian Wushuang stared at the bird. Or to be exact, every feather on the woodpecker's body. He first focused on one of the feathers, and in an instant boom, he saw a person holding a sword and waving it. Yes, it was just a feather of a woodpecker, but he saw a man waving his sword. Moreover, the sword was light and casual. It looked ordinary, but there was an indescribable desolation in it. Jian Wushuang was stunned by the sword. He was completely stunned, because he could not understand that sword. He could not see through it. He could not even see the slightest bit of profoundness or sword principle, let alone understand it. But he could clearly sense that the sword move was many times more profound than the violent elephant and star dream moves that he had created. It was a complete difference between heaven and earth. The reason why he could not sense any profoundness or sword principle was that the sword move was too high level. It's obviously a bird's feather, but in the blink of an eye, it has evolved into a sword skill that is so unfathomable, Jian Wushuang murmured. After a long while, he looked at the second feather of the woodpecker. Buzz, buzz, the same scene appeared. It was still a person holding a sword and waving it, but this sword seemed to be chopping wood. Chapter 3047. Good fortune when an ordinary person wielded an axe to chop firewood. The moment the axe touched the firewood, a hidden power would burst out. This was the swordsmanship that Jian Wushuang was seeing now. But the same thing was, Jian Wushuang still could not see any mystery or depth in this sword move. But his instinct told him that this sword was very powerful and terrifying. Jian Wushuang looked at the third, the fourth, and the feathers one by one. But he saw the world-shaking swordsmanship hidden in the feathers. Not only the feathers on this bird, but also other things. Jian Wushuang looked at the other materials in the world. He looked at the flowers, grass, trees, and the thatched cottage in the center. Looking at it carefully, he was completely shocked. Just as he expected, it was not just the feathers on the woodpecker, but all the substances in this world, the petals of every flower, the leaves of every big tree, and even the straw on the thatched cottage. He just looked at them with his heart. All of them could be transformed into astonishing swordsmanship. What kind of world is this? Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. This world looked ordinary, but it contained countless swordsmanship. Moreover, each of these swordsmanships was profound and unfathomable, making it difficult for Jian Wushuang to figure it out. It was really incredible. Outside this world, in the huge palace, Shui Bai's consciousness incarnation was still sitting on the lofty throne, while the stone was still in his palm. Looking at the stone in his palm, Shui Bai's eyes flickered with a strange color. The Bodhi world, every flower, every plant, every Bodhi. Even when I first got it, I was shocked by the opportunities contained in it. Shui Bai sighed. The Bodhi world was in his hands. Naturally, he knew about the opportunities contained in it. The Bodhi world was made up of countless substances, which could evolve into shocking secret arts. The type of the ultimate skill was determined by the cultivator who entered it. For example, Jian Wushuang was good at sword principle, so what he saw in the Bodhi world were countless profound sword skills. However, if a cultivator who was good at saber principle entered the Bodhi world, the substances in the Bodhi world would evolve into profound saber skills. In short, any cultivator who entered the Bodhi world would see things that would be of great help to him. However, each person was allowed to enter the Bodhi world once, and they could only stay for 100 years. After 100 years, the Bodhi world would directly collapse and disappear. I saw that the little guy performed 2 sword skills when he was challenging D Mountain. Those 2 sword skills have already had a basic outline, so they should have formed the embryonic form of the sword skills. However, it's only the embryonic form of the 2 sword skills, so it's not comprehensive at all. Now, I hope that the little guy can make good use of the opportunities in the Bodhi world and gain a lot in these 100 years, Shui Bai muttered. Then he closed his eyes. In the Bodhi world, Jian Wushuang had already recovered from the endless shock. After the shock, Jian Wushuang immediately became ecstatic. Yes, ecstatic. One had to know that the Bodhi world he was in now had countless substances. Not to mention the woodpecker's feathers, there were countless leaves on a big tree, and the thatched cottage was made of many straws. How many straws were there? There were too many. But these things could evolve into astonishing swordsmanship. There were all kinds of swordsmanship, and they were all powerful and profound. Usually, Jian Wushuang would be excited to see one of them, and he would study it carefully. There were too many swordsmanship here. He had 100 years to study these profound swordsmanship. After I broke through to the immortal saint realm, my comprehension of the space-time principles has also broken through. The most important thing now is to improve my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He had long known that the two unique skills, Xixiang and Star Dream, were not enough for a fierce battle. These two unique skills were not a complete sword skill at all. Therefore, he had to think of ways to create more unique skills to perfect his sword skill. In order to create new sword skill unique skills, the fastest way was to have a large number of profound sword skills for him to learn from, study, and study. Unfortunately, such sword skills were too rare. Jian Wushuang did not have such an opportunity before. But now, there were countless powerful sword skills in the Bodhi world. He could study them as he wished. The only thing he felt regretful about was that it was too short a time. Only 100 years. Jian Wushuang might not be able to completely study such countless sword skills, even if he was given 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. 100 years was indeed too little. I can't be too greedy. It's already good enough for me to stay in the Bodhi world for 100 years and carefully study it for 100 years. Senior Shuebe is right. This Bodhi world is a great fortune for me. What happens next will depend on how much progress I can make in the next 100 years. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, his eyes sparkled. Soon, he sat down under a big tree, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jian Wushuang carefully inspected every leaf on the tree, and in an instant, pictures appeared in front of him. In the pictures, there was a scene of a person performing swordsmanship. The swordsmanship performed by that person was extremely profound. Normally, he would have to study this sword technique for a very long time. However, because there were too many profound sword techniques like this, he only saw most of the sword techniques once before he looked at the second sword technique. Even if there was one sword technique that inspired him, he would only see it twice at most. He would never see it a third time. Even so, it would still take him a long time to read all the sword techniques represented by each leaf on the tree. While reading the sword techniques, Jian Wushuang was constantly studying his own sword techniques in his mind. He was very determined. Although the sword techniques in front of him were powerful, he only watched and learned them. His real goal was to create a prototype of his own sword techniques. Then, he would create a brand new swordsmanship that was completely his own. Chapter 3048. The Peerless Sword Technique. Time passed quickly. 100 years passed by quickly. Shuebe slowly opened his eyes in the huge palace. He glanced at the stone in his palm. A crack had already appeared in the middle of the stone, and the crack was still expanding. The time is up. I wonder how the little guy got in the Bodhi world? Shuebe murmured. The Bodhi world was originally a world where birds sang and flowers were fragrant, like a paradise. But now, boom, purple-brown thunder suddenly streaked across the sky, and it did not disappear for a long time. It seemed to have completely consumed half of the world. The world began to tremble crazily. Is it going to collapse? Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage. He felt the changes in the world and slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. He had no choice. The opportunities in the Bodhi world were too helpful to him. In the past 100 years, he had not wasted a single second. He had spent all his time comprehending those sword skills, but even so, the sword skills he saw were not even 1,000th of the entire Bodhi world. However, the Bodhi world was about to collapse. Forget it. Although I can't go through all the sword skills in the Bodhi world, in the past 100 years, I have created 5 sword skills, namely Kinyang, Emperor's Blood Kill, Instant of Life and Death, Ninth Heaven of Illusory Sword, and the Strongest Blood Azura. In addition to the 2 sword skills, Shi Xiang and Star Dream, I have created a total of 7 sword skills. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. His cultivation had not improved in the past 100 years, and his comprehension of the rules had not improved at all. All of the improvement was in sword principle and sword skill. First was the sword principle. Not long ago, the boundless sword tree in his body had only reached 6,600 feet. Now, after 100 years, the boundless sword tree in his body had grown again. Now, it had reached 9,900 feet. When it came to time sword skill, the power of swordsmanship had once again risen to a new level. As for absolute arts, Swordsmanship absolute arts were Jian Wushuang's greatest gains in the past 100 years. Qinyang, Emperor Bloodkill, Instant of Life and Death, Ninth Heaven of Illusionary Sword, and Blood Azura. Jian Wushuang had created a total of 5 swordsmanship moves in the past 100 years. Each sword move was perfectly integrated with the space-time principles, like the 2 sword moves of Shixiang and Star Dream. They were both embryonic forms of sword skills, and all 5 of them had reached the level of rank 4 absolute arts. The 2 moves of Shixiang and Star Dream had also reached the level of rank 4 absolute arts in the past 100 years. In other words, a total of 7 embryonic forms of sword skills had been created, and all of them had reached the level of rank 4 absolute arts. Each of the 7 moves had its own characteristics and functions. The 7 moves of swordsmanship had formed complete swordsmanship. Even the name of the swordsmanship had been decided by Jian Wushuang. It was called the Wushuang Sword Manual. The Wushuang Sword Manual was named after Jian Wushuang himself. It was a type of swordsmanship that he had personally created and was most suitable for himself. In the next long period of time, the Wushuang Sword Manual would accompany him and grow together. Jian Wushuang was already quite satisfied to be able to create a complete sword art within a short 100 years. Moreover, among the sword arts that he had created, the Blood Azura move surprised him even more. The Bodhi world is about to collapse. It's time for me to go out. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and slowly stood up. Rumble. The huge and magical Bodhi world finally collapsed completely. Although the world collapsed, it did not affect Jian Wushuang. After a series of changes, Jian Wushuang returned to the huge palace. Standing in front of him were Shuebei and Gu Lao. Little guy, it's been 100 years. You must have gained a lot in the Bodhi world. Shuebei looked at him. I did. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's good. Shuebei nodded slightly. As long as you are satisfied, you won't waste my 4th opportunity. Jian Wushuang was secretly grateful. Shuebei had left him 4 opportunities. Except for the 3rd opportunity and the mysterious star map, the other 3 opportunities were of great use to him, especially the 4th opportunity. The 100 years he had spent in the Bodhi world had surprised him. I've given you all the opportunities. You can leave now. Do you have any questions before you leave? Shuebei asked. Senior, I have something to ask you, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. Tell me. If I know it and you are qualified to know it, I will tell you, Shuebei said. Senior, you should know that I am an anomaly in heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao doesn't allow me to do so. That's why I was extra careful when I was roaming around the divine beginning realm. I was afraid that I would attract the power of the heavenly Tao's will. However, in the divine beginning realm, other than the heavenly Tao's will itself, there are also some experts or forces that are on the same side as the heavenly Tao's will. This made me even more cautious and careful. Take the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, for example. Although I am a Heaven Grade member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, and the Heaven Cleaving Alliance has invited me to cultivate in the 3 palaces of Heaven Cleaving Alliance twice, I didn't know the position of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. I was worried that the higher-ups of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance would notice something in the 3 palaces and get killed. Therefore, I declined both invitations. Before Jian Wushuang could ask his question, Shuebei had already opened his mouth. You want to ask which forces in the divine beginning realm are on the same side as the will of heaven and will be your enemy, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I know the answer to this question, and I can answer it for you. Shuebei said, in the divine beginning realm, the will of heaven is indeed very special and supreme. If it goes against the laws of heaven, the will of heaven will not tolerate it. This is also a fact. However, the will of heaven is not truly omnipotent in the divine beginning realm. It has many limitations, and even its own strength is limited. The will of the heavenly Tao is limited? Even his own strength is limited? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Because of this, some of the supreme experts in the divine beginning realm can completely ignore the will of the heavenly Tao. Even the will of the heavenly Tao has to retreat in front of him, and don't dare to offend him, Shuebei said. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even the will of the heavenly Tao has to retreat and don't dare to offend him? Is there really such a supreme expert in the divine beginning realm? Chapter 3049, Exhortation, Of course there are. Shui said with absolute certainty, I don't know about other powerful warriors, but what I know can make the will of heavenly Tao retreat. There are 3 people that I don't dare to offend. These 3 people are the founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, the Divine Ancestor, the Temple Master of the Temporal Temple, and the mysterious Alliance Master in the legends of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. These 3 people have already reached an astonishing level of strength. They don't even need to fight. They just stand there and form their own world, which is not something the will of the heavenly Tao can touch. As long as they are in their place, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao will not exist. So powerful? Jin Wushuang was shocked, but at the same time, he immediately thought of his master, Xian Yi. Xian Yi was the first perfect chaotic creature in the world. His strength was also shocking. Jin Wushuang had been lucky enough to see a scene in which the power of the will of heaven could not do anything to Xian Yi and could only retreat. He wondered who was stronger, the founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, the Temple Master of the Space-Time Temple, and the Alliance Master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance compared to his master, Xian Yi. By the way, Senior Shui, you just said that the rulers of the 3 Freedom Alliances are supreme in the 3rd heaven. Shouldn't the 3 masters of the Saint Realm make the will of heaven retreat? Jin Wushuang asked. Masters of the Saint Realm? Shui shook his head. I don't know if the 3 masters of the Saint Realm can make the will of heaven retreat, but I do know that they are not as powerful as they seem. What do you mean? Jin Wushuang looked at him. I don't know the details. After all, I'm not qualified to be in contact with some secrets of that level. But I heard from the leader of the Blood Ancestors bloodline that the 3 masters of the Saint Realm were just lucky and favored by the heavenly Tao. If they were not favored by the heavenly Tao, they would not be as strong as him, Shui said. He's just lucky and favored by the heavenly Tao? Jin Wushuang was stunned. From the leader of the Blood Ancestors bloodline, it seems that he looks down on the 3 masters of the Saint Realm? I guess so, but so be it. Although the 3 masters of the Saint Realm are no match for the Blood Ancestor, they wouldn't be able to kill him alone. Moreover, the Blood Ancestor is the leader of one of the great sects of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect and the founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. The 3 masters of the Saint Realm don't have the courage to deal with the Blood Ancestor, Shui said. In other words, the founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect is stronger than the 3 masters of the Saint Realm? Jin Wushuang asked. That's for sure. Shui nodded. I've heard that any one of the 3 masters of the Saint Realm has to be respectful to the founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help but sigh in his heart. He had always thought that the most terrifying people in this world were the 3 masters of the Saint Realm in the 3rd heaven, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The founder of the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, the Temple Master of the Temporal Temple, and the mysterious Alliance Master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance might all be stronger than the 3 great Saint Realm Masters. Little fellow, you were just about to ask how many enemies you have in this world. I can tell you now that since it is an anomaly of the heavenly Tao, other than being careful of the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, you only need to be careful of the 3 great Saint Realm Masters and the forces under them. As for the other forces, you don't need to care about them. For example, the 3 great freedom alliances are not on the same side as the will of the heavenly Tao, especially the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Shuai's expression became serious. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is the strongest force among the 3 freedom alliances and has the deepest foundation. Just from its name alone, you can see that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has always been in a state of hostility with the heavenly Tao will. The experts under the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the 3 Saint Realm Masters often have all sorts of fights and even fights. This has long been known by everyone. As you said, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has invited you twice. If you want to cultivate in the 3 palaces, you don't have to worry about it. You can just agree to it directly. When you get to the 3 palaces, the fact that you are an extraordinary figure may not be exposed. Even if it is exposed and the 3 masters of the Saint Realm know about it, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will do its best to protect you. Is that so? Jin Wushuang smiled. According to what Shui said, His previous concerns were unnecessary. However, he was just being cautious. Now that he knew that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the will of Heavenly Tao were enemies, he did not need to worry about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Little guy, I have answered your question. In addition, I have another word for you. Shui Bai's voice was solemn. You have great talent and great potential. Your achievements in the future should be limitless. But you must remember that no matter what level you reach in the future, you must always remain in awe of this world. That is to say, the heart of awe. Heart of awe? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. This world is too big and vast. You can't imagine how vast it is. Even what I know is just a drop in the ocean. Take the will of heaven as an example. For ordinary cultivators, the will of heaven is superior and cannot be challenged. However, for those who stand at the top of the divine beginning world, such as the founder of the divine ancestor Taoist sect and the temple master of the space-time temple, the will of heaven is nothing. However, even super-existences like the founder of the divine ancestor Taoist sect, the temple master of the space-time temple, and the alliance master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance still have something they need to fear in this world. In short, there is always someone better than you. No matter what, you should always be in awe. For example, I was too careless and underestimated this world. That's why I ended up dead. I hope you won't follow in my footsteps in the future, Shui Bai said. I will definitely remember senior's teachings. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang also deeply remembered Shui Bai's advice. In fact, even if Shui Bai did not mention it, Jian Wushuang's awe of this world had never disappeared. Moreover, the higher his strength increased, the greater the awe. Now, through his conversation with Shui Bai, he had a deeper understanding of this world. Jian Wushuang's awe of this world had reached an unprecedented level. Of course, what he feared was this world, but not the will of the heavenly Tao. The two were not the same thing. Chapter 3050. Well, I've given you what I needed to give and said what I needed to say. Let's go. Shui Bai waved his hand. Thank you, senior. Jian Wushuang bowed deeply to Shui Bai, his heart filled with gratitude. Although Jian Wushuang had never taken Shui Bai as his master, Shui Bai had given him 4 opportunities and left everything to him. Jian Wushuang could be said to have obtained Shui Bai's mantle. Even if he did not acknowledge Shui Bai as his master, he could still be considered half a disciple. Jian Wushuang was naturally grateful. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang followed Gu Lao out of the palace. After Jian Wushuang and Gu Lao left, the huge palace fell silent again. Shui Bai's consciousness avatar was still sitting on the throne, but his figure became more and more illusory and ethereal. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I can see that you have a great secret, which is far more than the heaven and earth. Your ambition and space for growth are beyond my imagination, so I didn't even think of taking you as a disciple. Although I don't know where you came from and what your real purpose is, at least you have my mantle. I hope you can fulfill your ambition and achieve your purpose in the future. His mumbling slowly echoed in the palace, but his voice sounded quite desolate. After leaving the huge palace, Elder Gu brought Jian Wushuang to the cemetery. There were a lot of stone coffins in the cemetery. The bodies lying in the coffins were once famous experts. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Master has promised that you can dispose of the bodies here, but only if you can take them away yourself, Elder Gu said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and looked at the many sarcophagi in front of him. The sarcophagi lay peacefully in the cemetery. At first glance, the entire cemetery seemed very calm. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that the experts in the sarcophagi had remnant willpower on their bodies. Back then, Jian Wushuang was only a divine master. He had joined hands with several great divine masters to break into the cemetery. When he first saw the sarcophagi, he wanted to get close to them. The sarcophagi contained a powerful will, which made it impossible for them to get any closer. At that time, the will was too strong for him to resist, but now it was different. Let's try it first. Jian Wushuang walked toward one of the sarcophagi with a hint of anticipation. Inside the sarcophagi lay a woman. The woman was slender, more than 2 meters tall, and wore a white robe. Although she was dead and her eyes were closed, she still gave off an extremely holy and extraordinary aura. She was like a saintess. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose this woman was that when he first came to the sarcophagus, there was a low shout from the woman's corpse. Now, Jian Wushuang was approaching her again. Get lost. A low shout suddenly exploded in Jian Wushuang's ear, just like the low shout from before. The low shout was accompanied by extremely strong willpower, trying to stop Jian Wushuang's steps. Yes, you are indeed an invincible existence among the immortal saints. Even after so many years of death, the remnant willpower is still extraordinary. If I were an ordinary first-rank true saint, I'm afraid I would be hindered by your willpower. I can't do anything to you. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He continued to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was getting closer and closer to the sarcophagus where the white-robed woman was, and the power of the will that was blocking him was getting stronger and stronger. Get lost. If you don't get lost, you'll die. The low voice was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting crazier and crazier. What a joke. Jian Wushuang smiled disdainfully. He gathered his divine power, and a powerful divine power aura swept out. His steps became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the sarcophagus. What do you want to do? The white-robed woman shouted in a low voice, but her voice was clearly a little panicked. Jian Wushuang glanced at the white-robed woman in the sarcophagus, and his face darkened. No wonder you can shout in a low voice. It turns out that apart from the power of will, there is still a trace of consciousness left. However, a mere remnant of consciousness wants to obstruct me. How ridiculous. Jian Wushuang attacked directly. He waved his hand, and a terrifying divine power passed through the sarcophagus to the white-robed woman's body. The white-robed woman's body was not affected, but the trace of consciousness hidden in the body was destroyed by the divine power. Buzz. The sarcophagus completely calmed down, and the remaining power of the white-robed woman's will was directly shattered by Jian Wushuang. With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang put the white-robed woman's body and the sarcophagus into his interspatial ring. The process is very easy. It seems that the power of the immortal saints can't do anything to me. If I want, I can take away all the immortal saints' bodies in this cemetery, Jian Wushuang thought. However, although he needed the bodies of experts to carry his Emperor's Order clone, with his current strength, he could only condense 1 Emperor's Order clone. He only needed 1 body. Even if there were mistakes in the refining process, 2 or 3 corpses were enough. It was useless for him to keep so many corpses. Most importantly, what Jian Wushuang really wanted was not the corpses of the immortal saints, but the 2 30-meter-long sarcophagi at the front of the cemetery. The 2 30-meter-long sarcophagi were the 2 Principal's Masters. Principal's Masters were much more powerful than the immortal saints. Although Jian Wushuang was only a rank 1 true saint, his physique was too special. The divine power he possessed was enormous. It was a vast sea of divine power. Such enormous divine power had long exceeded the scope of an ordinary immortal saint. Even the immortal saints at the top, or even those who had reached the invincible level, the divine power they possessed was definitely not as much as Jian Wushuang's. Therefore, if Jian Wushuang wanted to use the corpses of the immortal saints in the cemetery to refine an Emperor's life avatar, it was likely that the Emperor's life avatar would not be able to bear all of his divine power. It was estimated that it could only bear 30 to 40% of his divine power, which was not what Jian Wushuang wanted. Jian Wushuang wanted to condense an Emperor's life avatar that had the same divine power as his original body. Therefore, the best way was to obtain the corpse of a Principal's Master and use it as an Emperor's life avatar to bear his divine power. Chapter 3051. Received. Let's try it first. With a hint of nervousness, Jian Wushuang slowly walked toward the 2 30-meter-long sarcophagi. He walked toward the first sarcophagus first, but just when he was 10 meters away from the sarcophagus. Stop! A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Although the figure was gentle, it carried an unquestionable pressure. as if what he said was the truth and could not be disobeyed. Jian Wushuang stopped in his tracks. It was not that he did not want to continue moving forward, but a huge force came from ahead and stopped him. What a strong will. It's at least 10 times stronger than the immortal saint's will. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with shock. The difference between the principal's master and the immortal saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although the many immortal saints in the cemetery stood at the top among the immortal saints when they were alive and could be said to be invincible, no matter how strong and invincible they were among the immortal saints, they were still far from being comparable to a real principal's master. Jian Wushuang could crush the power of the immortal saint's will by force. However, the will from the corpse of the principal's master was so strong that he could not crush it by force. My Emperor's Order clone must have the body of the principal's master as a carrier. I must get the body of the principal's master. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and activated the star power in his body. Rumble. A large amount of golden divine power quickly condensed on Jian Wushuang's body. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a huge golden emperor phantom. The golden emperor phantom was so tall that it had long surpassed the height of the cemetery. A layer of dark gold armor also appeared on his body. The third volume of the 7-star secret skill, the Punishment Divine Realm, and the 9 Luminaries Star Armor, the Heavenly Armor chapter, had all been used. Jian Wushuang's strength instantly rose to the top, and his aura also soared. Retreat. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and a surge of supreme sword essence suddenly swept out. This sword essence came from the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. As Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword principle greatly improved, the boundless sword tree grew to a height of 99,000 feet, and the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword that he could guide was even more amazing. Now, he could guide almost 1/10 of the sword essence. With the support of this sword essence, Jian Wushuang's strength could reach a whole new level. Moreover, this sword essence was extremely fierce and dominated everything. The will that came from the corpse of the principal's master was also greatly impacted. Then, Jian Wushuang slowly lifted his foot and took a step forward with great difficulty. This step had shaken the will of the principal's master. Then, Jian Wushuang moved even faster. The will of the principal's master was no longer hindered. Finally, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the sarcophagus. I can't accept this. A mournful voice sounded, but the will on the body of the principal's master began to dissipate. Finally, it completely disappeared. Has it been defeated? Seeing that the sarcophagus had completely calmed down, Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. After a long while, he waved his hand and put the 30-meter-long sarcophagus and the body of the principal's master into his interspatial ring. After taking in the body of the principal's master, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. Then he looked at the second sarcophagus with the body of the principal's master. He also wanted to take the body of the second principal's master into his interspatial ring. However, when he approached the body of the principal's master, "Get out of my way, or he'll die." A cold shout suddenly exploded in Jian Wushuang's mind, making his head sink and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He was dozens of meters away from the sarcophagus where the principal's master's body was, but no matter what he did, he could not get any closer. He could not even step forward again. The remaining will of the principal's master is much stronger than the one just now. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. The will of the principal's master just now was also very strong, but he managed to break it with all his skills. However, the will of the principal's master was not something he could shake. They are both principal's masters, but their strength is also different. The will of the principal's master is so strong, so his strength must be even more amazing when he was alive, Jian Wushuang murmured, feeling a little regretful. He wanted to take away the bodies of the two principal's masters, but it seemed that he could only take one at most. Well, one principal's master's body is enough. But just to be safe, we'll take a few more immortal saints' bodies. Jian Wushuang immediately began to work in the cemetery. The remnant wills of the immortal saints in the cemetery did not pose any obstruction to Jian Wushuang. He easily took 5 immortal saints' bodies and was ready to leave. Heavenly Sword Marquee, During the 100 years when you entered the Bodhi world to meditate, Master told me that if you reach the peak of the immortal saint, or have already broken through to become a principal's master, you can come here again. After all, Master opened this secret realm when he was alive. After his death, this secret realm became ownerless. When you become a principal's master in the future, you must also open your own secret realm. You can come here and refine this secret realm directly. After refining it, you can use this secret realm as a reference to create your own secret realm. This will save you a lot of effort, Elder Gu said. Hearing Elder Gus' words, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up again. Thank you, Elder Gu, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. You should thank Master properly. Elder Gu waved his hand, and a space passage opened beside Jian Wushuang. Go. Jian Wushuang bowed to the deepest part of the secret realm, which was the palace where Shui Bei was. Then he stepped into the space passage. Jian Wushuang stood calmly in the void outside. I have entered this secret realm 3 times. Each time, I have obtained extraordinary opportunities, especially this time. Jian Wushuang sighed and felt quite happy. This was normal. After all, he had obtained too many benefits in this secret realm. I've already obtained the opportunities in this secret realm. In the future, unless I reach the level of a principal's master and open my own secret realm, I'm afraid I'll never come back here again. And then, Chapter 3052, 3 Paths, in the Treasure Pavilion, a secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Lord Sky Shuttle. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the golden light shadow. Sky Shuttle, what do you need? Lord Sky Shuttle's voice was still cold and emotionless. I want to ask how many sacred elixirs are needed to exchange for the 2nd volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual, Jian Wushuang said. The Gold-Splitting Secret Manual had always been of great use to Jian Wushuang. The reason why Jian Wushuang had made such great progress in the space-time principles and sword principle was related to the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. However, there were 4 volumes of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. He had only obtained the 1st volume, which perfectly dissected the 1st and 2nd stages of the space-time principles. However, the 3rd stage of the space-time principles, the 1st volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual, only dissected a part of it. He had only dissected a part of it, but he had not dissected a large part of it. Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time principles had reached the 3rd stage. The 1st volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual was obviously not enough to satisfy his needs. Of course, he wanted to get the 2nd volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. The 2nd volume? Lord Tianshou looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, then he said, the 2nd volume, the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual, is indeed within the scope of authority of a heaven-level member, but it requires a total of 8 billion sacred elixirs. 8 billion? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Previously, the 1st volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual was worth 800 million sacred elixirs. Now, the 2nd volume required 8 billion sacred elixirs, which was a 10-fold increase. 8 billion sacred elixirs was an astronomical figure for him before. But now, he had the gift from Shui Bei, so he was confident. Moreover, the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual was very helpful to him, so it was definitely worth the price. Sir Tianshou, I have a treasure here. I don't know how many sacred elixirs it can be exchanged for. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out a universe crystal. At first, Sir Tianshua did not seem to care about it. However, when he saw what Jian Wushuang took out, his expression changed. Universe crystal. Sir Tianshua was indeed the Treasure Pavilion's weapon spirit. With just a glance, he had recognized the universe crystal. You have a universe crystal? This can only be found in the universe battlefield. Sir Tianshua, how many sacred elixirs can I exchange for this universe crystal? Jian Wushuang asked. Sir Tianshua gave Jian Wushuang a deep look. He did not ask how Jian Wushuang had obtained the universe crystal. Instead, he answered directly, universe crystals are very rare in the divine beginning world. Even among principles masters, very few are able to take out a universe crystal. Its uses are also very broad. Under normal circumstances, one universe crystal can be exchanged for billions of sacred elixirs. You are a Heaven Grade member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. With your authority as a Heaven Grade member, I can exchange this universe crystal for 5 billion sacred elixirs. 5 billion? Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up. Previously, Shuebe had said that it would be no problem for one universe crystal to exchange for 5 billion sacred elixirs, which meant that universe crystals were worth more than 5 billion sacred elixirs. Now it seemed that it was true. One universe crystal can be exchanged for 5 billion sacred elixirs. If I add in the resources I obtained from the massacre in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom, I can directly gather 8 billion sacred elixirs. Jin Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. Shuebe gave him 10 universe crystals. However, he knew that universe crystals were extraordinary. Jin Wushuang would not exchange them for sacred elixirs unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, in order to get the second volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual, he was willing to exchange for one. As for the second volume, he would not exchange for it if he could. Sir Tianxua, there is an interspatial ring with many sacred elixirs and a lot of resources. Its value is definitely not less than 500 million sacred elixirs. With this universe crystal, I can get 8 billion sacred elixirs. I want to exchange for the second volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual, Jin Wushuang said directly. Sir Tianxua took the interspatial ring and glanced at it briefly. Then he nodded slightly and said, "Sure, what else do you need?" "I also need a file about the third heaven," Jin Wushuang said again. An hour later, in the hall of the secret lair, Jin Wushuang, who was wearing a gray robe and a gray mask, sat in front of a table. In his hand, he was carefully reading a file. There was a basic introduction to the third heaven, as well as a specific way to get to the third heaven from his current territory. According to this document, there are 3 ways to get to the third heaven from the endless territory, Jin Wushuang murmured. The first of the 3 ways was to travel alone. There was a detailed star map of the territory and some spatial passages that could be used as transit. However, the territories near the 9 realms of the Golden Crow were all remote in the endless territories. The geographical location was also very far from the third sky. If a true saint traveled by foot alone, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach the third sky. Even if there were some transit space passages in the middle that could reduce a lot of time, it would still take hundreds of years at the very least. Using this path to reach the third sky would cost the least, but it would be the most troublesome. The second path was to directly go through the wormhole and reach the endless territories. The Heaven Cleaving Alliance was one of the 3 freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning realm. Moreover, it was the most powerful one. Its influence spread to every corner of the Divine Beginning realm. Every secret lair of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance had a space passage leading to the third sky. Through this space passage, one could reach the third heaven from the endless territory in less than 15 minutes. However, although this path was the fastest and simplest, the cost was the greatest. After all, the farther the distance, the more expensive it would be to teleport. For example, Jin Wushuang usually had to pay a great price to travel from one territory to another in order to complete the tasks of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, and that was only for the close distance. If he was far away, even in the endless territory, he would have to spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of sacred elixirs to teleport. This was the case in the endless territory alone, and it was even more expensive to teleport from the endless territory to the third heaven. It would cost a total of 2 billion sacred elixirs. 2 billion sacred elixirs. Although Jin Wushuang still had a total of 9 universe crystals on hand, and any one of them could be exchanged for 5 billion sacred elixirs, he did not want to exchange them easily. Moreover, 2 billion sacred elixirs were too high a price for single teleportation, so this path was also rejected by Jin Wushuang. In this case, there was only one last path left. Chapter 3053. The Region of Bones. The third path was a compromise between the first 2 paths. First, they had to spend 100 million sacred pills to reach the edge of the endless territories through the spatial passage. Then, they had to rely on their own strength to pass through the Region of Bones. As long as they passed through the Region of Bones, they would be in the range of the third heaven. According to the information, The Bone region was a place where all kinds of people gathered. It was chaotic and full of killing intent. I just became an immortal saint not long ago, and I just created the Wushuang sword manual. Now, I need to practice my swordsmanship in a lot of battles. Experts in the Bone region are everywhere, and there are many of them. Before I step into the third heaven, I can go there to practice. Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. He had already made up his mind. 10 days later, someone handed the second volume to Jian Wushuang. Just like the first volume, the second volume was still a detailed dissection of the space-time principles, but it was more than the third stage of the space-time principles, and even included part of the fourth stage. This was naturally very useful to Jian Wushuang. My comprehension of the space-time principles has just reached the third stage. This is already the comprehension level of many rank 4 true saints, and the limit of the third stage is estimated that many rank 6 true saints can't reach it. Those who can reach that level must be those rank 7 true saints who have already reached the peak. As for the fourth stage of the space-time principles, the fourth stage, mastering teleportation, that level was even more profound. According to Jian Wushuang's guess, the one who could master teleportation was definitely the top immortal saint. He was even invincible among the immortal saints. In other words, the second volume of the space-time principles should be enough for him to comprehend at the level of the immortal saint. After obtaining the second volume of the gold-splitting secret manual, Jian Wushuang did not delay in the endless territory. Instead, he directly set off and rushed toward the third heaven. Buzz! With a burst of dazzling light, Jian Wushuang appeared on a very strange island. There was also a secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance on this island. Is this the edge of the endless territory? That direction should be where the Bone region is. Jian Wushuang stood on the island, looking at the distant void. Soon, he set off. The White Bone region was the closest territory to the third heaven. There was endless killing here. For many people, it was a paradise, but also a hell. Because of their yearning for the third heaven, many experts from the endless territory were left here forever on their way through the White Bone region. This territory could be said to be a test that the cultivators of the endless territory had to pass before entering the third heaven. 3 days later, in a vast void, whoosh, 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 a team of more than 10 people was rapidly flying through the void. These 10 people all wore different clothes, but the auras they emitted were all extremely powerful. These 10 people were all immortal saints, but most of them were only at the false saint level. As for true saints, there were only 2 people on this team. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you must be new to the third heaven from the endless territory, right? A burst of hearty laughter came from the side. The speaker was a slightly fat bald youth. The bald youth carried a saber on his back. It was a blood saber, exuding an astonishing murderous aura. Yes, what about you? Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Of course it's my first time too. The bald youth smiled. Actually, I've wanted to go to the third heaven for a long time, but something happened in my hometown, so I was delayed for a while. By the way, which territory is your hometown in? The 9 realms of the Golden Crow, Jian Wushuang replied. The 9 realms of the Golden Crow? I've never heard of it. The bald youth shook his head. My hometown is the 9 Seas Star Kingdom, the great divine kingdom created by a rank 5 true saint. 9 Seas Star Kingdom? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had actually heard of the 9 Seas Star Kingdom. It was one of the most powerful divine kingdoms in the endless territories. The king of the 9 seas had long reached the peak of the rank 5 true saint realm, and his battle strength was even close to that of a rank 6 true saint. In the endless territories, he was definitely a supreme super expert. 3 days ago, Jian Wushuang joined this team and passed through the Bone region together with many immortal saints who were heading to the third heaven. This bald young man was called Juluo, the only true saint in the team besides him. They were the only 2 true saints in the team, and Juluo was a very enthusiastic person, so he naturally chatted with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had nothing to do anyway, so he did not dislike Juluo. The third heaven. I heard from my master that as the true core of the divine beginning world, there are many experts there. True saints like us are definitely top experts in the endless territories, but they are everywhere in the third heaven. Even some of the 5th and 6th level true saints are very low-key in the third heaven. They don't dare to be too presumptuous because they might offend some of the real experts and kill them directly, Jiluo explained. You seem to be very good at the third heaven? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Of course, Jiluo said, but before we reach the third heaven, we have to go through the white bone field. It's very dangerous here. Oh, Jian Wushuang looked very strange. Jiluo seemed to be talking casually with him, but Jian Wushuang could hear a lot of information from his words. The most important thing was that Jiluo was not ordinary. He was definitely not an ordinary first-rank true saint, but at least he had some background. At this moment, buzz buzz, a strong divine power aura suddenly came from the void in front of them. Well, Jian Wushuang, Jiluo, and more than a dozen false saints in the team all looked up. As soon as they looked up, they saw more than a dozen figures rushing toward them. There were 15 of them, 11 of whom were fleeing crazily in front, while the other 4 were chasing after them. The 4 chasing after them were true saints, while the 11 people fleeing were only false saints. Facing the pursuit of the 4 true saints, these false saints could not resist at all and could only flee. Haha, if you want to run, where can you run to? Hearty laughter reverberated in the air. The 4 true saints were extremely fast and easily caught up to the fleeing people. Then, they began to kill. No. Spare me. Why? We've never provoked you before. We don't have any grudges. Shrill screams sounded one after another. Chapter 3054. Retreat. Haha. It's true that you don't have any grudges against us, but it's a pity that your luck is too bad. You just happened to run into the founding of the Blood Evil sect, and the Blood Evil sect has already spread the word that level 1 true saints like us can join the Blood Evil sect, as long as we can kill 20 immortal saints in a specific area around us. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for staying in this particular area and fulfilling the Blood Evil sect's conditions. The hearty laughter continued to reverberate in the world. The 11 false saints were completely in despair. They finally understood why the 4 true saints did not hesitate to attack the moment they saw them. It turned out that it was because of the Blood Evil sect. Although these false saints had some strength, they were far inferior to true saints. Moreover, false saints did not even have an immortal body, so their life-saving abilities were ordinary. They could not escape from the pursuit of these 4 true saints. It's over. No. Amidst the shrill screams, the 11 false saints were killed in just a moment. This happened in front of Jian Wushuang's team. Jian Wushuang, Jiluo, and the false saints behind them all saw it clearly. When they saw the 4 true saints kill all the 11 false saints, the false saints in the team were filled with fear. At this time, the 4 true saints also looked at Jian Wushuang's team. There's still a target here. Their eyes were extremely cold. One of them, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, had a cold smile on his face. There are 12 people in total. 10 of them are false saints. As for true saints, there are only 2 of them. Judging from their young appearances, they should not be very strong. The other 3 true saints also looked at each other in dismay. Although they did not speak, their eyes flashed with a strange look, and they had already begun to communicate. Suddenly, kill. The purple-robed middle-aged man was the first to let out a low shout. His body shot toward Jian Wushuang's team like a cannonball. Kill them all. The other 3 true saints also rushed out with shocking killing intent. Like the 11 false saints they had killed, they also treated Jian Wushuang's team as prey and attacked them without saying anything. Seeing this, the false saints in Jian Wushuang's team were all shocked. They had seen with their own eyes how easily the 4 people had killed the 11 false saints. Now that the 4 people were coming to kill them, how could they not be terrified? However, at the moment when the 4 people attacked, "You're courting death," a low shout suddenly sounded in the world. The person who shouted was Jiluo, who was standing next to Jian Wushuang. Jiluo had been smiling for the past 3 days, but now, when he was angry, his face was as cold as ice. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Jiluo suddenly rushed forward, and the blood-red saber on his back was also unsheathed. Whoosh! A demonic blood-red saber light appeared out of thin air and pierced through the void. It seemed as if the entire world had been split apart by this blood-red saber light. The surrounding void also became completely dark. Under the endless darkness, this blood-red saber light was very dazzling and even very intoxicating. This saber, seeing Jiluo's saber move, Jin Wushuang was also stunned. He could instantly tell that the power of the move was extraordinary. The principle's power contained in it was extremely rich. Jiluo's comprehension of the principles was very high, so he must be very powerful among the rank 3 true saints. His saber technique was also very powerful, so he must have used a rank 3 absolute art. As for the power of divine power, Jiluo's divine power had reached the limit of a rank 1 true saint. It was almost close to that of a rank 2 true saint. When all these things were combined, Jin Wushuang was sure that Jiluo's battle strength was comparable to a rank 2 true saint, or even very strong among rank 2 true saints. This guy is actually a genius, Jin Wushuang could not help but say. Jin Wushuang was strong and knowledgeable, so he could see Jiluo's specific battle strength at a glance. However, the 4 true saints who came directly at him did not have as good an eye as he did. The 4 true saints did not pay much attention to Jiluo's attack until the saber light landed. Hua! The saber light carried an earth-shaking power as it flew past the purple-robed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide, but his head was thrown away. Jiluo's body burst out again. Swoosh! 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 3 blood-red saber lights slashed out at the same time. In just one move, the god body of the second true saint, the cold old man with an evil aura, was destroyed. The other 2 people who were rushing forward were scared, squatting there. The 4 rank 1 true saints attacked at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, 2 of their god bodies were destroyed by Jiluo. Most importantly, they did not use their divine bodies to rebuild their divine bodies in the first place. To be exact, they wanted to rebuild their divine bodies, but unfortunately, they did not have the ability. Poison! Jin Wushuang, who was standing behind them, raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. He had prepared a lot of god-burning poison to better kill the true saints in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. Although the poison was expensive, it was very cost-effective. Under normal circumstances, it only took 2 or 3 drops of god-burning poison to kill a rank 1 true saint, rendering his immortal body useless. However, Jin Wushuang was clearly not the only one in the world who would do this. Many experts would choose to carry some poison that could corrode their divine bodies, specifically to kill those true saints with immortal bodies. However, such experts needed a certain background. After all, a treasure like the god-burning poison was not only expensive, but also unavailable to ordinary experts. Jin Wushuang was also a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, so he could exchange for the god-burning poison from the treasure pavilion. Now, Jiluo had easily destroyed the divine bodies of the 2 true saints with his saber light, but the 2 true saints could not have enough divine bodies and died immediately. It was obvious that he had smeared the poison on his saber. However, what Jiluo had used was not the god-burning poison, but a different type. In the sky, the purple-robed middle-aged man and the sinister-looking old man had both died directly after their divine bodies had collapsed. The remaining 2 looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes, and they did not dare to stop for even a moment. They directly turned around and fled. Chapter 3055. 3 people understood 2 of the 4 rank 1 true saints were killed and 2 fled in the blink of an eye. When the other 2 fled far away, Jiluo put his blood-red saber back into its scabbard with a smug smile on his face. Brother Heavenly Marquis, how is it? Jiluo looked at Jin Wushuang. Impressive. Jin Wushuang gave Jiluo a thumbs up. He was not lying. Jiluo was also a rank 1 true saint, but he had killed 2 experts of the same level in the blink of an eye. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Although he was still inferior to the monsters in the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, he was still a real genius. Lord Jiluo. The false saints in the group immediately walked over. We thank Lord Jiluo for helping us. If Lord Juluo hadn't sent those four away, I'm afraid those four would have slaughtered us as well. That's right. Those four are true saints. Previously, slaughtering 11 false saints was as easy as playing around. Slaughtering us would definitely be very easy. Thank you, Lord Juluo. You saved our lives. The false saints were all extremely grateful. Juluo just smiled casually and did not care about it. Right, why did those four kill us? Someone suddenly asked. From their conversation, it seems that there is a sect called the Blood Evil sect nearby. And the way they recruit experts is to let those experts kill the immortal saints in the specific territories around them. Only after killing 20 immortal saints can they become a member of the Blood Evil sect. Bastard! We have no enmity with the Blood Evil sect. How dare they send people to hunt us down? Isn't that right? The team was a little angry, but there was nothing they could do no matter how angry they were. In the end, they could only sigh in their hearts. I've long heard that the Bone region is extremely chaotic. There are all kinds of killings everywhere. It seems that it's true. Jin Wushuang sighed in his heart. The Blood Evil sect doesn't sound like a benevolent sect. They opened the mountain to recruit experts, but they actually asked these experts to compete in the number of immortal saints around them. Let's continue to set off, but we have to be careful. According to the four people just now, there should be many people wandering around this area, trying to kill us. Juluo said. Everyone nodded and immediately continued on their journey. This encounter made everyone in the group even more cautious. However, Juluo had also displayed astonishing strength during this encounter. The false saints in the group felt much more at ease when they thought about having such an expert in their group. This was a huge mountain range. The mountain range was endless. At the bottom of one of the mountains, there was a group of buildings. Within this group of buildings, there were many concealed and extremely powerful auras. In the air near the mountain range, 3 human figures were gathered there. These 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman, all emitted auras that had reached the first level true saint level. That group of buildings is one of the Blood Crow's strongholds? A deep voice came from the mouth of the muscular man who was over 2 meters tall and looked like a mountain. The muscular man was half naked. His thick arms and muscles were exposed, and his hands were wearing a pair of blood-red golden-rimmed gloves. The aura coming from the blood-red golden-rimmed gloves was also very powerful. It was an incomparably powerful sacred treasure. It's here. A black-haired, devilish youth beside him revealed a devilish smile. The 3 of us came out together to carry out this mission. It's been almost 3 years now. The first 3 ring missions have taken us quite a bit of effort, and now we're only missing the last ring mission. The sooner we complete this mission, the sooner we'll return and report back. Okay. The mountain-like muscular man nodded. Mirage water. Check carefully first. Make sure that the experts in this stronghold are the same as the information we've got. The one called Mirage Water was the only woman among the 3. She wore a white robe, and her expression was cold. Although she was not absolutely beautiful, she was quite beautiful. After hearing the muscular man's words, Mirage Water nodded slightly. Immediately, a vast and mighty spiritual force covered the mountain in front of them. A short moment later, we have investigated clearly. There are over 30 true saints in this stronghold. There are a total of 4 rank 3 true saints, 8 rank 2 true saints, and the rest are all rank 1 true saints. The 3 rank 3 true saints that we are going to kill are all in this stronghold, Mirage Water said. Hearing these words, the muscular man's expression sank. According to the information we obtained previously, there should only be 3 rank 3 true saints in this stronghold. Now that there are 4 of them, it's a little troublesome to have 1 more. It was indeed a little troublesome. The lineup of this stronghold was already extremely tyrannical. Now that there was another rank 3 true saint, there were 4 rank 3 true saints staying there. If the 3 of them wanted to make a move, there would be a certain level of risk. What should we do? Don't tell me we should wait here and wait for that rank 3 true saint to leave? The demonic youth said. Wait. It's not that you don't know what the Blood Crow organization does. They rarely go out and move about. Most of the time, they stay in their nest or stronghold. If we foolishly wait here until they come out, how long will it take? The muscular man's voice was low. There's nothing we can do. We can only give it our all. Mirage Water, if your methods are a little strange, then it'll be a little more difficult for you. At the start, you'll have to deal with the 2 rank 3 true saints while the evil master and I will deal with 1 rank 3 true saint each. Well, think of a way to kill the 2 rank 3 true saints in the shortest amount of time, and then come back to help you kill the other 2. No problem, right? The muscular man stared at the demonic young man, evil master, and Mirage Water. The 2 of them looked at each other and then nodded. The 3 of them instantly came to an agreement, but if outsiders were to hear their conversation, they would definitely be shocked. One had to know that the 3 of them were only rank 1 true saints, and they were threatening to kill a rank 3 true saint. Moreover, there were not only 4 rank 3 true saints in the stronghold, there were also 8 rank 2 true saints and a dozen rank 1 true saints. However, when the 3 of them were assigning their targets, they did not even mention these rank 2 and rank 1 true saints. It was as if these rank 1 and rank 2 true saints were like air to them. They would not pose any obstruction to them. Let's do it. The muscular man's gaze focused as he took out a scarlet pearl of light. The scarlet light instantly covered the sky and earth, covering the mountain range in front of them and the surrounding area. A huge restriction had already taken shape. Chapter 3056, Blood Crow Organization in the Void. Jian Wushuang and Juluo's team were still moving forward. While they were moving forward, they could hear the compliments of the false saints behind them from time to time. Lord Juluo, your strength is too strong. Exactly. You killed 2 rank 1 true saints in a short time. Just now, a few more true saints came and were even stronger, but Lord Juluo still defeated them by himself. We're so lucky to be able to follow Lord Juluo. Now we can pass through the bone region safely. Some of these voices were whispered, while others were deliberately heard by Juluo. Juluo just smiled faintly. There was nothing to be proud of. Naturally, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change. But at this moment, buzz buzz. The blood-red light covered the heaven and earth, covering Jian Wushuang's team. What is this? Is it a restriction? Who used the restriction to seal this area? The false saints in the team immediately became restless. Jian Wushuang's eyes could not help focusing. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you have noticed that this restriction is not only very powerful, but it also seems to be isolated from the outside world. Inside the restriction, there is no way to communicate with the outside world, Juluo said with a hint of solemnity in his voice. Indeed, but I don't know who activated this restriction. Is it coming for us, or? Jian Wushuang did not finish his words. Boom. A violent boom suddenly came from the void in front of them. The boom was unusually strong, followed by boom, 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 boom. The sound of violent energy collision, accompanied by a large amount of violent divine power aura, also came from the front. This is, Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward the source of the sound. There are people fighting there? Juluo's expression also changed. It seems that the surrounding restrictions were triggered by the people fighting in front. Judging from the sound, the battlefield is in front and close to us. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could also see it. Brother Heavenly Marquis, should we go and take a look? Juluo suddenly said with a hint of excitement. Jian Wushuang's eyes moved, but he nodded with a smile. Since we are trapped in this restriction, of course we should go and take a look. Haha, let's go. Juluo and Jian Wushuang set off directly. As for the false saints in the team, although they felt that the battlefield ahead was unusual, they still followed. To be exact, they wanted to follow Juluo. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang and Juluo had arrived near the battlefield. They stood side by side and looked up at the battle in the mountain range in front of them. However, when they looked up, their expressions became unusually interesting. The battle in the mountain range was unusually fierce. They could see at a glance that one side was all in black clothes with a vivid blood-red crow embedded on the back. It was obvious that they were from the same organization or faction. There were more than 20 people, and most of them had reached the true saint level. There were 4 rank 3 true saints among them. As for the other side, there were only 3 people, and the auras they gave off were all rank 1 true saints. Black-clothed, blood-colored crow? Blood Crow. It's the Blood Crow organization. Jiluo could not help but shout. Blood Crow organization? Jiluo, do you know about it? Jian Wushuang looked over. Of course, I've heard that the Bone region is very chaotic and dangerous, and there are lots of killings. So on the way from the Endless Territory to the Bone region, I've carefully browsed through the information in the Bone region. There are countless forces and sects in the Bone region, and most of them are not good people. Many sects are very vicious and evil. The Blood Evil sect we met before is one of them. Although the Blood Evil sect is quite famous in the White Bone region, it's not even a first-rate sect. At most, it can only be considered a second-rate sect. There are only a dozen or so first-rate sects or forces in the White Bone region. Other than that, the White Bone region also has two giants. One of them is a sect, and the other one is the Blood Crow organization. If I'm not mistaken, this mountain range should be one of the strongholds of the Blood Crow organization in the White Bone region. How dare those three intrude into the stronghold of the Blood Crow organization? Jiluo's voice was filled with a trace of shock. However, Jian Wushuang's voice sank. No, they are not bold. They are really powerful. Jiluo was stunned, but his eyes widened. Not only him but the false saints behind him were also stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. More than 20 true saint experts of the Blood Crow organization were crazily surrounding and killing the three people. The 4-rank 3 true saints had already attacked, but in the end, boom, the burly man, who was over 2 meters tall and looked like a small mountain, waved the fist in his hand. His fist wore a blood-colored golden-edged glove, and for a moment, it turned into a huge sun that carried the power of thunder and lightning. It directly smashed towards the rank 3 true saint in front of him. The rank 3 true saint also waved his blade with all his strength, wanting to block, but in the end, a loud bang rang out, and the rank 3 true saint's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body also retreated explosively. The demonic young man brandished a purple spear. His figure was strange, leaving behind purple phantoms as he swung his spear. Shwa, shwa, shwa. He stabbed out rapidly. Fast, too fast. That spear technique was as fast as lightning. It was so fast that even the rank 3 true saint who was fighting with him could not keep up with it. Even though he had all his strength, he could not use it at all. He was completely suppressed by the demonic young man's spear technique, and he was forced to retreat. The strangest and most terrifying was the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman clearly did not do anything, but the 2 rank 3 true saints in front of her were stunned in the air. They did not move at all. If one looked closely, one would notice that the eyes of these 2 rank 3 true saints were somewhat hollow. Clearly, they were completely immersed in the illusion. The white-robed woman was holding back the 2 rank 3 true saints. The second and first level true saints of the Blood Crow organization also tried to rush up and attack the white-robed woman, but the white-robed woman only glanced at them. Even with this glance, all the rank 1 true saints and rank 2 true saints who were swept by her gaze would have their divine bodies fall down without a sound, and their breath would be completely cut off. They could not even use their immortal bodies because their souls had already been directly killed. Chapter 3057. Passing by. How? How is this possible? This is too strong. Are they really only rank 1 true saints? The false saints in Jian Wushuang's team all had incredulous expressions. They were indeed incredulous. A rank 1 true saint punched a rank 3 true saint until he vomited blood? A rank 1 true saint relied on speed to suppress a rank 3 true saint and force him to retreat? A rank 1 true saint was able to kill a rank 1 true saint and a rank 2 true saint with a single glance, and he was able to restrain 2 rank 3 true saints by himself? Genius. This is a true super genius. Jiluo's eyes were burning. He was a genius as well. However, as a genius, he was far inferior to the 3 people in front of him. Any one of them could easily suppress a rank 3 true saint, but he would have to flee for his life if he encountered a rank 3 true saint. What's going on? Why did these 3 geniuses attack the stronghold of the Blood Crow organization? Jiluo asked in puzzlement. Jin Wushuang also frowned. Each of these three people is a true genius. They are stronger than Shuiyu and Qin Shan from the Heaven and Earth Palace. It's hard to meet such a genius, but there are three of them here at the same time. Jin Wushuang thought quickly. He immediately guessed that the three geniuses must be from the same force. As for the Blood Crow organization's stronghold, they were probably on a special mission. Huh. Jin Wushuang raised his head. On the battlefield, the evil-looking young man who was crazily suppressing a rank 3 true saint with a purple spear suddenly burst out. His spear skill was originally astonishingly fast, but in this instant, his spear skill suddenly increased by 3 times. A dazzling purple light instantly pierced through the void, leaving the rank 3 true saint with no time to react. Chi. This purple light directly pierced through the throat of the rank 3 true saint, and then a destructive power exploded. The rank 3 true saint did not even have time to scream before his divine body was destroyed. Seeing this scene, the demonic youth smiled strangely and then charged to the side. He's dead. A rank 3 true saint was killed just like that? This is too terrifying. Besides, didn't a rank 3 true saint master an immortal body? How could he die without using his immortal body? The false saints in Jin Wushuang's team burst into an uproar when they saw this scene. It's poison. The evil-looking young man's spear has been infused with a special poison. It's a kind of purple poison. Juluo narrowed his eyes. It's the Devil Star poison. Jin Wushuang's voice was solemn. Jin Wushuang had some knowledge of some poisons that could destroy divine power and kill true saint experts more easily. For example, the god-burning poison he used before was one of them. Although the god-burning poison was famous, it was only useful for some rank 1 and 2 true saints. At the rank 3 true saint realm, the divine power was purer and stronger, so the effect of the god-burning poison was negligible. As for the Devil Star poison, it was much more famous than the god-burning poison, so its value was naturally higher. With Jin Wushuang's permission as a heaven-level member, he could get 1 drop of the god-burning poison for 300,000 sacred elixirs in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, the Devil Star poison, which he could get as a heaven-level member, cost 5 million sacred elixirs for 1 drop. There was a difference of more than 10 times between 300,000 sacred elixirs per drop and 5 million sacred elixirs per drop. For example, the evil-looking young man had killed the rank 3 true saint with only 1 drop of the Devil Star venom. They are so talented that they could kill a true saint with 5 million sacred elixirs per drop of the Devil Star venom. Their backgrounds, Jin Wushuang said with a serious expression. Although there were many experts of the Blood Crow organization on the battlefield, the only ones who could pose a threat to the 3 were the 4 rank 3 true saints. However, one of them was killed by the demonic young man on the spot, and the second rank 3 true saint was also in danger under the crazy attack of the muscular man. Boom! The muscular man threw a punch and smashed the head of the rank 3 true saint who was fighting with him like a meteorite. The head of the 3rd rank true saint exploded on the spot. Evil master! The muscular man shouted. Coming! The rank 3 true saint who had just killed his opponent laughed loudly and appeared next to the muscular man. The moment the divine body of the rank 3 true saint in front of him started to fill up, he stabbed out with his spear. The tip of the spear only touched the divine body of the rank 3 true saint, and the rank 3 true saint immediately started to die. The second rank 3 true saint was killed. Next, the muscular man and the bewitching youth attacked again. The 3 true saints who were immersed in the white-robed woman's environment did not survive either. In just a short moment, the 4 rank 3 true saints were all killed. As for the rank 1 and 2 true saints, they were also crazily slaughtered by these 3. Because they were covered by the Scarlet Restriction, these rank 1 and rank 2 true saints had no chance of escaping. In the end, they were all killed. All of this was clearly seen by Jin Wushuang and Juluo's team. Amazing! This is a true genius. Just 3 rank 1 true saints destroyed a stronghold of the Blood Crow organization and killed all the experts in the stronghold. They are so powerful. The false saints in the team could not help exclaiming in surprise. But at this time, the muscular man, the evil-looking young man, and the white-robed woman had gathered together. Huan Shui and the evil master. The muscular man looked at the two people in front of him and said, "It seems that everything is going well." "Everything is going well?" "Not necessarily." The evil-looking young evil master had a strange look on his face, and his evil eyes looked toward the void to the side. The evil master was looking in the direction of Jian Wushuang's team. The muscular man and the white-robed woman, Huan Shui, also looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures rushed over and arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and the others in an instant. Jiluo and the others were shocked. Jiluo took a deep breath and then said, "We are just passing by. We don't mean any harm." "I know." The muscular man nodded slightly. He could see that Jian Wushuang's team was just passing by, and they were sealed in this area by their restriction. But even if they were just passing by, Jian Wushuang and the others still saw with their own eyes that they destroyed the stronghold of the Blood Crow organization. Chapter 3058. Memory Erasure, Mirage Water, Evil Master. What do you think? The muscular man asked. This is the White Bone region, and the Blood Crow organization is one of the overlords here. The three of us have destroyed one of their strongholds, and this is no longer just a provocation to the Blood Crow organization, but a slap in the face. Once the Blood Crow organization finds out about this, they will immediately send their experts to kill the three of us. It is because of this that we specially sealed off this region with a restriction to prevent the news from leaking out. But these people saw what happened just now. Once they spread the news, it will be very difficult for the three of us to leave the Bone region safely. So, I suggest that we kill all of them, the young evil master said directly. The evil master did not deliberately suppress his voice, and his words were clearly heard by Jian Wushuang and the others. Immediately, the false saints in Jian Wushuang's team turned pale with fright and became nervous. "Gentlemen, we are indeed just passing by, and we promise that we will not spread the news of today's event. We hope that you can show mercy," Jiluo said. Jiluo was usually careless, but he was very sensible. When it was time to lower his head, he knew to lower it. "Guarantee? What's the use of just empty words?" The evil master laughed mockingly. "Enough." The burly man waved his hand and then turned to look at the silent Mirage Water. "Mirage Water, with your research on the soul, you should be able to directly access part of the other party's memories, right?" "If they don't resist, it's fine," Mirage Water said. "That's good," the burly man said in a deep voice. "It is true that the three of you do not have any enmity with us. However, you have seen something that you should not have seen today. For the sake of safety, the three of us should have killed all of you. However, I can give all of you a chance now. All of you should give up resisting. I will get Mirage Water to erase the portion of your memories that you have just seen. After that, all of you can leave." Erase their memories? Jiluo and the rest were shocked, but they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Mountain King, you are really merciful." The evil master glanced at the burly man and did not say anything. "Mirage Water, go ahead," the burly man Mountain King said. Mirage Water nodded and prepared to go forward. "Sorry, I refuse," an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, everyone looked at the source of the voice. The one who said this was Jian Wushuang, who had been standing silently by the side. "What did you just say?" Mountain King stared at Jian Wushuang with an invisible pressure. Facing this pressure, Jian Wushuang was calm and natural. "I used to know soul attacks, so I know some things about the soul. Under normal circumstances, an expert who is good at soul attacks wants to erase a person's memory, which is equivalent to reading all the memories of that person. I don't want others to see some things, so I refuse." Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Mountain King's expression turned cold. "Brother Heavenly Marquis," Jiluo said anxiously, "it's true that erasing your memory means that you will search through your own memory. It's normal that you don't want others to know about your secrets, but you have to save your life first. Nothing is more important than your own life." "That's right. Lord Heavenly Marquis, don't be rash." The false saints at the back also spoke. Jian Wushuang smiled. "My life is important, But there are things more important than my own life in this world. If I don't resist and let them erase my memory, not only will all my secrets be spied on, but my life will also be in their hands. I don't like the feeling that my life and death are in their hands. Besides, these three are not qualified to make me wait for my death. Jiluo and the others were shocked. Jian Wushuang's words clearly offended the three geniuses. Sure enough, except for Mirage Water, the other two geniuses' expressions changed. Mountain King, you are indeed merciful today, but unfortunately, some people still don't appreciate your kindness, the demonic young evil master said with a strange smile. Well, Mountain King nodded slightly. In that case, let's kill him, Mirage Water. As soon as Mountain King finished his words, Mirage Water, the white-robed woman, looked directly at Jian Wushuang with her clear eyes. A strange light flashed in her eyes. A powerful soul power instantly covered Jian Wushuang. Brothers of the Heavenly Marquis. Jiluo was shocked. When the three of them were fighting with the experts of the Blood Crow organization, the white-robed woman was extremely terrifying. At first glance, those rank 1 and 2 true saints had died instantly. Her terrifying methods were amazing. Now, the white-robed woman looked at Jian Wushuang and used the same method. However, Jian Wushuang still stood there calmly in the face of the white-robed woman's soul attack. His expression did not even change. Mirage Water, what happened? Mountain King looked at him in surprise. I have already used my soul attack, but this person, he blocked it forcefully and easily, Mirage Water said. Oh! Mountain King was surprised. Soul attack is good, but it's useless to me. Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. Since he had become an immortal saint, his soul had greatly increased. Although his soul strength was still at the rank 1 true saint, it was much stronger than that of a true saint of the same level. In addition, he also had the pagoda of delicacy. After becoming an immortal saint, his pagoda of delicacy had reached the 3rd level, which was extremely powerful. The white-robed woman's soul attack had been used on the pagoda of delicacy, but it could not shake it at all. Since the pagoda of delicacy could not be shaken, it naturally could not affect Jian Wushuang at all. It's good that you can resist the soul attack of fantasy water so easily, but it's a pity that you met us, the evil master. Kill him, Mountain King said. Haha, leave it to me. The evil master revealed an excited smile, and his figure flashed in an instant. His terrifying speed burst out, and a ghostly figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. A random purple light lit up. It was the cold purple spear. The spear was unbelievably fast. It pierced through the void and made a crisp sound of air explosion. It's too fast. Jiluo and the other false saints widened their eyes. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the same place. He did not move at all, as if he had given up resisting. Chapter 3059. 1 against 3. Under he's dead. Seeing that the tip of the evil master's purple spear was less than a meter away from Jian Wushuang, and that Jian Wushuang had no reaction at all, Mountain King and Mirage Water sighed in their hearts. Even a rank 3 true saint could not dodge the evil master's spear at such a close distance. They did not think that Jian Wushuang could dodge it at all. Chi. The long spear tore through the air and directly pierced through Jian Wushuang's throat. No! Mountain King's pupils suddenly shrank. An afterimage? The young evil master was also suddenly shocked. His long spear had clearly pierced through Jian Wushuang's throat, but he did not feel any material existence from the tip of the spear. Obviously, the Jian Wushuang in front of him was only an afterimage. Your speed is just so. A cold voice suddenly came from the void next to the evil master. Jian Wushuang's figure appeared out of nowhere, and a blood-red long sword appeared in his hand. He had already raised the long sword. Oh no! The evil master's expression changed greatly. Humph! Mountain King snorted coldly and took a step forward. He also burst out with terrifying speed and stood in front of the evil master. Before Jian Wushuang's sword fell, Mountain King had already waved his right arm, carrying the earth-shaking divine power. He ferociously attacked Jian Wushuang like a meteorite. In the previous battle, Mountain King had punched a rank 3 true saint so hard that he vomited blood. However, seeing this punch, Jian Wushuang just smiled casually, and the star power in his body suddenly burst out. However, the long sword in his hand did not stop at all. Whoosh! The sword was slashed out in anger. Roar! A deep and angry roar suddenly came from the heaven and earth, and the sword light from the long sword turned into a complete and huge ancient exotic beast. This ancient exotic beast was extremely ferocious, and its evil energy soared to the sky. It rushed out with a shocking power. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang, bang! The Blood Mountain sword directly hacked at Mountain King's fist, and the terrifying power contained in the sword suddenly burst out. Crack! The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Mountain King's eyes were wide open as he stared at Jian Wushuang in shock. In the next moment, his body was directly chopped down. What? Seeing this scene, Mirage Water and the Evil Master also looked incredulous. Among the three of them, Mountain King was the best at killing power. Mountain King's fist was extremely powerful, and few rank 3 true saints could match him. But now, he was facing a mysterious expert who was also a rank 1 true saint. How could he break Mountain King's bones with a single strike? How could he fall to the ground? Starsea Realm, the white-robed woman, Mirage Water, suddenly let out a low shout. Her eyes were shining with a strong green light. The green light was like a demonic light, shooting toward Jian Wushuang and making eye contact with him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world around Jian Wushuang immediately began to change. He was originally in a vast void, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in a pitch-black, boundless sea of stars. Juluo and the others around him had also disappeared. Illusion? A mere illusion can't affect me. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, and then his eyes turned cold. Break! Boom! The shout was like a heavenly punishment, and the starry sea world shook violently and then collapsed. It's broken. How could it break my most powerful move so easily? Mirage Water was shocked. I don't believe it. Jian Wushuang looked to the side and saw that the evil master's aura suddenly increased, and his speed increased by another level. The purple spear in his hand also became more demonic. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The purple spear was like a purple lightning snake, stabbing toward Jian Wushuang at an extremely tricky angle. It was so fast that an ordinary rank 3 true saint could only defend in a sorry state. They could not even defend for long. In the previous battle, it was this evil master who had used his extremely fast spear technique to kill a rank 3 true saint first. But now, he met Jian Wushuang. Is it a competition of speed? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but the Blood Mountain sword in his hand became illusory. He still stood in the void, but without any warning, he brandished the long sword in his hand. Hua, 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 hua. Jian Wushuang brandished the sword 9 times in a row, and also displayed a total of 9 sword moves. However, even though he had executed 9 sword moves in one go, it felt as if he had only executed 1 sword move. It was the 9th heaven of illusionary sword in the Peerless Sword Manual. The 9 sword shadows were all extremely hazy. When they overlapped and gathered together, the moment they were brandished, the evil master's body trembled violently. This sword move! The evil master stared at the 9 sword lights that overlapped and seemed to be executed at the same time. It was too fast. These 9 sword lights were simply too fast. It was even faster than the spear technique that he had unleashed with all his might, and much faster. Boom! In his shock, the evil master also unleashed his full power, using the fastest speed that he had ever used in his life to execute his spear technique. But in the end, clang, 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 clang. The evil master only had time to block 6 strikes, but the 7th strike had brushed past the body of his long spear, slashing directly onto his divine body. He was similarly unable to block the 8th and 9th strikes. Chi! The evil master's entire head was cut off, and his divine body directly collapsed. Crash! A large amount of divine power began to gather crazily, and in just a moment, the evil master's divine body reassembled again. However, after the divine body reassembled, the evil master looked at Jian Wushuang with a trace of fear and did not attack again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mountain King and Mirage Water also appeared behind the evil master, looking at Jian Wushuang with a trace of fear in their eyes. At this time, Jian Wushuang slowly reached out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. As Jian Wushuang opened the jade bottle, a foul smell spread out. There was some dark brown liquid in the jade bottle. Jian Wushuang sprinkled the dark brown liquid on the Blood Mountain sword, and it was quickly absorbed by the Blood Mountain sword. This scene made Mountain King, the evil master, and Mirage Water tremble in fear. It's the poison of the evil god. In the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, only 2 million sacred elixirs can be exchanged for 1 drop. Although it's not as good as the poison of the Devil's Star, 1 drop is enough to kill an ordinary rank 3 true saint. As the evil master said this, his body and mind went cold. After all, his divine body had just been destroyed by Jian Wushuang. However, if Jian Wushuang had just smeared the evil god venom on his long sword, he would have died instantly, as a rank 1 true saint with his divine power could not resist the corrosion of the evil god venom. Chapter 3060. Monsters Among Monsters _ Silence. The whole world was silent. Mountain King, Mirage Water, and the evil master stood side by side, staring at Jian Wushuang with their eyes wide open. They saw Jian Wushuang merge the evil god venom into his longsword. They knew that Jian Wushuang had the strength to kill them. Juluo and the false saints were also stunned. "Sir, we are from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces," Mountain King said immediately. "The Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces again?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Since he came from the Endless Territory, he had met several geniuses from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. Jian Wushuang had long known that the 3 people in front of him must be from a powerful force with an extraordinary background. He did not expect them to be from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. The Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces are divided into the Heaven and Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Chaos Palace. "Which palace are you from?" Jian Wushuang asked. "The Primitive Palace." "The 3 of us are from the Primitive Palace," Mountain King said directly. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and was not surprised. These 3 people were obviously much stronger than Shuiyu, Long Yun, and Qin Chun, whom he had met before. However, they were not ridiculously strong. They should not be the super geniuses of the Chaos Palace. The geniuses of the Primitive Palace suited their identities. "I've long heard that there are many monsters in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. The geniuses of the Primitive Palace are the best among the monsters. I've witnessed it today." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but he had already put away the Blood Mountain sword. "You 3 didn't kill us directly just now, so we'll let you live." After saying that, Jian Wushuang looked at Juluo and said, "Juluo, let's go." Jian Wushuang turned around and left. Juluo and the other false saints had also recovered from their shock. They looked at the 3 of them in amazement, and then left with Jian Wushuang. The 3 of them stood in the same place without any intention of stopping him. As for wiping out part of their memories, it was naturally impossible. Soon, Jian Wushuang and the others had disappeared from Mountain King and the other 2. Mountain King and the other 2 were still standing there. They looked very excited and could not calm down for a long time. After a while, the evil master was the first to speak. "Mirage Water, you are good at the soul and have the best sensing ability. Did the man just now disguise his divine power aura, or is he really a rank 1 true saint?" Mountain King immediately looked at Mirage Water, but Mirage Water shook her head slightly. "I didn't sense any signs of him hiding his aura. At least from what I see, he is indeed just a first-level true saint." "If even you can't tell, then this person is most likely a first-level true saint. But they are both first-level true saints. How can he be so strong?" the evil master said in shock. Mountain King and Mirage Water were also shocked. "Yes, too strong. The 3 of us are all from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, and we're all top geniuses of the primitive palace. Even in the vast divine beginning realm, our talent is definitely the best and the most terrifying. Even if we encounter the monsters of the Chaos Palace. In this era, there are only 2 monsters of the Chaos Palace who are still at the first level true saint. I've fought with one of them before. Although that person's strength is terrifying and is much stronger than mine, I feel that if we work together with the evil master, we should be able to fight. If we add Mirage Water, the 3 of us working together can even completely suppress that genius of the Chaos Palace. But today, the 3 of us met a cultivator who was also only at the first level true saint realm. The 3 of us combined our full strength, and in the end, we were completely defeated? Mountain King muttered. Mirage Water's expression was solemn. His soul is extremely tough, and his soul defense ability is also extremely strong. The soul attack that I used with all my strength did not have the slightest effect on him. Even when I used my strongest ultimate move, the Starry Sea Realm, he was able to break it in an instant. His willpower is terrifyingly strong. His strength is also ridiculously strong. When he fought you head-on, he smashed you to the ground with one sword strike. His speed is even faster than before. As expected, his comprehension of the space-time principles has reached the 3rd stage, and his sword arts are even more tyrannical. In just one exchange, that sword arts completely crushed the evil master, and even crushed the evil master's divine body on the spot. His speed, strength, and soul are all incredible, and I don't feel any weakness in his body. I even felt that he was holding back when he fought with us. In other words, he didn't use his full strength. This man is too terrifying. Terrifying. That was what Mirage Water thought of Jian Wushuang. Mountain King and the evil master thought the same. If a genius of the Chaos Palace is a monster in the divine beginning world, then that man should be a monster among monsters. Even the monsters in the Chaos Palace are inferior to him, Mountain King said. From the direction he's flying and the team he's with, he should have rushed over from the Endless Territories. He's currently forming a team to pass through the Whitebone region. Such an inconceivable monster actually appeared in the Endless Territories? Who exactly is he? The evil master was curious. No matter who he is, since we've met him today, then we can't pretend that we didn't see him. We must immediately report this matter to the higher-ups, said Mountain King. Yes, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has a rule. It's a great reward to introduce some top geniuses to the 3 palaces. As for the man just now, he's an incredible monster. Once he joins the 3 palaces, the 3 of us will get a lot of benefits. By the way, we forgot to ask his name, said the evil master. Although they had just fought with Jian Wushuang, they had not asked his name. I heard the true saint in their team call him Brother Heavenly Marquis. He should be called Heavenly Marquis, right? Mirage Water asked. I think so. Mountain King nodded. It's impossible for a monster like him to be completely traceless. As long as we report his name, it should be easy for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to find out his background. Let's leave this place quickly. Soon, the 3 geniuses left. The 3 of them had come to the Bone region to carry out a special mission of the Primitive Palace. It had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. It was because Jian Wushuang happened to see them when they attacked the stronghold of the Blood Crow organization. In order not to leak the news, they fought with Jian Wushuang. However, they did not expect that such a freak would appear in this fight. After the 3 of them left, they immediately reported what happened here to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. Chapter 3061. How could it be possible? When Mountain King and the other 2 reported the news, the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces also attached great importance to it. As Mountain King had expected, with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's ability, it was too easy to find out Jian Wushuang's background. In the vast chaotic void, a 3-eyed man over 3 meters tall with bronze skin, a green-haired woman, and the last white-haired old man were gathered together. These 3 ancient and powerful existences were gathered together. The 3 of them sat in front of the stone table and drank by themselves. Occasionally, they would chat with each other, appearing extremely calm. Who? These days are getting more and more boring. The white-haired old man let out a soft sigh. The three of them had lived for an incomparably long time. However, because they had lived for too long, and their strength had already reached their limits, it was almost impossible for them to have any room for improvement. After such a long period of time, it was inevitable that they would become bored and lose their fun. To be more precise, they would lose their motivation. These dull and boring days were actually very difficult to endure. Some people with a high mental state were fine, but if it was someone with a low mental state, the boredom of such a long period of time would easily cause them to go crazy and become a demon. Some even started to distort and become very dark. As for the three of them, even though their days were a little more dull, at least they were able to stay true to their hearts. That was not bad. Emotion, if you feel really bored, why don't you go to the universe battlefield and explore? There are countless opportunities there. Who knows, you might be able to find some opportunities there, allowing your strength to improve? The green-haired lady said. Universe battlefield? The weathered old man Emotion raised his eyebrows, then sneered. Don't dream about it. What kind of place is the universe battlefield? Although there are countless opportunities there, there are even more dangers. For principals masters at our level, if we go there, I'm afraid we won't even know how we die. Is the universe battlefield really that dangerous? The green-haired woman frowned slightly. If you are not strong enough by yourself, then if the three of us join hands, can we go there and have a try? The three-eyed man beside him immediately looked over. No. Emotion shook his head. The dangers of the universe battlefield aren't something we can imagine. I once heard the palace master and the others say that in there, normal principals masters are just cannon fodder. Like the three of us, we are just slightly stronger than cannon fodder. Unless the three of us can improve further, then with the three of us working together, we can go and try. Of course, if the two of you really feel that you've lived too long, then there's no point. You can try your luck inside. If your luck is good, you might really get a great opportunity. But even if your luck is bad and you die inside, that would be considered a relief. You can still achieve your goal. After all, I'm not going to the space battlefield. Even though my life is very boring, it's still better than dying. Hearing Emotion's words, the three-eyed man and the green-haired woman could not help but laugh. However, deep down, they were looking forward to the universe battlefield even more. Of course, even though they were looking forward to it, they were more in awe. The universe battlefield was the graveyard of principals masters. These words were not a joke. Of the principals masters from the divine beginning world who entered the universe battlefield, at least 5 out of 10 would fall. Right at this moment, the three of you are all here. A hoarse voice sounded. Immediately, a silver-haired old woman with a shaggy figure appeared beside the three of them. Bitter Granny, why are you free to come here today? The three-eyed man revealed a smile. He waved his hand, and a wine cup immediately appeared on the table. Come, sit down and have a drink. I don't have time to drink with you. I came here today to look for Emotion, the silver-haired old woman said. Look for me? When? Emotion raised his head. It's like this. The silver-haired old woman immediately began to explain. Not long ago, I heard that an incredible sword Dao genius appeared in the endless territories. He has great potential and is qualified to become a member of our heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Unfortunately, this genius did not agree to join our heaven-cleaving 3 palaces in the end. There is such a thing. Emotion nodded. This genius is called Heavenly Sword Marquis. Back then, he was only at the Reverend God level, but he already had the battle strength of a second-level true saint. His talent is so high that in this era of many geniuses in the Chaos Palace, there is probably no one who can compare to him. Back then, I personally went to invite him, but he rejected me in person. After that, I paid a lot of attention to him. I know that he is now a heaven-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and his strength is extraordinary. Yes, it's the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The silver-haired old woman's expression was unusually grave. Just now, the 3 genius, the Mountain King, Mirage Water, and Evil Master from the Primitive Palace went to the White Bone region in order to complete the mission issued by the Primitive Palace. In the White Bone region, they saw the Heavenly Sword Marquis and even exchanged blows with him. Mountain King, Mirage Water, and Evil Master? Emotion, the green-haired woman, and the three-eyed man looked at each other. They were all high-level officials of the three palaces, so they were very familiar with some of the geniuses in the three palaces. The three geniuses that the silver-haired old woman was talking about were the three more talented ones in the primitive palace. These three little guys should be at the first-level True Saint realm, and the Heavenly Sword Marquis seems to have broken through to the True Saint realm. He is on the same level as the three of them. How did they end up fighting? Emotion asked. Those three little fellows were defeated, the silver-haired old woman said. Defeated? Emotion nodded slightly, but he was not surprised. That Heavenly Sword Marquis is comparable to a second-level True Saint at the Divine Master realm. Now that he has broken through to the True Saint realm, his combat strength is likely infinitely close to that of a fourth-level True Saint. It is normal that these three little fellows are no match for him. But the three of them joined forces and instantly unleashed their strongest strength. In the end, they were easily crushed and defeated by that Heavenly Sword Marquis, the silver-haired old woman said in a low voice. What? Emotion was shocked. The green-haired woman and the three-eyed man were also shocked. When they heard the silver-haired old woman say that Mountain King and the other two had lost, they thought that Mountain King and the other two had fought one-on-one with Heavenly Sword Marquis and were defeated by him. But in the end, the three of them actually joined forces and were defeated, and they had been defeated? How is this possible? The three-eyed man immediately stood up. I know about Mountain King, Mirage Water, and Evil Master. The three of them are very powerful. Although they are only first-level True Saints, their combat power is at the peak among third-level True Saints. Any one of them has the strength to kill an ordinary third-level True Saint in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, one of them is strong, one is good at soul techniques, and the other is good at speed. With the cooperation of the three of them, even if they meet a true fourth-level True Saint, they can still fight. How can they not be a match for Heavenly Sword Marquis? Chapter 3062. Making an exception of the three-eyed man, the green-haired woman, and Emotion all felt incredulous. Although it's a little unbelievable, it's the truth. The silver-haired old woman said seriously, the Mountain King personally sent a message. According to the Mountain King, the Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't defeat the three of them after a tough battle. Instead, he crushed the three of them easily. The three of them even felt that the Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't use his full strength. You can easily crush Mountain King and the other two, but you haven't even used your full strength yet? The three-eyed man was shocked. Hag, is that why you came to find me? Emotion looked at the silver-haired old woman. Yes. The silver-haired old woman nodded slightly. If what Mountain King and the other two said is true, then this kid called Heavenly Sword Marquis is a little too terrifying. Such a genius is worthy of the attention of our heaven-cleaving alliance. Now, the three palace masters already know about this matter. And Emotion, you've dealt with that kid before. If nothing unexpected happens, the three palace masters should be looking for you. Three palace masters? Emotion was stunned. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was publicly acknowledged as the #1 freedom alliance in the Divine Beginning realm. It had countless experts. For example, the Principal's Masters, who were usually high and mighty, could be considered the strongest experts in any place in the Divine Beginning realm, even in the vast Third Firmament. However, there were quite a number of Principal's Masters in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. These Principal's Masters also had differences in strength and status. And the three Palace Masters mentioned by the silver-haired old woman were the three Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, the Heaven and Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Primal Chaos Palace. They controlled the three palaces and had most of the resources of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. They were high and powerful, and their strength was also incomparably powerful. Emotion and the others were also in awe of these three Palace Masters. Oh! Emotion's expression suddenly changed. As expected, the three Palace Masters summoned me. After saying that, Emotion ignored the reactions of the people around him and directly closed his eyes at the table. The silver-haired old woman, the three-eyed man, and the jade-haired woman did not dare to disturb him. This was an incomparably grand palace. There were incomparably tall steps on the palace. At the top of the steps, 3 thrones stood side by side. On the thrones, there was a hazy figure. These 3 hazy figures belonged to the 3 palace masters. And below the great hall, Emotion stood there respectfully. Of course, regardless of whether it was the 3 palace masters or Emotion, they were merely consciousness incarnations. Their true bodies were all in different places. Emotion, about that genius called Heavenly Sword Marquis, say it. Among the 3 palace masters, the palace master sitting in the middle spoke. Emotion took a deep breath and then respectfully explained everything he knew in detail, including the scene where he personally invited Jian Wushuang to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and even some speculations about Jian Wushuang's refusal. In the chaotic void, beside the stone table, Emotion opened his eyes again. Emotion, how is it? The silver-haired old woman, the three-eyed man, and the green-haired woman immediately looked over. The 3 palace masters summoned me and asked me in detail about Heavenly Sword Marquis. After that, the 3 palace masters discussed for a bit and came to a decision. Emotion said, "What decision? Should we send another invitation to Heavenly Sword Marquis?" The silver-haired old woman asked. No. Emotion shook his head. According to the rules of the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces, no matter how outstanding a genius is, he will only be invited twice. This is the pride of the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is extremely talented, it is not to the extent that the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces would break the rules. However what? The silver-haired old woman immediately asked. Although the 3 palace masters did not ask me to invite Heavenly Sword Marquis again, they made an exception for him. Emotion said, "Make an exception?" The 3 silver-haired old women were very puzzled. Heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Emotion's voice sank. The 3 palace masters have instructed that Heavenly Sword Marquis has unparalleled potential and limitless achievements in the future. Even if he doesn't want to join the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, he can only be a friend of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and not an enemy. What should be roped in must be roped in. Therefore, they agreed to make an exception for him to go to the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. What? The 3 silver-haired old women were shocked. The Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. If it was an ordinary expert, hearing these words would not cause any waves. However, the few people present were all high-level officials of the 3 palaces. They knew a lot of secrets about the many resources in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. For example, they knew very deeply about the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. It was said that the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm was a mystic realm opened by the mysterious leader of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Moreover, this mystic realm was not the Heaven and Earth Mystic Realm, but the Universe Mystic Realm. It was one of the biggest opportunities in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces and even the entire Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It contained endless opportunities. No matter who it was, anyone who entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm could gain a lot. They could even obtain great fortune. Many people's strength improved greatly because they entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. There were also some people who were stuck at a bottleneck for many years and were unable to make a breakthrough. But once they entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm, they immediately made a breakthrough. There were also some people who did not improve much when they entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm, but after they came out of the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. In short, the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm was definitely a land of fortune. There were many geniuses in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, and everyone was filled with desire for the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. However, even among the geniuses in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, 99% of them were not qualified to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. Instead, they needed certain conditions. This specific condition was the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces genius competition every 10,000 years. This competition would give birth to 3 people who could enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. Among them, there were 2 from the Primal Chaos Palace, a total from the Primitive Palace, and none from the Heaven and Earth Palace. One had to know that this was a chance that only came once every 10,000 years. and there were only 3 people who could enter. One could imagine how harsh the conditions for entering the heaven-cleaving mystic realm were. But now, this heavenly sword marquis was not a member of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, but the 3 palace masters actually made an exception for him to go to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Was this a very big exception? Impossible. This is impossible. No matter what, that heavenly sword marquis is not a member of the 3 palaces. How could the 3 palace masters make an exception for him to go to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm because of his high talent? The three-eyed man growled. I also think it is impossible, but it is the truth. This was personally ordered by the 3 palace masters, and they all came to a unanimous decision, Emotion said. This? The three-eyed man could not help but be stunned. Could there be other reasons besides the talent of the heavenly sword marquis? The silver-haired old woman suddenly asked. Maybe. Emotion shrugged. But no matter what, the 3 palace masters have already given the order, and this matter is left to me. It seems that I have to go meet the heavenly sword marquis again. Chapter 3063. First Heaven _ Jian Wushuang, Jiluo, and the others continued to move forward in the White Bone region. But even now, the false saints in the team could not calm down for a long time. Even Jiluo looked at Jian Wushuang with great enthusiasm. Brother Heavenly Marquis, the 3 people just now came from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. The legendary heaven-cleaving 3 palaces are full of geniuses, and they are the genius disciples of the primitive palace. However, they were defeated by you when they joined hands. Brother Heavenly Marquis, aren't you too powerful? Jiluo was extremely excited. He was a genius too, but he was far inferior to the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. However, judging from the battle results just now, the geniuses of the 3 palaces were obviously inferior to Jian Wushuang. It's true that those 3 are geniuses of the 3 palaces. However, just because they are from the 3 palaces, it doesn't mean that they can look down on everything. The world is very big. There is a sky beyond the sky, and a mountain is as tall as a mountain. This time, they were just unlucky and happened to meet me, Jian Wushuang said calmly. He was not proud of defeating the 3 of them. Jian Wushuang had always believed that there was a sky beyond the sky. Although he was already incredibly powerful among the rank 1 true saints in terms of strength, he did not dare to say that his battle strength was superior to all the rank 1 true saints in the divine beginning world. It was difficult to guarantee that there would not be some rank 1 true saints in the divine beginning world who were even more powerful than him. Jian Wushuang would always be in awe of the world. Only by being in awe of the world from time to time, not being complacent and not being arrogant, could they live long. The team continued to move forward. They were lucky. In the following time, their team did not encounter too much trouble. Instead, they passed through the White Bone Field relatively smoothly. After passing through the White Bone Field, they had already arrived at the edge of the 3rd heaven. Buzz buzz! An ancient and incomparably yearning aura spread out from a vast and boundless land in front of them. Looking at the vast and boundless land in front of them, the false saints in the team all revealed ecstatic expressions. 3rd heaven. Is that the 3rd heaven? The gathering place of the legendary experts. I've finally reached the 3rd heaven. Exclamations sounded in the crowd. Jian Wushuang was also shining with a strange light. He looked at the huge continent in front of him and felt everything around him at the same time. The heaven and earth spiritual chi and the power of rules are obviously much denser here than in the endless territory. No wonder everyone yearns for this place. It's much easier to cultivate and comprehend the rules here than in the endless territory, Jian Wushuang thought. Besides the heaven and earth spiritual chi and the rule power, Jian Wushuang also knew the difference between the 3rd heaven and the endless territory. The 3rd heaven was the core of the divine beginning world. The power of the will of heaven was the strongest here, much stronger than in the endless territory. When I used the life-level pressure to perform the heaven-cleaving skill in the endless territories, I alarmed the will of heaven and caused the power of the will of heaven to descend directly. At that time, The power of the will of heaven that descended was terrifying and far beyond my ability to resist. But now, in the third heaven, the power of the will of heaven is the strongest. If I use the life-level pressure or the heaven-cleaving skill and summon the will of heaven, I'm afraid no one can save me. Jin Wushuang was very vigilant. He would never reveal his life-level pressure and heaven-cleaving skill when he reached the third heaven. According to the information I got from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the third heaven does not refer to one continent, but three. Jin Wushuang suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the void, his eyes slightly focused. Although he could not see anything with his naked eyes, he was very clear that the so-called third heaven was actually a pyramid composed of three continents. Like what Jin Wushuang and the others were seeing now, the giant continent in front of them was only the first heaven, and above the first heaven, hundreds of millions of miles in the sky, there was a giant continent floating there. It was the second heaven. Above the second heaven, at the top of the heaven and earth, was the real third heaven. It was said that the three masters of the saint realm who stood at the top of the third heaven had created a great saint realm in the third heaven, which was why they were called masters of the saint realm. The third heaven and the three continents are like a mountain. The first heaven is just the foot of the mountain, the second heaven is the mountainside, and the third heaven is the real mountaintop, which is the real peak. For me now, the first heaven alone is enough for me to travel for a long time, Jian Wushuang thought. One had to take one step at a time, and one had to eat one mouthful at a time. He was only a first-level true saint. Although his combat power was not bad, there were many people in the first heaven who were stronger than him, not to mention the third heaven. Everyone, this is the edge of the first heaven. Let's separate here, a false saint in the team suddenly said. Everyone nodded. They had formed a team to pass through the bone domain together. Now that they had passed the bone domain, there was no need to form a team anymore. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Marquis and Juluo. Yes, if it weren't for you, it would be difficult for us to pass through the bone domain. Thank you, my lords. The false saints thanked Jin Wushuang and Juluo one by one. Jin Wushuang and Juluo only smiled faintly. Soon, the false saints left one after another. Juluo did not leave directly. Instead, he looked at Jin Wushuang and asked, Brother Heavenly Marquis, you just arrived at the first heaven. Do you have any plans? Not yet, Jin Wushuang said. If you don't have any plans and don't know where to go, why don't you come with me? Juluo said expectantly. Come with you? Where do you plan to go? Jin Wushuang asked. Well, Juluo pondered for a moment, then he smiled and said, Brother Heavenly Marquis, to tell you the truth, many years ago, when I was just a divine master, I met a mysterious expert when I was adventuring in the Nine Seas Star Country. That mysterious expert also saw that his talent was good and gave me an opportunity. He also said that if one day I could break through to the immortal saint realm, I could come to the first heaven and look for him in the juvenile god sect and take him as my master. Therefore, I rushed to the first heaven to find him in the juvenile god sect. Juvenile god sect? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Chapter 3064. The Junior Divine Sect. When he was in the Endless Territories, Jian Wushuang had carefully read all kinds of information about the third heaven, including the various sects and powers in the third heaven. For example, the most famous sects in the first heaven were the 3 pavilions, the 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sects. They were the top sects in the first heaven. Of course, the sects and powers in the first heaven were far more than these. There were even some powerful sects that were comparable to the 12 divine sects and the 9 courtyards. However, they were not that famous. Jian Wushuang knew about the Young Divine Sect because it was one of the 12 divine sects. The Young Divine Sect was able to become one of the 12 divine sects because it had once given birth to a principal's master. I've just arrived at the first heaven. Although I've read some information here, I've never experienced the real environment. The Young Divine Sect is one of the 12 divine sects. It's a good place for me to stay and familiarize myself with the environment, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had already made up his mind. Okay, they'll go with you to the Young Divine Sect, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Haha, that's great. Let's go now. Juluo seemed very excited. Jin Wushuang and Juluo immediately set off together. The first heaven was very big and boundless. There were many countries in the first heaven. Each country had its own emperor. However, these countries all submitted to the sects, such as the 3 pavilions, the 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sects. They all occupied many countries. Among them, the young divine sect had 81 countries, which were extremely powerful. Jin Wushuang and Juluo had already obtained the star map of the first heaven. They also knew about the existence of some spatial passageways. It only took them a short time to pass through the spatial passageways. They had already arrived in front of the young divine sect. That's the young divine sect. Juluo stood high in the void and looked at the ancient sect that occupied a huge territory in front of them. The sect was completely covered in a layer of faint purple fog. The entire sect seemed to be faintly discernible and extremely strange. If one closed their eyes, no one would even think that there was a sect there. Instead, it seemed to be an empty void. The time and space where the sect is located is very special. Jin Wushuang stared at the ancient sect in front of him. He had a feeling that the ancient sect seemed to be out of place with the surrounding time and space, as if the two were in different time and space. Jin Wushuang had felt this strange feeling from Emotion, the senior of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. If I'm not wrong, the reason why I have this special feeling is because of the secret realm of heaven and earth. Jin Wushuang's expression darkened. It's not surprising that the young divine sect doesn't exist in this space-time, but in the heaven and earth secret realm created by an expert. The heaven and earth secret realm was created by a principal's master. The heaven and earth secret realm was extremely strong and could store many things. It was normal for a rule master to put his sect in his own heaven and earth secret realm. If the secret realm of heaven and earth was complemented by a powerful formation, even some powerful principal's masters would not be able to shake the sect. After all, it was very difficult to destroy a secret realm of heaven and earth with the support of a formation. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let's go down, Juluo said. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. The two turned into 2 long arcs and rushed toward the gate of the young divine sect. There were more than 10 people guarding the huge gate, including some true saint experts. Jin Wushuang and Juluo were immediately stopped when they landed in front of the gate. Who are you? What are you doing in the young divine sect? A true saint stared at Jin Wushuang and Juluo coldly. Jin Wushuang looked indifferent. Juluo said, My name is Juluo. I just came from the endless territories. As for my purpose, I met a senior named Su Chinchio from the Young Divine sect a long time ago. He gave me an opportunity and said that I would come to the Young Divine sect to take him as my master after I reached the immortal saint realm. This is the token he gave me when he left. Juluo took out a token. It was just an ordinary token, but it contained a special aura. The true saint took the token and looked at Juluo in surprise. You're Elder Su's disciple? Elder Su has a strange temper and is always in closed-door cultivation. I've never heard of him having any disciples. I'm not sure either, but it's been 3,000 years since Elder Su gave me the opportunity, said Juluo. All right, wait here for a while. I need to confirm it first, said the true saint. No problem. Juluo smiled and waited in front of the mountain gate. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a loose robe walked out. Deacon Wan. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the people guarding the mountain gate all bowed respectfully. In the Young Divine sect, Deacon was second only to elders, and their status was extremely high. Who is Juluo? The middle-aged man in the loose robe, Deacon Wan, asked. I am, Juluo answered immediately. Deacon Wan nodded slightly. I just confirmed with Elder Su that he did go to the endless territories 3,000 years ago, and left an opportunity for a little guy named Juluo. As for what you said about acknowledging him as your master, it is true. However, Elder Su said that he is currently in closed-door cultivation and will only come out after some time. Therefore, he wants me to settle you down first. When he comes out of closed-door cultivation, you can formally kowtow and acknowledge him as your master. No problem. Juluo was delighted. By the way, this heavenly marquis brother beside me is my good friend. He came with me from the endless territories. I wonder if he can come with me? Your good friend? Deacon Wan glanced at Jin Wushuang. He nodded again and said, since you are about to take Elder Su as your master, you must be a disciple of the Young Divine Sect. A core disciple invites a good friend to the sect as a guest. Of course, the Young Divine Sect won't refuse. You too, come with me. After that, Deacon Wan led Juluo and Jin Wushuang into the Young Divine Sect. When they entered the sect, Jin Wushuang and Juluo immediately saw a magnificent and even shocking scene. They saw a dense cluster of 30,000-meter tall mountains standing in every corner. There were endless pavilions and palaces. Some were suspended in the void, while others stood on the mountains. The surrounding void was filled with white clouds. There were even some strange beasts and immortal birds. They were magnificent and fascinating. Chapter 3065. Senior Brother Bai Shao. Thanks. These are the real big sections. They are so magnificent that the sects in the endless territories can't compare to them. Juluo walked behind Deacon Wan and sighed from time to time. Jin Wushuang also nodded secretly. Although the Young Divine Sect was just a sect, it was actually a world in a secret realm of heaven and earth. The interior of the sect was indeed magnificent. Our Young Divine Sect is one of the 12 first firmament divine sections. Furthermore, the founder of our Young Divine Sect is a true master of principles. Although he has already fallen, the many things he left behind have benefited our Young Divine Sect immensely. Furthermore, our Young Divine Sect is extremely ancient. Countless years have passed since it was founded. This foundation isn't something an ordinary sect can compare to. This is your first time in the sect, so you don't know much. When you take Elder Su as your master and truly integrate into the Young Divine Sect, you'll know how lucky you are to be able to become a subordinate of the Young Divine Sect, Deacon Wan said from the front. Upon hearing this, Juluo's expectations grew. At this moment, oh, what's going on there? Juluo suddenly looked at the void beside him. In that empty space, there was a huge floating martial arts practice field. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the martial arts practice field. The people gathered there all looked very young, and most of them were only false saints or first or second level true saints. There were even some divine masters. It was very obvious that they were all disciples of the Young Divine Sect. And with so many disciples gathered together, it was obvious that something had happened. Deacon Wan also glanced at the martial arts practice field and then smiled. Well, it's a coincidence that you're here today. Bai Shao, the number one genius of our Young Divine Sect, just came back from the Divine Ancestor Dao Field. Along with him are a few of his good friends from the Divine Ancestor Dao Field. Because it's rare for him to come back, the sect master personally ordered him to have a good exchange with some core disciples of our Young Divine Sect. Is that so? Juluo raised his eyebrows. The Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. I've heard of the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect. It's one of the 3 free organizations in the Divine Beginning world. Could Senior Brother Bai Shao have joined the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect? Yes. Deacon Wan nodded. At the same time, he said proudly, Bai Shao is the most outstanding genius disciple of our Young Divine Sect. He's even ranked at the top among all the geniuses in our sect's history. 100 years ago, he joined the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect and entered the Daoist Palace, which specializes in cultivating top geniuses. He was also lucky enough to be under the tutelage of an invincible immortal saint from the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew about the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect from Shui Bei, but he had never heard of the Dao Palace. However, from what Deacon Wan said, he understood that the Dao Palace should be the same as the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which were used to cultivate top geniuses. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, and the Divine Ancestor Daoist Sect also had a Dao Palace. As expected, the Spacetime Temple should also have a special place to cultivate geniuses. Since Bai Shao was able to join the Daoist Right Temple and was able to be taken in as a disciple by an invincible immortal saint, His talent was indeed not considered weak. Jiluo, you have just arrived at my young divine sect, and yet you were able to see Bai Xiao. Consider yourself lucky. In a few days, Bai Xiao will return to the divine ancestor Taoist Right Temple with a few of his good friends. This is a rare opportunity. Do you want to go and look for Bai Xiao as well to exchange ideas with him? Deacon Wan suddenly asked. Is that possible? Jiluo was clearly very excited. Of course. Deacon Wan smiled. All right, let's hurry over. Jiluo could not wait any longer. The three of them immediately changed directions and quickly arrived at the floating martial arts practice field. When they arrived at the martial arts practice field, they happened to see that handsome young man, Bai Xiao, dressed in white robes, had easily defeated a second-level true saint disciple of the young divine sect. This scene also caused the surrounding people to cry out in surprise. One had to know that Bai Xiao's own realm was only a first-level true saint. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that Bai Xiao was also skilled in the Tao of the sword. Bai Xiao. Deacon Wan walked forward, and his voice clearly became gentler. Oh, Deacon Wan? Bai Xiao glanced at Deacon Wan and smiled. Is there something the matter? It's like this. This little fellow is called Jiluo. He was a disciple Elder Su took in 3,000 years ago in the Endless Territories. Today, he just arrived at our young divine sect, and happened to see you conversing with the disciples of our sect. I told him not to miss this opportunity, so he came over, Deacon Wan said. Elder Su's disciple? Bai Xiao's expression changed. As far as I know, Elder Su has very high standards. To be able to catch his eye and take him in as a disciple, his strength and talent must be extraordinary. Junior brother Jiluo, let's spar a bit. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Jiluo was incomparably excited as he took a deep breath. Senior brother Bai Xiao, be careful. Jiluo finished speaking. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Jiluo's figure suddenly charged forward, and the blood-colored battle saber on his back was instantly unsheathed. Walala! A bewitching blood-colored blade light appeared out of thin air, directly piercing through the void. It was as if the entire world had been split apart by this blood-colored blade light. The surrounding void also became completely dark. It was incomparably dark. Under this endless darkness, this blood-colored blade light appeared extremely dazzling. It was even extremely intoxicating. Seeing this blade light, many of the surrounding Heavenly God sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. This was because the aura and power of Jiluo's blade was already comparable to the full strength attack of a rank 2 true saint. Not bad. Even Bai Xiao nodded slightly, and then he took a step forward. He took a step forward and closed the distance between him and Jiluo. Then, he casually swung his sword. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive strikes appeared extremely relaxed. However, the first strike directly changed the direction of Jiluo's blade. The second strike passed by Jiluo and cut off one of his arms. This, too powerful. Senior apprentice brother Bai Xiao only used the divine power of a rank 1 true saint, but his swordsmanship is too terrifying. This Jiluo guy's saber is already so terrifying, but in front of senior apprentice brother Bai Xiao, he has no ability to resist at all. Exclamations immediately sounded in the surroundings. As for Jiluo, as a true saint, even if his divine body completely collapsed, he could rely on his immortal body to regenerate. Just one arm, Jiluo was able to instantly recover. Amazing! Jiluo's gaze was also incomparably hot as he stared at Bai Xiao. Senior brother Bai Xiao, your swordsmanship is truly amazing. Among all the first-level true saints I've seen, apart from the Heavenly Marquis brothers, your swordsmanship should be the strongest. Chapter 3066. Swordsmanship. Jiluo was straightforward and straightforward. He did not think too much about it. He did think Bai Xiao's swordsmanship was powerful, but at the same time, he also mentioned Jian Wushuang. The Heavenly Marquis brothers? Bai Xiao's eyes slightly moved. Junior brother Jiluo, who are the Heavenly Marquis brothers you mentioned just now? This? Jiluo was startled. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He immediately said, "Senior martial brother Bai Shao, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that your sword techniques are inferior to the heavenly marquis brothers. I just think that the sword techniques of the two of you are very impressive. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious." Bai Shao laughed. "Even in the Dao Palace that is filled with monsters, there are only a handful of first-level true saints who are comparable to me in terms of sword Dao and sword techniques. The meaning behind your words just now is clear that your heavenly marquis brothers can be compared to me in terms of sword techniques. In fact, they might even be stronger than me." Jiluo frowned. Deacon Wan smiled and said, "Bai Shao, your junior brother Jiluo has just come from the endless territory, so his vision is inevitably limited. You don't have to take it seriously. As for his heavenly marquis brother, I know that I'm the little guy next to me, but he also just came from the endless territory." "Oh." Jiluo's eyes moved slightly, and then he looked directly at Jian Wushuang. Many disciples of the Young Divine sect also looked at Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, he touched his nose with a strange expression. He did not feel anything when Jiluo fought with Bai Shao, but when Jiluo lost and said that, Jian Wushuang knew it was going to be bad. He knew very well that a top genius like Bai Shao had his own pride. Even in the Dao Palace, which was full of geniuses, his pride would not be weakened. Even if there were more talented people in the Dao Palace, he would also dare to compete with stronger geniuses. But now, Jiluo's words clearly meant that Bai Shao's swordsmanship might not be as good as his. Even if Jiluo just said it casually, it would still attract Bai Shao's attention. As expected, now Bai Shao came to find him. "Are you the heavenly marquis brother that junior brother Jiluo mentioned?" Bai Shao stared at Jian Wushuang. "Yes, I am." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "Is your swordsmanship very powerful?" Bai Shao asked. "It's just so-so," Jian Wushuang replied. "Just so-so? That can't be right." Bai Shao smiled. Junior brother Jiluo's talent is not bad. Since he just said that, he must have seen your swordsmanship and knows that your swordsmanship is extraordinary. This makes me curious. How about we have a head-on swordsmanship competition here? A swordsmanship competition? Jian Wushuang smiled. The surrounding disciples of the Young Divine sect immediately burst into an uproar. "Did you hear that? Senior brother Bai Shao wants to compete with this person in swordsmanship? Weren't we the ones who went to ask for senior brother Baixiu's advice before? Why is senior brother Bai Shao taking the initiative to compete with him now?" It's all because of junior brother Jiluo's words just now. His words clearly mean that senior brother Bai Shao's swordsmanship is not as good as his heavenly marquis brother. If I were senior brother Bai Shao, I would definitely be unconvinced in my heart. I would definitely find this person and compete with him. The sound of private discussions also resounded throughout the martial arts practice field. There were three figures standing quietly beside the crowd. Like Bai Shao, these three people were top geniuses from the Dao Palace. When they heard Bai Shao mention the competition to Jian Wushuang, the three people looked at each other and smiled. "Bai Shao, your junior brother just said it unintentionally. You don't have to be so serious, right?" The red-haired man with his arms crossed said with a smile, "That's right. This senior brother of yours just came from endless territories and has seen some geniuses before. He just randomly met someone whose swordsmanship is more outstanding and felt that he was very powerful. This is very normal. There's no need for you to be so calculative," a black-robed young man said. "In my opinion, it's better to forget about it," the beautiful woman in golden armor said at the end. The three of them seemed to be trying to persuade Bai Shao, but in fact, they were all gloating. Bai Shao was arrogant, and like Bai Shao, they were all from the Dao Palace. Of course, there were also arrogant people. They were not happy with what Jiluo had said. After all, they were the top geniuses selected by the Divine Ancestor Dao Palace. They stood at the top of the entire divine beginning world. How could any one of them be comparable to them? "Brother Heavenly Marquis." Jiluo looked at Jian Wushuang apologetically. He had said it casually and unintentionally, but he did not expect it to bring so much trouble to Jian Wushuang. This battle is inevitable. Bai Shao's eyes sparkled as he stared at Jian Wushuang. "How about it? Do you dare to compete?" Jian Wushuang shrugged and said casually, "Since you want to compete, fine, they'll grant you your wish." Very good. Here, you and I will only use the divine power of an ordinary rank 1 true saint to compete in swordsmanship. They'll let you fight first. Bai Xiao smiled with absolute confidence. Let me fight first? Are you sure? Jian Wushuang looked at Bai Xiao with interest. Of course. Bai Xiao nodded, but he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously. In that case, I want stand on ceremony. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. In the Bodhi world, I created a complete peerless sword manual with 7 sword techniques. Except for the Shixiang, Star Dream, and the 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword Realm, I haven't experienced any real combat with these 7 sword techniques. Now, they'll use this Bai Xiao to test my sword techniques. Jian Wushuang tightened his grip on the Blood Mountain sword, a faint smile on his face. Then, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding disciples, he moved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, strange figures suddenly burst out. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of Jian Wushuang appeared in the world. Space-time illusionary body? Such a crude method is still being used? Bai Xiao laughed disdainfully. Space-time phantoms was a technique that could be used after comprehending the first stage of the space-time principles. Most divine masters who had comprehended the space-time principles could easily use hundreds or thousands of phantoms. Compared to true saints, it was indeed a very crude technique. However, Jian Wushuang did not say anything. After the phantoms burst out at the same time, he suddenly took a step forward, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand fell straight down. Bai Xiao, the 3 genius disciples from the Tao Palace, and many disciples from the Young Divine sect only saw a flash of sword shadow. Chapter 3067. The Moment of Life and Death Buzz. The void had calmed down again, and Jian Wushuang's thousands of space-time phantoms had disappeared. However, Jian Wushuang had already arrived behind Bai Xiao. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said lightly, and the Blood Mountain sword had been put back into his universe bag. Bai Xiao, on the other hand, was completely stunned with his eyes wide open. Not only him, but Deacon Wan and the 3 genius disciples from the Tao Palace were also shocked. On the other hand, the disciples of the Young Divine sect were confused. What happened? Is it over? What happened just now? Has Senior Brother Bai Xiao defeated the Heavenly Marquis Brothers? The disciples of the Young Divine sect asked each other. Shut up. A low shout suddenly sounded. The one who had shouted was a peak rank 2 true saint who specialized in sword Tao. At this moment, this peak rank 2 true saint's body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. He's lost. Senior Brother Bai Xiao has lost. The peak stage 2nd rank true saint said. What? The disciples of the Young Divine sect were all shocked. It's too fast. That sword just now was too fast. The peak stage 2nd rank true saint exclaimed. That extremely fast sword was unbelievably fast. Senior Brother Bai Xiao didn't even have time to react before he was defeated. Didn't you notice that there was a white mark on Senior Brother Bai Xiao's right shoulder? That white mark was left behind by that Heavenly Marquis brother's longsword. White mark. There really is a white mark? And it was clearly left behind just now. Senior Brother Bai Xiao really lost? These Young Divine sect disciples instantly erupted into an intense clamor, and everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Not to mention them, even Bai Xiao's mind was somewhat muddled. How could it be so fast? He really could not figure it out. By that moment, Jian Wushuang's sword move was too fast. It was so fast that he could not react at all and was already defeated. The white mark on his right shoulder was indeed left by Jian Wushuang's longsword. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had shown mercy. If Jian Wushuang's sword move had been aimed at his neck, his entire head would have been cut off. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang again, his expression becoming more serious than ever. What was the name of your sword? I created it myself in the moment of life and death, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The moment of life and death? Bai Xiao was startled. He immediately recalled the sword, or to be more precise, that moment. It was an extremely short, almost negligible moment. Jian Wushuang used his swordsmanship and directly swept past him. In a normal fight, that moment could indeed decide life and death. The moment of life and death referred to that moment. This sword move was the fastest and most terrifying sword move of the 7 sword moves created by Jian Wushuang. This sword move was pure speed and extremely fast. It was completely different from Star Dream and the 9th heaven of illusionary sword. Although Star Dream was fast, the most powerful sword move was the tearing power contained in the sword edge. The 9th heaven of illusionary sword was also a sword move that emphasized speed. However, this sword move moved 9 times in an extremely short period of time. Each sword move was faster than the last, making the opponent tired of defending and fighting. It was best to use it to suppress the opponent. However, in the moment of life and death, this was a killer move. One sword attack could decide life and death in an instant. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, even a rank 4 true saint would not be able to withstand such a fast sword attack if he used his full strength. Although Bai Xiao's strength was impressive and his sword principle and swordsmanship were not weak, in front of Jian Wushuang, or to be exact, in front of Jian Wushuang's moment of life and death swordsmanship, he did not have any room to display it. Now I finally understand why junior brother Jiluo said that. He is right. In terms of sword principle and swordsmanship, I am inferior to you. Bai Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang and said seriously. He was arrogant, but he was not a narrow-minded person. Before Jian Wushuang showed his strength, Jiluo said that his swordsmanship was inferior to Jian Wushuang. Of course, he was not convinced. But now, in the real fight, the result had been determined in an instant. He was also convinced of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. I can only show that move just now, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Is that so? Bai Xiao took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Then he said, Deacon Wan, Mr. Heaven Marquis is extremely talented in sword principle. He is an out-and-out genius. It is our good fortune that such a genius can come to our young divine sect. We must treat him well. After saying that, Bai Xiao gave Deacon Wan a meaningful look. Deacon Wan understood. My young friend, let me take you to where you live, Deacon Wan said in a gentle tone. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and then followed Deacon Wan with Jiluo. After Jian Wushuang left, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. The disciples of the Xiaotian sect were all talking about the fight just now. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao had come to the side of the 3 Dao Palace geniuses. You 3, you should have seen what happened just now, right? Bai Xiao asked. To be honest, I could barely see a sword shadow, the red-haired man said. Me too. His sword was too fast. If it was directed at me, I would have been the same as you. I wouldn't have had time to react, the beautiful woman in golden armor said. Hey Qing, what about you? You're the strongest among the 4 of us, and you're also good at speed. If it had been you just now, would you have been able to block that sword attack? Bai Xiao looked toward the black-robed young man at the end. The black-robed young man frowned slightly. After a long while, he slowly shook his head. I'm not confident. Not confident. These 3 simple words caused the bodies and hearts of the 4 people to sink. They were all top geniuses from the Dao Palace, yet they were all frightened by the other party's sword just now. Moreover, they actually had no way of receiving that sword. Although we don't know the exact origin of this heavenly marquis, just the sword technique he just displayed is enough to show that his talent in the Tao of the sword is extremely high. He is an out-and-out genius in the Tao of the sword. In terms of talent, he is probably only stronger than the few of us, the red-haired man said with a serious expression. Chapter 3068. Master has arrived _ is he stronger than them? No one dared to deny this. The most important thing is that the heavenly sword marquis only used 1 sword attack. Although he said that it was the only sword attack he could use, we have no idea how strong his talent in sword Dao is. It's still unknown, and we have no way of testing it out, the black-robed youth said. That's why it's so troublesome. But no matter what, just the talent he's displaying right now should be enough to make the Dao Palace take him seriously, the red-haired man said. Bai Xiao, This is within the Young Divine sect. The Heavenly Sword Marquis is also a guest in your sect. What do you think we should do? The beautiful woman in golden armor looked at Bai Xiao. I've already reported this matter to my master, Bai Xiao said directly. Lord Bingfeng? The red-haired man and the other two immediately looked over. It's a coincidence. Master happened to be visiting his old friend in the first heavenly layer. He rushed over from where he was and will be here in less than 3 days. Once Master arrives and personally meets the Heavenly Sword Marquis, we can decide what to do then, Bai Xiao said. Yes, Master Iceberg is an invincible, immortal saint, and one of the higher-ups of the Dao Palace. We can't find out the truth about the Heavenly Sword Marquis, but he will be exposed in front of Master Iceberg. At that time, we will see how talented he is. At the same time, we can decide how much we have to pay to recruit him, the red-haired man said. There was no doubt that Dao Palace would be interested in a sword principal genius like Jian Wushuang. As for how much it would cost Dao Palace to recruit him, it would depend on Jian Wushuang's specific talent and strength. Deacon Wan arranged a place for Jian Wushuang and Jiluo before leaving. Jiluo stayed with Jian Wushuang. Brother Heavenly Marquis, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, Jiluo said apologetically. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew that Jiluo did not mean to do that, so he did not blame the latter. However, after this collision with Bai Xiao, he was afraid that he would encounter some trouble. Of course, it was not a big trouble, and it would not pose any threat to him. Bai Xiao and the others are from the Dao Palace of the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect, and the nature of the Dao Palace is the same as the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Now that I have shown some tricks in front of Bai Xiao and the others, they will certainly report this matter to the higher-ups of the Dao Palace. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Dao Palace already know about it and have sent people over, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The experts sent by the Dao Palace must have come to rope him in. Whatever, they'll just take it one step at a time. Jian Wushuang did not think about it anymore. Then, he temporarily settled down in the Young Divine sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Outside the mountain gate of the Young Divine sect, 2 figures slowly walked over from the distant void. They were clearly still quite a distance away from the Young Divine sect, but in just a few steps, the 2 of them had already arrived at the entrance. Lord, we have already arrived at the Young Divine sect. A white-robed man with an ice-cold aura spoke with a hint of respect. Amen. The one who replied was a white-haired elder with a child's face. This elder was thin and weak, and his eyes were extremely small, like the eyes of a mouse. The elder with a child's face and white hair looked down at the ancient sect below, but his expression slowly changed. The Young Divine sect. The one who founded the Young Divine sect back then still has a certain degree of friendship with me. We even went to a dangerous place to explore together. Unfortunately, his ambition was too great, and he wanted to search for a great opportunity in the cosmic battlefield. In the end, he died in the cosmic battlefield. The elder with a child's face and white hair sighed softly. His voice was also rather deep. Iceberg, isn't that disciple of yours in the Young Divine sect? Send a message to him, the white-haired elder instructed. Yes. The iceberg-like white-robed man nodded slightly. He then took out his token and sent a message to Bai Xiao. After sending the message, the 2 of them waited here for a short while. The mystic realm where the Young Divine sect was located suddenly shook. Soon after, the mountain gate opened, and dozens of figures came out to welcome them. These dozens of figures were led by a middle-aged man in a loose robe. Behind him were the many elders of the Young Divine sect, and Bai Xiao and the 3 geniuses from the Dao Palace were also among them. Soon, they arrived in front of the white-robed man and the white-robed elder with a childlike face and white hair. Haha, our Young Divine sect is truly honored to have Mr. Iceberg come personally. The middle-aged man in the loose robe let out a hearty laugh. However, he suddenly noticed the white-robed elder with a childlike face beside the ice peak. This elder exuded an extremely unique aura, and his entire person seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding space and time. This is the principal's master. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the loose robe suddenly narrowed. It's Lord Baiju. Bai Xiao and the 3 Dao Palace disciples immediately recognized the white-haired old man. Lord Baiju actually came personally? Sect Master Ceylon, the iceberg-like white-robed man, Iceberg, looked over at the middle-aged man in the long robe. This is Lord Baiju. He happens to be in the first heavenly layer this time, so he came with me. Young Divine Sect's Sect Master Ceylon greets Lord Baiju. Young Divine Sect's Sect Master and the elders behind him immediately bowed. Although the Young Divine Sect was one of the 12 Divine Sects in the first sky, the strongest expert in the Divine Sect right now was only a peak rank 7 true saint. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to Iceberg. Facing a Principal's Master, he was naturally trembling with fear. No need for formalities. Baiju waved his hand. He said, "The founder of your Young Divine Sect has a certain relationship with me. This old man received news that a good sword Dao genius has appeared in your sect, so I came over to take a look with Iceberg." Lord has a relationship with my sect? The sect master of the Young Divine Sect, Ceylon, was delighted. Sect Master Ceylon, please lead the way, Iceberg urged. Please follow me. Ceylon immediately led Baiju and Iceberg into the sect. Soon, they arrived at the place where Jin Wushuang and Jiluo lived. Bai Shao, go and ask him to come out, Ceylon instructed. Yes. Bai Shao immediately walked forward. Meanwhile, Iceberg asked, I received a message from Bai Shao earlier. I know that a sword Dao genius has appeared in your Shaotian sect, but according to what Bai Shao said, this person is not a disciple of your Shaotian sect? That's indeed the case. This little fellow called Heavenly Sword Marquis is merely a guest in our Shaotian sect. He has nothing to do with our Shaotian sect, so no matter what choice he has, our Shaotian sect cannot force him, Ceylon said. Chapter 3069. Clamp, are you just a guest? Iceberg's expression was cold. Soon, Bai Shao had brought Jin Wushuang and Jiluo out. When he saw the experts standing in front of him, even though Jin Wushuang was prepared, he was still a little surprised. There's actually a Principal's Master here? Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with surprise. Heavenly Sword Marquis, let me introduce you. This is the current sect master of the Young Divine Sect, Sect Master Ceylon, Bai Shao introduced. Sect Master Ceylon. Jin Wushuang bowed slightly to the middle-aged man in a loose robe. Get up. Sect Master Ceylon smiled faintly. Since you're a guest of the Young Divine Sect, there's no need to be so polite. This is my master, the famous sword saint Iceberg of the divine beginning world. He's invincible among the immortal saints, Bai Shao introduced. Jin Wushuang immediately looked at Iceberg. He was dressed in a white robe, and his aura was as cold as an ice mountain. Jin Wushuang felt a vague sword essence from Iceberg, which was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. According to Bai Shao's introduction, Iceberg was nicknamed Sword Saint Iceberg, and he was an invincible immortal saint. With such great strength, his swordsmanship must have reached the peak. He was not sure about other things. However, Jin Wushuang knew that Sword Saint Iceberg must have reached the third stage of Sword Principle, and his sword essence could evolve into all things. Greetings, Master Iceberg. Jin Wushuang also bowed respectfully. Yes. Iceberg nodded slightly, appearing very cold. And this one? Bai Shao spoke again, but his voice became obviously excited. This is Master Baiju. Master Baiju is one of the higher-ups of our divine ancestor Taoist sect. He is a great Principal's Master. Jin Wushuang immediately looked at the white-haired elder Baiju. Just like when he met Emoshan, Baiju gave him the feeling that he was not in this space-time. His aura was also very strange. However, it was this strange feeling that made Jin Wushuang extremely shocked. Principal's Master was a super expert who stood at the top of the third heaven. Although Jin Wushuang's combat strength was good, he was still far from being a Principal's Master. Facing Principal's Master head-on, even Jin Wushuang was a little afraid. Greetings, Master Baiju, Jin Wushuang said respectfully. You're welcome, young man. Baiju smiled calmly, and Jin Wushuang immediately felt relieved. Heavenly Marquis Jin, I heard that you have good talent in Sword Principle. 3 days ago, you fought with my disciple Bai Xiao and defeated him with only one sword. Is that true? Iceberg looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although my disciple's talent in sword principle is not the best, he is still outstanding. However, he can't even take one of your sword moves. This makes me very curious. How about this? You can show me that sword move again, Iceberg said seriously. I'll show you? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The people around him were also very strange. No matter how powerful Jian Wushuang was, Iceberg was an invincible existence among the immortal saints. How could Jian Wushuang be qualified to fight with such an expert? Don't worry, I just want to see your swordsmanship. I don't really want to fight with you, Iceberg said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang felt relieved, but then his eyes lit up. An invincible expert who was good at sword principle and an immortal saint was standing in front of him, wanting to see his swordsmanship. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you don't have to be afraid. As your master, I won't hurt you. You just need to display the sword move that defeated me, Bai Xiao said. In that case, please enlighten me. Jian Wushuang took out the Blood Mountain sword with a flip of his hand. The surrounding people immediately gave way to a battleground. Let's fight. Iceberg stood there coldly, and his voice was very cold. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and moved in the next moment. Buzz. Buzz. Many strange figures suddenly burst out. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of Jian Wushuang appeared in the world. These Jian Wushuang were space-time phantoms. After the phantoms burst out at the same time, Jian Wushuang suddenly took a step forward, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand fell straight down. Wushuang's sword manual, life and death moment. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang had already performed a killing move. A sword shadow flashed and then disappeared. Clang. A sound like the collision of metals was heard, and then the whole world became quiet. The experts on the field had their eyes fixed on the center of the void. Sword Saint Iceberg, who was as cold as an ice mountain, was still standing there. He did not draw his sword, and one of his hands was behind his back. As for the other hand, it had already reached out, and on two of the fingers of the hand, majestic divine power gathered. It was holding a cold and sharp long sword. This sword was the Blood Mountain sword. What? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes and looked at Iceberg in astonishment. He had long known that Iceberg was ridiculously strong, and his understanding of sword principle must be much higher than his. But he did not expect Iceberg to be so strong. In the instant of life and death in the unparalleled sword manual he created, this move was so fast that ordinary experts could not react in time. Of course, with Iceberg's strength, he could react in time, but the way he blocked the sword, it was really hard to accept. He actually used two of his fingers to directly clamp the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating in this life and had encountered many people who were stronger than him. However, this was the first time someone had used two fingers to directly clamp his Blood Mountain sword. The difference in strength was too great. Your sword is indeed good. Iceberg's expression was still cold, and his eyes did not contain any emotion as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. With a thought, a shocking evil aura suddenly burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. Buzz! The Blood Mountain sword shook violently, and a shrill sword hum echoed in the world. Then the Blood Mountain sword began to struggle crazily under Iceberg's two fingers. Oh! Iceberg raised his eyebrows. He looked at the Blood Mountain sword in surprise, but then he flicked his finger. Chapter 3070. Dao Palace's Invitation, Clang. There was a crisp sound. Jian Wushuang felt that his Blood Mountain sword was hit by an extremely terrifying force. In an instant, the Blood Mountain sword changed its direction and almost fell out of Jian Wushuang's hand. Jian Wushuang followed the Blood Mountain sword and retreated to the side. So powerful, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Are there any other sword skills? Show them all, Iceberg said coldly. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly. Of course, he had other sword skills. The Wushuang sword manual was a complete sword skill. There were 7 sword skills, and the moment of life and death was only one of them. However, in front of so many people, Jin Wushuang did not want to show all the other sword skills in the Wushuang sword manual. After all, if he displayed all the other 6 sword techniques, it would be obvious that he had created a complete sword technique. Moreover, all the sword techniques were embryonic forms of the sword technique, which would cause a great commotion. Therefore, even though the opportunity to fight with an invincible immortal saint was right in front of him, Jin Wushuang still did not intend to continue. My lord, this is the sword skill that I used to defeat Bai Xiao. Other than this sword skill, none of the other sword skills are good enough, Jin Wushuang said straightforwardly. Just this sword skill? Iceberg frowned, obviously a little disappointed. The sword skill that Jin Wushuang just displayed proved that Jin Wushuang was a sword principle genius, but that was all. After all, they came from the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace, like the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces of the heaven-cleaving alliance, was filled with all kinds of monsters and evildoers. Heavenly Sword Marquis Sword just now has reached the level of a 4th level absolute art. His swordsmanship has brought his speed and his comprehension of the space-time principles to the extreme. It is indeed very rare for a 1st level true saint, and his basic sword principle is very solid. However, among the geniuses and evildoers in the Dao Palace, he is only at the middle level, Iceberg thought to himself. There were countless monsters in the Dao Palace. Among these monsters, there were actually quite a few who had created rank 4 ultimate arts at the rank 1 true saint realm. This was not too surprising. After all, the monsters in the Dao Palace were all able to challenge those of a higher level. Some were even able to directly challenge those of 2 levels higher. The reason why their battle prowess was so outstanding was not just because they knew some special secret arts that could increase the power of their divine power. Most importantly, their comprehension of the principles in Dao was very high. Take Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water whom Jin Wushuang had met in the White Bone region for example. These 3 were only rank 1 true saints, but any one of them could easily suppress a rank 3 true saint. They could even kill a rank 3 true saint with some special means and treasures. Their battle strength was so great, their comprehension of principles and Dao was very good. Mountain King and Evil Master had also created rank 4 absolute arts. The reason why Jin Wushuang could easily defeat the 3 of them was that his peerless sword manual was very good, and his divine power was much stronger than the 3 of them. However, if it was just the comprehension of principles and Dao, Mountain King and the other 2 were actually not inferior to Jin Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Iceberg spoke again. You do have some talent in sword principle? If you are well-groomed, you will have great achievements in the future. The Dao Palace of the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect is to recruit many top geniuses and monsters in the divine beginning world. Are you interested in following me to the Dao Palace? Iceberg was very direct and did not beat around the bush. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang felt even weirder. He had guessed that the experts of the Dao Palace had come to recruit him. He had only used the sword skill of life and death for a moment because he thought it was too troublesome. He did not expect Iceberg to still want him to go to the Dao Palace. Jin Wushuang began to ponder. When the elders and disciples of the young divine sect heard Iceberg's words, they immediately became restless. All they saw were fiery gazes looking at Jin Wushuang. These gazes were more or less filled with envy and jealousy. The Dao Palace was a place specially used by the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect to nurture disciples of top geniuses. It was a place that countless geniuses in the divine beginning world yearned to go. As one of the 12 divine sects, the young divine sect had existed in the first heaven for so many years. In history, there were only 2 people who had joined the Dao Palace. Even including Bai Xiao, there were only 3 people. Hearing that Iceberg had invited Jin Wushuang to join the Dao Palace, the experts and disciples of the young divine sect were naturally envious. However, although they were envious, Jin Wushuang did not want to agree at all. He was already thinking about how to refuse. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Master has invited you personally. Why don't you agree? Bai Xiao looked over. Brother Sword Heavenly, Jiluo said. It was a rare opportunity for them to join the Dao Palace. Who would be so stupid as to refuse? Jin Wushuang was about to speak. Suddenly, buzz. A magnificent aura swept over. This aura clearly came from outside the young divine sect. However, even though there was a layer of heaven and earth secret realm between them, that aura had already spread to the interior of the young divine sect. When they sensed this unique aura, the expressions of the many experts present, including Baiju, who had been standing there without speaking, changed slightly. This aura is the principal's master. Sect Master Ceylon cried out immediately, "Another principal's master has arrived." The experts and disciples of the young divine sect all revealed shocked expressions. Just a moment ago, the principal's master, Baiju, had personally arrived. However, Baiju was a member of the Tao Palace. The reason for his arrival was very obvious. They had also received the news a long time ago. And who was this principal's master who had suddenly descended? And why had he descended? Although he did not know the intentions of the person who had come, Sect Master Ceylon did not dare to bring a principal's master with him when he personally came. He immediately rose up and his mighty voice was already transmitted out. "May I know which lord has descended into our young divine sect? I am Emotion, from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance." A mighty voice was transmitted from outside the young divine sect. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Sect Master Ceylon was shocked. Emotion? Baiju frowned. Senior Emotion? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He knew Emotion, the one who had been invited by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to join the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces was Emotion, who had reached the level of Principal's Master. When Emotion had met him, he had specially given him some pointers. For example, Jin Wushuang had obtained the gold-splitting secret manual under Emotion's guidance. And the embryonic form of this swordsmanship was only created after Emotion gave him some advice. Chapter 3071. The Order. Senior Emotion is here? Is he here for me? Jin Wushuang had a strange look on his face. In his opinion, Emotion's invitation was the second time. According to the rule of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, only 2 invitations could be given to the same genius. If both invitations were rejected, the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces would not invite him for the third time. Then the high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces should not have come looking for him. But now, after knowing the identity of the person who had come, Sect Master Ceylon did not dare to reject him. She immediately went to personally bring him in. Very quickly, the white-haired elder Emotion appeared in front of everyone. "Oh, is this place quite lively?" The moment Emotion arrived, he saw the existences of Baiju, Iceberg, and the others. "Master Baiju, you are actually here as well?" Emotion looked at Baiju with a strange gaze. "Emotion, long time no see. How have you been?" Baiju's expression was somewhat unfriendly. "Haha, it has been many years since we last met. The last time we met, you suffered a small loss at my hands. Looking at you, I'm afraid you still hate me, right?" Emotion laughed heartily. "Humph." Baiju snorted and said, "I can't be bothered to argue with you about the past. Tell me, why did you come to the young divine sect today? Could it be because of this little fellow?" "You guessed correctly. I came for this heavenly sword marquee," Emotion directly said. "How can that be? Although this little fellow's talent isn't bad, if he joins the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, he would most likely be able to join the Heaven and Earth Palace. As for whether he would be able to join the Primordial Palace or not, it is still unknown. Such a genius shouldn't be worth it for you, the high and mighty Principal's Master, to personally make a trip, right?" Baiju frowned and said, "Aren't you a Principal's Master as well? Didn't you also appear here?" Emotion said with a playful tone, "I'm different from you. I have some friendship with the founder of the Young Divine Sect. I'm just passing by to take a look," Baiju said. "It doesn't matter what you think, but I'm indeed here today for this little fellow," Emotion said. "Even so, everything must come first, right? This little fellow was discovered by my Tao Palace first, and he was also the first to be invited by my Tao Palace. Even if you have a motive, you have to wait for him to refuse to join my Tao Palace first. Baiju said in a low voice. No, 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 Master of Baiju. I'm afraid you're wrong about one thing. Emoshan gave a strange smile. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has long discovered this little guy called Heavenly Sword Marquis because he is a Heaven-level member of our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. When he was in the Endless Territories, our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had invited him to join the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. We even invited him twice, but he just refused. If you don't believe me, you can ask the little guy yourself. Baiju immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. The Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces did invite me twice, and the second time was personally invited by Elder Emoshan, Jian Wushuang said with a straight face. See, even if it's first come, first served, it's not your Dao Palace's turn, Emoshan sneered. Humph, so what? You said it yourself. The Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces have invited this little guy twice, but he refused. According to the rules of the three Heaven-Cleaving Palaces, they won't invite him for a third time, right? Baiju stared at Emoshan. No, of course not. Emoshan shook his head directly. According to the rules of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, any genius will only invite him twice at most. This is an iron law set by the Alliance Master, and no one can violate it. However, I'm not here today to invite this little guy to join the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, but I have another matter. What's the matter? Baiju asked. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you in a hurry? Emoshan glanced at Baiju, then walked up to Jian Wushuang. Little guy, I'm here to convey the orders of the three palace masters of the three palaces, Emoshan said seriously. Three palace masters? Baiju's expression immediately changed. He was a high-ranking official of the Dao Palace, and the Dao Palace usually had exchanges and competitions with the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. Therefore, he naturally knew about the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. They were the three principals masters who stood at the peak of the divine beginning realm. They held an important position in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and they were only second to the mysterious Alliance Master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The three of them had given an order, and this order had something to do with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Jian Wushuang also looked at Emoshan solemnly. The three palace masters have said that you are extremely talented and have unlimited potential. Your future achievements are limitless. Although you are unwilling to join the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces because of personal problems, the three palace masters still hope that you can receive the most training. Therefore, after a discussion, they decided to make an exception and allow you to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Secret Realm once. Heaven-Cleaving Secret Realm, Emoshan said. His expression was solemn. Heaven-Cleaving Secret Realm? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. The experts and disciples of the Young Divine Sect were also puzzled. Even Sect Master Ceylon, Bai Shao, and the other Dao Palace disciples did not know what the so-called Heaven-Cleaving Secret Realm was. Only Baiju and Iceberg were shocked when they heard the words Heaven-Cleaving Secret Realm. Baiju, as a principal's master, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? This is impossible. Baiju let out two roars and stared at Emoshan. Emoshan, are you kidding me? How could the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces give such an order? This is impossible. The Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm is an incredible opportunity. Countless geniuses in the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces drool over the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. However, there are only a few spots in the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces every 10,000 years. Why would they give a spot to an outsider? Baiju was very clear about what the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm represented. It was because he knew that it was impossible. At least from what he knew, the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces would never be so generous. You don't believe me? Emoshan glanced at Baiju and then smiled playfully. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't care whether you believe me or not. In short, I'm here to pass on the orders of the three palace masters. You? Baiju stared at Emoshan, but no matter how he looked at him, he could not tell that Emoshan was joking. Did the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces really give such a generous order? Baiju could not help murmuring in his heart, but even if the three palace masters were really generous, they should have given these opportunities to a truly amazing genius. But Heavenly Sword Marquis, Bai Ju looked at Jian Wushuang again. Chapter 3072. Heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Judging from the skills that Jian Wushuang had just displayed, although he was a genius, he was not too dazzling. Did this little guy hide his strength and skills? Bai Ju could not help thinking. At this moment, Jian Wushuang asked with doubt, Elder Emo Shan, what is the heaven-cleaving mystic realm that you mentioned just now? He did not know what the heaven-cleaving mystic realm was, and why it caused such a big reaction from the 100 absolutes. But since it was a mystic realm, in Jian Wushuang's opinion, it should be a heaven and earth mystic realm. Emoshan explained, little guy, you already know what the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces are, and you know that the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces have gathered countless geniuses. In addition, there are countless cultivation resources in the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, and the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is one of the biggest opportunities for the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm was opened by the leader of the heaven-cleaving alliance. It contains a great fortune. Anyone who enters the heaven-cleaving mystic realm can get great opportunities and benefits. However, it is not easy to open opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Therefore, even in the 3 palaces, there are very few geniuses who are qualified to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Under normal circumstances, the heaven-cleaving mystic realm will only be opened once every 10,000 years, and there will only be a maximum of 3 slots. These 3 slots are occupied by the 3 most outstanding geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Upon hearing Emo Shan's words, Jian Wushuang was stunned. The surrounding experts and disciples of the Divine Firmament sect were also stunned. The mystic realm opened by the mysterious alliance master of the heaven-cleaving alliance? It only opened once every 10,000 years, and there were only 3 entry slots each time? Just from these 2 points, it could be seen how rare the opportunity in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm was. However, the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces actually gave Jian Wushuang such a rare slot? Of course, it was incredible. Even Jian Wushuang himself was a little confused. This was like a pie falling from the sky, directly falling on his head. Elder Emo Shan, can I really go to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Jian Wushuang asked with some uncertainty. Of course, there is no doubt that this is the order personally passed down by the 3 palace masters, but I don't know if you are willing to go, Emo Shan said. Yes, of course. Jian Wushuang nodded without thinking. The reason why he did not want to join the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces was largely that he did not know the position of the heaven-cleaving alliance. He was worried that the heaven-cleaving alliance was on the same side as the will of heaven's will. However, after meeting Shui Bei, after learning some secrets and knowing that the 3 freedom alliances of the divine beginning realm had nothing to do with the will of heaven's will, he no longer had much fear of the 3 freedom alliances. If Emo Shan invited him to join the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces again, he would consider it carefully instead of rejecting it directly. But now, Emo Shan did not invite him to join the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Instead, he gave him a great opportunity. Such a great opportunity was directly thrown at his head. Of course, he had no reason to reject it. Little guy, take this token. Emo Shan handed a token to Jian Wushuang. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the token in confusion. This is my communication token. It will take 80 years for the heaven-cleaving mystic realm to open again. In 80 years, I will use this token to find you and take you to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, Emo Shan said. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately took the token. After chatting with Mo Shan looked at Bai Ju and said, Bai Ju, I have finished my work. Please don't pay attention to me. Bai Ju's expression changed slightly, then he looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Iceberg has just invited you to join the Dao Palace, but he hasn't told you clearly about the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace is specially used by the Divine Ancestor Dao sect to cultivate disciples of top geniuses. Countless experts have come out of the palace, and many of them have given birth to principals masters. Some of them have even become overlords in the 3rd heaven. With your talent, if you join the Tao Palace, you will definitely receive the most training. The resources in the Tao Palace alone will benefit you immensely. In addition, if you agree to join the Tao Palace, I can guarantee that you will be allowed to meditate in the Immortal Palace at least 3 times. In addition, I will also invite a Principal's Master who specializes in Sword Tao to be your master and personally guide you. As soon as Bai Ju said this, Iceberg, Bai Xiao, and the others looked over in astonishment. Immortal Palace? Bai Xiao's body trembled slightly. He was one of the genius disciples of the Tao Palace and had joined the Tao Palace for quite some time. He was also familiar with some of the cultivation resources in the Tao Palace. The Immortal Palace, for example, was a place that contained great opportunities in the Tao Palace. It was also a place that many disciples of the Tao Palace yearned for. But at the same time, it was not easy for even disciples of the Tao Palace to enter the Immortal Palace to meditate. For him, he had only entered the Tao Palace once when he first entered. He only got one chance to meditate. As for whether he could get it in the future, he had to compete with other geniuses to get it. But now, before Jin Wushuang joined the Tao Palace, Bai Ju had vouched for him to enter the Immortal Palace at least 3 times. The second condition was to ask a Principal's Master who was good at Sword Principal to be Jin Wushuang's master. It was known that the Principal's Masters would rarely accept disciples unless the disciple was really outstanding or had a good temper. For example, the Principal's Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, like the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Palace and the Primitive Palace, were rarely accepted by the Principal's Masters. Most of them could only become the disciples of some powerful top-notch immortal saints. They were lucky enough to become the disciples of an invincible immortal saint. Only the disciples of the Chaos Palace were qualified to become the disciples of the Principal's Masters, and they had to rely on their luck. If the 3 palaces were like this, the Tao Palace was the same. Bai Xiao was also lucky enough to become the disciple of Sword Saint Iceberg. But now, Bai Ju had made a condition. As long as Jin Wushuang agreed to join the Tao Palace, he would immediately be assigned a Principal's Master who was good at Sword Principal to guide him. This condition was much better than Bai Xiao and the others. Not only Bai Xiao was surprised, but even Sword Saint Iceberg was also surprised. Because from the process of fighting with Jin Wushuang's talent in Sword Principal was not that great. Chapter 3073, 2 Possibilities. Is it because of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Iceberg could not help thinking. Bai Ju looked at Jin Wushuang expectantly, waiting for his answer. Jin Wushuang pondered for a moment, but in the end, he still apologized. I'm sorry, Master Bai Ju. I have no intention of joining a force for the time being. Don't reject me yet. Bai Ju waved his hand and said, I have a certain friendship with the founder of the Young Divine Sect, which is why I rarely come here. They'll stay here for a while, and Iceberg will stay with me. During this time, if you have any problems in cultivation or Sword Principle, you can come to me or Iceberg at any time. As for joining the Tao Palace, you can think about it. When Iceberg and I leave, you can give us an answer. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded. Bai Ju smiled and looked at Sect Master Ceylon. Sect Master Ceylon, Iceberg, and I would like to disturb you for a while. Is that possible? Of course. Sect Master Ceylon was pleasantly surprised. If you and Mr. Iceberg are willing to be our guests, our sect would love to have you. Thank you very much. Bai Ju smiled gratefully. Master Bai Ju, aren't you smart? Emoshan asked with a strange laugh. Bai Ju glanced at Emoshan and snorted. Forget it. I've already received the orders from the 3 palace masters. I won't stay any longer. Remember, they'll come back to you in 80 years. Be prepared and don't miss this opportunity. If you miss it, it'll be 10,000 years before the next opening of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, Emoshan warned. I know. Jin Wushuang nodded. Emoshan soon left, while Bai Ju and Iceberg stayed in the Young Divine Sect. In the room where Jin Wushuang lived, Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged alone, but his expression was strange. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is such an important place. How could the three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces give me a place? Jian Wushuang murmured. He still could not figure out why the three palace masters gave him a place to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Was it because he was talented and had great potential? However, no matter how great his potential was, he was not a member of the heaven-cleaving three palaces. Even if the three palace masters wanted to recruit him, they would not give him such a precious place, right? It's not just because I'm talented and have great potential. There must be another reason. But what is the reason? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Who cares? The heaven-cleaving alliance is not my enemy. Now that such a great opportunity is coming for me, I have no reason to refuse it. As for the Dao Palace, I don't need to pay attention to it for the time being." Jian Wushuang thought to himself, but he suddenly found something interesting. The three freedom alliances in the divine beginning world, the heaven-cleaving alliance, the space-time temple, and the divine ancestor Taoist sect, were all related to him. First was the heaven-cleaving alliance. He was a heaven-rank member of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Although he did not have many restrictions, he could barely be considered an expert under the heaven-cleaving alliance. Moreover, he had already agreed to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. When that time came, his relationship with the heaven-cleaving alliance would definitely become even closer. He did not have much of a relationship with the divine ancestor Taoist sect. However, the key point was that he had previously obtained Shui Bai's mantle. Shui Bai was an expert under the blood ancestor lineage of the divine ancestor Taoist sect. He had also promised Shui Bai that when he became powerful, he would rush to the divine ancestor Taoist sect, which made him have a certain relationship with the divine ancestor Taoist sect. As for the space-time temple, among the three freedom alliances, the first one that Jian Wushuang had come into contact with was the space-time temple. When he had obtained the mysterious golden stone, he had crossed the space-time temple in the golden stone and cultivated the space-time divine skill. At that time, he had already been a member of the space-time temple. He had a close relationship with the three freedom alliances. Fortunately, the three freedom alliances and the power of the will of heaven were not on the same level, and they were even enemies. For me now, any one of the three freedom alliances is a colossus. I can't resist any expert from the three alliances. I don't need to bother with them. They won't attack me for no reason anyway. I'd better seize the time to improve my strength, Jian Wushuang thought. At all times, Jian Wushuang firmly believed that his absolute strength was the only asset he could rely on. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang suddenly waved his hand, and an ice-cold expert's corpse appeared in front of him. This corpse was the corpse of the principal's master that he had obtained in the Blood North mystic realm. He was going to use this corpse to refine his Emperor's Destiny avatar. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang began to refine his first Emperor's Destiny avatar in the Young Divine sect. At this moment, in another manner of the Young Divine sect, Baiju and Iceberg were sitting together. "Sir, I don't understand," Iceberg said. "Although Heavenly Sword Marquis has some talent, it's not worth our Dao Palace spending so much money to invite him. Moreover, he has already declined. But you still want me to stay here with you and give him the opportunity and time to consider. Is it just because the heaven-cleaving three palaces gave him a spot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? This alone is enough." Baiju smiled. "You are also a member of the Dao Palace. Although you have not reached the level of a principal's master, you are still an invincible, immortal saint. You have come into contact with many things. You should know what kind of place the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is. To put it bluntly, anyone who enters the heaven-cleaving mystic realm will be able to obtain a great fortune. With such a great opportunity, how many geniuses of the heaven-cleaving three palaces would have to go through such a fierce battle to obtain the last three spots? And now, these three spots are given to the Heavenly Sword Marquis, which means that the geniuses from the heaven-cleaving three palaces only have 2 spots. How great a sacrifice is this? The 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were not stupid. Unless there was a special reason, they would never give such an order. What special reason? Iceberg was puzzled. I don't know. Baiju shook his head. But according to my guess, there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that this heavenly sword marquis has unparalleled talent and is at least much more powerful than the geniuses in the heaven-cleaving three palaces Primal Chaos Palace. The second possibility is that this heavenly sword marquis has some special background or identity, so the three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces use the quota of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm to express their goodwill to him. Chapter 3074. The Emperor's Life Avatar. The three palace masters are all trying to make friends with him? Iceberg was stunned, but he immediately shook his head. This is impossible. The three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces are all standing at the top of the principal's masters. Not only are they extremely powerful, but they also have a lot of power in the heaven-cleaving alliance. Even when facing the three Saint Realm masters of the third heaven, these three palace masters are only slightly inferior. With such existences, who else in this world can make the three palace masters take the initiative to make friends with them? Moreover, we have already confirmed the background of this heavenly sword marquis. He has just arrived at the first sky from the endless territories. What kind of background does such a person have? You are right, I think so too. Baiju nodded slightly. Since the second possibility is not realistic, then there is only the first possibility. It is that this heavenly sword marquis is a peerless super genius. He is even more monstrous and dazzling than the geniuses of the heaven-cleaving three palaces and Primal Chaos Palace. It is just that this heavenly sword marquis talent has not been truly revealed in front of us. We just do not know. When he fought with me previously, did he always hold back? Iceberg frowned. Definitely. Also, he definitely hid more than just a tiny bit. What we saw is most likely just the tip of the iceberg, he revealed. Baiju smiled faintly. It's because of this that I said that I would stay with you in the Young Divine sect for a period of time. I also told him that if he encounters any problems in his cultivation or sword Dao, he can come and look for us at any time. If this heavenly sword marquis is truly a genius, then he will definitely seize every opportunity in his cultivation. Now that I, the true principal's master, and you, an invincible immortal saint who specializes in sword Dao, are here, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. He will definitely come and look for us. And during the process of seeking guidance, we will naturally be able to see his actual strength. Is that so? Iceberg understood. Iceberg, you have to work hard during this period. If the little guy comes to you, you must do your best to guide him, Baiju instructed. Yes. Iceberg nodded solemnly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In a secret room in Jian Wushuang's residence. Success. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at the figure standing calmly in front of him. This figure was the body of the rule master that he had brought out from the mystic realm. However, after being specifically refined, this principal's master looked exactly like him. Moreover, his body was exuding an extremely strange aura. Jian Wushuang sat upright and could clearly sense the current situation of the figure in front of him. Emperor's Life Avatar. This is my first Emperor's Life Avatar. Jian Wushuang was very happy. Although the Emperor's Life Avatar did not improve his strength and could not fight for him in a fight, it was used to protect his life. The divine power contained in the body of the Emperor's Life Avatar was on the same level as Jian Wushuang's own divine power, and it was equally vast. One must know that Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely vast, and it could be said to be a divine power C. Other rank 1 true saints would need a lot of divine power to regenerate their divine bodies if their divine bodies collapsed. Under normal circumstances, a rank 1 true saint's divine power could only regenerate his divine body 3 or 4 times at most. However, Jian Wushuang's divine power was vast and boundless, and it could regenerate his divine body again and again. Jian Wushuang conservatively estimated that the divine power in his body could allow him to recombine his divine body at least 100 times. Such vast divine power was already ridiculous, but now Jian Wushuang had an Emperor's Life Avatar, which could bear all of his divine power. This meant that his divine power had doubled again. He could only replenish his divine body hundreds of times, but now he could regenerate it 200 times? What kind of concept was this? For example, if an ordinary rank 1 true saint was corroded by the Cthulhu's venom, he would die without even using half a drop. However, if the Cthulhu's venom was corroded into Jian Wushuang's body, it would take at least 100 drops of Cthulhu's venom to completely corrode his divine power, and that was only if Jian Wushuang was an ordinary first-rank true saint. In fact, Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely pure. In terms of pure purity, it was higher than many third-rank true saints, or even peak third-rank true saints. Most importantly, he was a perfect chaotic creature unique to the divine beginning world. He was born with an indestructible and poison-proof physique. The Cthulhu venom and the Devil Star venom were absolutely the nemesis of the immortal saint. But these venoms had no effect on Jian Wushuang. His physique was completely immune to these venoms. With the venom immune and Jian Wushuang's abundant divine power, it was too difficult to kill him. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang moved his mind, and the Emperor's life avatar in front of him immediately began to shrink. Like an ordinary treasure, it directly merged into his body. The Emperor's life avatar has been created, and now, Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out the second volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. The second volume of the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual contained the complete anatomy of the third stage of the space-time principles, which was very helpful to Jian Wushuang. In 80 years, I will go to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. According to Elder Emotion, the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is a great opportunity, or even a land of fortune. It's a rare opportunity, and I can't miss it. Before I enter, I have to find a way to make my strength stronger and reach my current limit. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He wanted to improve himself as soon as possible. When he reached the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he did not need to spend time on these areas where he could meditate or improve. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang immediately closed his eyes and began to meditate. Of course, he would not blindly meditate. After all, there was a principles master in the Divine Firmament sect and an immortal saint who had reached the invincible level in sword principle. With such two experts in front of him, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang not to seize the opportunity. Therefore, if he encountered any problems in cultivation or meditation, he would solve them himself. If he could not solve them, he would go to Baiju and Iceberg for guidance. With their guidance, he would improve faster. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.